round 8 of the Sinquefield Cup, the most exciting tournament of the year here in St. Louis. With 3 players tied for first, the tension was at a fever pitch as committing a single mistake could cost the entire tournament. Viswanathan Anand and Vachier-Lagrave played to a draw, and when neither Aronian nor Magnus Carlsen was able to win their games, the leaders were unable to create any separation from the rest of the pack. That left the door open for Sergei Karyakin, who defeated U.S. champion Wesley So to bring the Russian star just a half a point out of the lead with all to play for on the last day. It's do or die as any one of 5 players could win the title. Final round of action for all the marbles starts right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 9 of the 2017 Sinquefield Cup. This is it, the championship round, the round where the players will show their true medal. We have 3 leaders and 2 chasers. So many possible scenarios here at the St. Louis Chess Club. What will happen? Only time will tell. Let the battles begin. Let's go to the studio and start the day with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahadi, and I'm here with Yasser Sarawan, and we are so excited for this final round of play here at the Sinquefield Cup.
Jennifer, as always, delighted to be with you, and what a championship round we have in store. Let's take a look at the standings.
Yes, we've got 3 players tied for the lead, just like last round. Aronian, Vachier-Lagrave, and Vichy Anand. 3 players with so many fans from all over the world. But we also have 2 chasers, as Christian pointed out, and their chances of winning are even bigger than it might appear because they both have pretty good tie breaks, Jazz.
Exactly. Magnus and Sergei right outside looking for that opportunity of winning the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the format.
Well, we're in round 9 out of 9, Yasser.
That's it, the championship round.
This is it. There is a chance that tomorrow there will be a playoff. There's so many different scenarios because of how many players are tied at the top and who are just behind. And we're going to go over some of them through the course of the show. But first, we're going to go to Maurice to talk about how, out of all the games being played today, 4 out of 5 could affect our final standings.
Well, usually in a round robin, you're happy to have any kind of tension at the end. A lot of times one player is running away with it, or maybe 2, and their game matters. But in this case, we have literally 4 games with 5 players who could possibly win this competition. That means excitement on just about every single board. And this is it. 9th round for the money. First of all, let's take a look at this key matchup. Vachier-Lagrave, he had been leading the tournament by himself throughout before he finally got caught. He was never able to create any separation, but he said it yesterday when he was being interviewed, I've got to win this game. That's it. And he is looking for his first big victory in an elite event by himself, so expect him to go all out for the victory. This matchup is also a critical one. Wesley So not acquitting himself well. Viswanathan Anand knows that, but he's got the black pieces today. Will he go all out for the victory? He basically has to if he wants to win the event. So we'll see how this big dog matchup goes down as they try to figure out exactly what, with Wesley having nothing to play for, Viswanathan having all the world to play for in this tournament. And this key matchup as well, Hikaru Nakamura, fellow American, not doing well either, but he's playing against Sergei Karyakin, who, when it counts, usually delivers. He did so yesterday. He had to win in order to put himself in this position by beating Wesley So. Will he be able to do it on call yet again to give himself an outside chance of having a playoffs and possibly winning the tournament? And finally, this matchup, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, he has to be kicking himself the number of possibilities he missed to be dominating this event. Well, now he's got to win. He has no choice, but he's going up against Aronian, who's defeated him already twice this year. And we know these two players can go at it. What will happen as fireworks are going to absolutely be exploding all over the place? Every single board virtually matters in this round that's about to start in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. And, well, you mentioned money. Sorry.
Well, first we're going to talk about the fact that there's so many different playoff scenarios and
Yes.
tiebreak scenarios. And
Right.
Tony Rich is actually going to be joining us on the show at 1:15. He's the executive director here at the St. Louis Chess Club. He's going to talk to us about playoffs and also the possibility of no playoff, even in case of a tie.
That sounds like an intriguing conversation, but a good time to look at the prize money.
Now, by the way, on those ties, the prize money will be split. Of course,
Equally.
all of these players in the Grand Chess Tour and in the Sinquefield Cup are very successful. So a lot of it's about the pride and also the possibility of winning more Grand Chess Tour points. Yes?
Exactly.
Including a potential 13 if you win clear first.
Right, and that's what MVL wants. He wants to win today. He doesn't want to talk about any playoff scenarios. He just got to win, baby.
That's right, win baby. And as you point out, though, Vichy might have the exact same mentality.
Absolutely.
Even though he's playing black, he's playing against a wounded So. And that is a big opportunity for him. I mean, his fans have absolutely been roaring throughout this tournament.
Yeah, but to do it with the black piece is a very, very, very big ask
But
indeed.
come on, Wesley's lost 4 games already.
Yes.
I know you can't force the action. When you got to win with black in the last round, it's often a very tall order. But with a player playing so poorly, Wesley, you basically have to do what Karyakin did. Make the game last as long as possible and hope that the guy's lack of confidence produces some mistakes.
Right.
You just need one. You just need him to make one bad move.
Right.
So if he can keep that formation alive, not some dead equal position where there's nothing to think about, I think Anand will have a real chance. And he's won a world title 5 times for a reason. He should be going for it in this game.
And I recall in Sofia where in the last game of the World Championship match against Vesel and Topalov, Vichy pulled out a win with the black pieces against Vesel and Topalov to win the match and keep the crown.
So we're going to have a real exciting battle in that game, and I agree with Maurice. I think he's going to go for it, and I think it's a case where Anand's tiebreaks in this situation, as Tony's going to explain more later, are actually pretty poor because the first tiebreak is most wins, and he's gone undefeated.
Right.
So that actually could incentivize him to try harder for the win with black, which could work out in his favor because if Maxime wins and he had been playing more solidly for a draw, he'd have no chance.
Right.
So it could be that bad luck turns into good luck in a way.
Well, we will see. For me, the really big matchup, though, is between Magnus and Levon. Magnus has to win. He'll have the white pieces. Levon has 2 victories so far this year against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen looking to put his mark on this Grand Chess Tour. Magnus has won the first 2 tournaments in Paris and Leuven. If he can win this event, that's basically it.
Not only does he have to beat Levon with white, though, but he also has to hope that Anand and Maxime don't get it done.
Correct.
So the destiny is not totally within his hands in this game.
Yes, exactly so.
In some ways, it's unlucky, in fact, for Levon, although you might think of it otherwise, because he's got black against the strongest player in the entire field,
right,
who's also determined to kill him. So you've got that on your hands. He might say, well, that's good. I'll get my chances that way. But, you know, Magnus is going to be a handful in this round, which means Levon is up against that 2-result situation. Right. You're begging for that draw because the guy's trying to kill you, but you might lose. And if that's the case, then he's stuck basically at that half a point. Like, that's it. While MVL has got a great chance to win. I mean, great golden chance. The one player with white who's actually tied for first. And he's got white against the Pomniachi. So MVL is looking pretty good right now. He's got to feel like, I don't know, the two guys I'm competing with right now have the black pieces. And if I win, it's basically over unless probably Anand can pull a rabbit out of a hat, because Aronian's going to have it tough.
That's right.
Absolutely. And just to your point too, Maurice, MVL with the white pieces, also against, as you were saying in your key matchups at the top of the show, MVL has a nice score against Jan. So he's got to feel like he's got the inside track.
Yeah, and Nepo has been playing shaky in this tournament, as MVL himself rued when Nepo blundered against Anand, turning a draw perhaps into a loss, and therefore making the competition even tougher for MVL. So in a way, it's a bit of a revenge match.
He was disgusted. Yes, he was disgusted. He just
MVL was like,
I mean, you just give him a gift like that.
Anand
obviously collected that gift, was happy to take it, but MVL now is going to say, all right, that's it. I've got to take care of you too. And Nepo not doing great in this event, as the games have, in fact, begun.
And yes, and of course this man, Karyakin, has to beat Nakamura with black. Speaking of tall orders, to give him a chance to end in the winner's circle.
Exactly.
But if he does win this game, it's not as far-fetched as it may seem, because that first tiebreak is most wins, and Karyakin has lost a game, which means in order to tie for first, he'll have to have more victories.
Right.
And that would potentially give him a shot at capturing the cup. So we'll see how much he mixes it up with Nakamura. In yesterday's interview, he said, well, first things first, we need to equalize, right?
Right. And by the way, MVL, interestingly enough, E4, and it looks like he's about to face a Najdorf.
Both of them Najdorf specialists.
And both of them, yes. So get into that mindset for us, will you,
It is on the board. The Najdorf is there. And
But
look at what he's done. A bishop E2.
The positional approach that Anatoly Karpov was quite famous for when he was playing his match with Garry Kasparov. That goes way back to 1984.
And then now this move, instead of the knight b3, he's played in the knight e5. So kind of newer treatment.
E6 and E5 are the two main moves. And against E5, knight b3 has been a traditional move, but knight f3 is more of a kind of like a modern day twist, I want to say. In the old days, knight b3, the move knight b3 was placed most often because the white players felt it critical to be able to play f2, f4, and crack in the center, whereas the choice that was played, knight f3, steps in front of the f-pawn, but it does so with a very clear purpose. The knight on f3, as opposed to the knight on b3, may have more to say in the resulting positions. Oftentimes, black wants to place his bishop to e6, but with the knight on f3, that's discouraged because of knight g5. So still, the players are in theoretical preparation.
How do you like the choice for MVL?
I think it's a good one. If you don't have something against the long mainline tactical variations, then keeping the pieces on the board, keeping the tension alive, I like his choice. I really do.
I do too. Absolutely. Those main lines people work out perfectly or near as perfectly as they can. And when you get to these kind of positions that are just long battles, anything could happen. And we know when you mix it up in terms of MVL, I don't know if there's a better mixer on the planet. I mean, this guy loves chaotic positions.
Right.
So we'll see how MVL handles himself. Meantime, we have a standard Ruy Lopez happening in the game with Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. This is a kind of favorite position as they avoid the marshal, as the white pieces avoids the marshal and go into other waters with a4. Levon is known to play this like anybody else, just about the best in the world.
Exactly. And after a4, b4, it looks to me from the screen that we have on the board a4, a5. And wow, that is, it could be very easily transposed, but that's a little bit of a different twist on the normal variations that we see with d2, d4, d7, d6. This, you may recall, was played earlier in the tournament between Hikaru Nakamura, Peter Svidler. Definitely d2, d4 makes a lot of sense breaking in the center. But this cagey little move a4, a5 by the world champion Magnus Carlsen, he's trying to, first of all, he's trying to prevent black from ever playing a5 or even potentially using the a5 square. And this move, well, we'll have to check that, how that compares with the theoretical, how many times the move a4, a5 has been played. I'm sure it's not a novelty, but it definitely takes the game on a different path.
Moving on to the game with Anand, Yasser, we've got a
Yes.
couple. We've got lots of comments from the Twitter sphere that
Yes.
don't believe that Anand is going to get a position to play for a win. I mean, after watching the way Anand plays in this tournament, I'm not sure how they can believe that. But lots of people are saying, like, no way is Anand going to push hard to win and risk losing because he'd like to go undefeated. So lots of comments like that. What do you make of it? And also take us through the opening choice here.
Absolutely. So Wesley So with the white pieces. As we say, Wesley is wounded. He's had some horrible setbacks in this event. He would just like to get the tournament over with. He plays knight c3, inviting the Nimzo, and queen c2. This is my favorite choice against the Nimzo. White is looking to force the trade of bishop for knight, and excuse me, and gain the two bishops. After castles, the players are quickly playing into a very main line, very topical one. Bishop g5 has been played. Oops, excuse me.
B6 by Anand.
Pardon me, B6.
B6 and then bishop
Yes.
G5. And we remember Anand famously said in this tournament that he does like his knights.
Yes, and well, he's got them as his opponent has the two bishops. Now here is very standard for black to play bishop to a6, gaining a tempo on the queen and forcing the queen to move and to break with c5. I don't know. For me, I think that this is a position that has three results. And I like Wesley's choice by reducing the material, grabbing the two bishops early. But conversely, before you win with black, you first got to equalize. And the imbalance that appears on the board, to my mind, is a good choice for both players.
Sid Chess agrees with you. We do have some Anand believers here on Twitter, and he says, time for the Tiger, Vichy the King, to roar and clinch the Sinquefield Cup for the first time. So, of course, we have lots of Vichy lovers all over the world watching these games. Another player who has so many fans, Aronian. But I see you're taking us through the opening of Sergey,
Exactly.
who, as we pointed out earlier, is in a must-win situation here.
Exactly. And bishop c5, the variation that Fabiano played earlier in the tournament, is on the board by Sergey. And this time, Hikaru said, enough of us, enough. Let's just capture this knight. Knight takes d5, queen takes d5. d2, d3, and bring the position into a straight reversed dragon, where white will try to take advantage of the fact that the queen is on d5, in a sense, prematurely in the position. So that game also heating up. We know it's going to be a championship round full of surprises, and the players are certainly delivering. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, there's a fascinating subplot going on to this game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and that one of those major characters is Magnus Carlsen. Why do I bring up Magnus? Because this position after bishop to e2, e5 was seen a few times in Magnus's games. First of all, in Paris in the Rapids, he played this move, bishop e2 and knight f3 against none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he was able to beat Maxime in that rapid game. Then they played it again in the Blitz, and it was Maxime's turn to get revenge and beat Magnus. Later in Leuven, Magnus shows up yet again playing Jan Nepomniachtchi, the exact same line as well with bishop e2, and he was able to defeat Jan in this exact same line as we go knight f3, bishop e7. The position that is on the board right now as was played by Magnus, defeating Jan. And Nepomniachtchi tried this variation again, bishop e2. He had to face it again in Geneva in the Grand Prix, and he lost to Elyanov. So it looks as though MVL has decided this is where he's weak. I'm going to go into this bishop e2 line. He's got bad memories of this variation. He lost to Magnus. He lost to Elyanov. Maybe it's time he loses to me too. Let's see the hat trick happen in this variation. And so here he is sitting in the position, Nepomniachtchi, knowing that this position has been very well thought out psychologically, not just variations-wise, but psychologically as well by MVL, and he's already deep in thought.
Thank you, Maurice. And what's a real pity is the fifth game that does not have an impact on the fight for first place is actually one of the most intriguing positions after just 6 moves of an English. And I'm referring to the game between Peter Svidler and Fabi Caruana. Really a remarkable position. Coming right out of an English with an early fianchetto. Now the move c7, c6. Black is trying to set up a classical pawn duo in the center with the move d7, d5. White plays knight f3, coaxing the pawn, Black's e5 pawn forward. The knight comes to d4. Now this tricky little move, queen b6, saying to White, okay, either defend the knight with e2, e3, a move you may not want to play because you weaken a lot of light squares, or you move your knight. White says, fine, I'll move my knight because what I'm trying to do is play knight c3 and take advantage of, exploit your advanced pawn. And then suddenly a5. Whoa, where did that come from? I play the English a lot, and I can tell you I've had this position numerous times in tournament as well as blitz games, and nobody ever played the move a7, a5 against me. So I'm going to be very fascinated to see how this game evolves.
Another game that's looking quite interesting is Nakamura versus Karyakin, also which began with your beloved English.
Right, and we saw the knight takes queen takes d5, and Hikaru b2, b4 after the bishop settled back, and e5, e4 was played, knight g5, and boy, the players are really bringing a mixer to this championship round, as White is looking to give away this pawn on b4 for a central pawn. Now, normally, giving up a wing pawn, a flank pawn for a central pawn is in favor of the guy who's giving up the wing pawn. So I like White, and I like this trade. Let's put it that way for White.
Not to mention the fact that if you try to snatch the pawn, I'm going to get 2 pawns after knight b4, bishop takes e4, right? I mean, I'm just going to be crushing because I'm taking h7 as well.
With the tempo against the queen.
So this isn't a trade. This is a 2-for-1 deal, isn't it?
And you can't go queen to the diagonal to attack my rook because I'll be able to develop the bishop with a tempo against the queen.
So you have to play queen d4 first probably after knight g5 so that after bishop e3 maybe you can take with the queen on b4. Exactly. And this doesn't look as horrific as just losing a pawn here, but still a good trade for White, right?
I would think so.
And Maurice, your thoughts on Svidler-Caruana?
Yes, well, there were plenty of games we had to follow in the Rapid and Blitz in Paris and in Leuven. So there's some games we simply ignored, and you can't pay attention to all the games because there's so many games on tap, especially in the Blitz where the games are coming fast and furious and you focus on the significant ones. This one was not that significant to the competition, the one between Fabiano and Topalov. Topalov with the white pieces and Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, because in Paris, it was all about Magnus and MVL. And so those games were the ones we paid attention to. But this position did occur there as well. This exact position, in fact, appeared on that board in a blitz game. It turns out that Fabiano Caruana likes this position in a real game as well. He believed in this theory in the game. Topalov took on e4 with the pawn and went on to lose that game, not necessarily because of the opening, but taking on e4 was not enough. Here, Svidler decided to take on d5, and Fabi instantly took on d3. So he's still in his preparation and stuff he's already used, and he's clearly comfortable in this line.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Maurice. Going to the game between Magnus and Levon. After the move a4, a5, it sure looks like the players have transposed into positions I'm very familiar with. d7, d6 was Levon's choice. d3, bishop e6, immediately offering to trade light squared bishops, a trade which Magnus accepted. Takes. We talk about the trades. Fantastic, foolish, or what was it? Forced. Fantastic or foolish. It wasn't forced. I don't know if it's that fantastic for White, but it's not foolish either. The pawns have been doubled, and we've seen in the 2013 Sinquefield Cup where these two players got this pawn structure. Knight d2, rook b8, c3, queen e8, and the players have quickly played through to their preparation. But now we have our special guest who we've been talking about to go through all of these tie-break scenarios. Tony Rich is with Maurice Ashley.
Well, I don't know how many hats he has in his closets, but he sure wears a lot of hats in this building. Tony Rich, who's the executive director of the chess club. He's also an arbiter. He's the chief organizer of this event. What else do you do? It makes me feel tired. I'm from Jamaica. Usually, if we say Jamaicans, we have 10 jobs.
That's right.
I think you could be an honorary Jamaican based on how many jobs you have, how many titles. And this time, though, you have this job of explaining to us the business behind these tie breaks. There's so many possibilities. Take us through all these scenarios. First of all, who came up with these rules? Let's hear that first.
Sure. So the Grand Chess Tour regulations overall, which include the tie-break regulations, were a collaborative effort between all of the events in the GCT. So Malcolm Payne in London and Michael Kordakovsky, part of the Kasparov Chess Foundation, David Sedgwick, who's our chief tour arbiter as well, we all got together and collectively made the regulations.
So now you have these regulations which could obviously impact the competition itself in a dramatic way. It looks like Anand didn't even know the rules. MVL was apparently privy to what he needed to do in order to win today. There's so many scenarios. This must have been your nightmare situation to happen, to have all these tie breaks.
That's right. So the way the tie-break structures are written, we wanted them to be consistent across all of the events within the Grand Chess Tour. And due to some time constraints at some of the other events, we needed to make sure that the tie-break and playoff structure was one that could be accomplished in a short amount of time. So ultimately what we decided is that we needed to have a two-player playoff to determine first place if there are any ties. And we use some math tie breaks in order to determine who those two players are.
So just let the audience understand, we do have an extra day here in St. Louis, but in some place like London, for example, they've got to get out of that building that night. So
That's right.
You need to get the whole tie breaks done quickly.
Exactly. So the way the structure is written is we use these math tie breaks, things like how many wins a player had throughout the tournament. That's our first tie break. The second one is the result amongst the tied players, their scores against just one another. So if we can determine who these top two players are using these math tie breaks, then we have a playoff. If we cannot determine, if the tie breaks do not produce clear first and second seed in the playoffs, let's say, then we do not have a playoff, and instead the first seed takes first place.
All right, so somebody could win this despite the fact that other players have the exact same score, which I know there'll be grumblings about, but there's no other way to resolve the situation. All right, take us through the different scenarios. I know there are a number of them. Let's take a look at the first one. This is with three players tied for first with 6 points, the three of them being Aronian, Vachier-Lagrave, and Viswanathan Anand.
Right. So in this case, the playoff scenario is pretty straightforward. We first look at the tie breaks amongst the players. First tie break being the number of wins within the tournament. And the second tie break, the results amongst tied players. So Levon Aronian would actually be the first seed based upon those math tie breaks. So now we move on to see who his challenger would be. We compare the tie breaks between Maxime and Vichy, and unfortunately, the tie breaks are exactly the same for those two players. So in that circumstance where we can't come up with a challenger, let's say, for Levon Aronian in the playoffs, Levon would actually win outright first place without the need for a playoff.
So despite the fact that these two have gone unblemished in the entire competition, that's MVL and Viswanathan Anand, Aronian wins even though he lost the game.
Right, but an important point to make is that all of the organizers for every event within the Grand Chess Tour want to encourage fighting chess amongst the players. So one advantage to the current playoff structure is that it rewards the players who maybe took more chances and won and lost more games than their opponents maybe who played it safe and had more draws throughout the tournament.
All right, okay. Well, that makes sense. Something has to be the deciding factor. So wins in the event is the decision here. Take us to number two. This scenario we look at where MVL, well, now we get three players. It looks like the same, three players with 5.5. Oh, so the first scene is if they've all won their 3 games.
Right.
But this one is if they all drew their 3 games.
Right, and the same logic applies here. Levon Aronian would actually have the best mathematical tiebreaks, making him the first seed. And then whenever we compare the other two players, once again, we're unable to break the tie between them. And in that scenario, Levon would actually win first place.
So 1 and 2 are virtual twins of each other. Next matchup? is now introducing Magnus Carlsen into the mix. If he beats Levon today and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Viswanathan Anand only draw their games in order to even out the result, obviously, if one of them wins, they're ahead of Magnus.
Right. And in this scenario, the first tiebreak being number of games won, Magnus would have 3. The other 2 players each have 2. So Magnus would be clearly the first seed going into the playoffs. Then once again, whenever we compare MVL and Anand, we realize that we aren't able to break the tie given the mathematic tie breaks that are available, which means Carlsen would take clear first place again.
Okay, well, that's clear. Now, so he's basically like Levon in that situation in case of a draw.
Right.
But now let's move on to a fourth scenario, and this is if Levon draws his game, Anand and MVL draw their games, and Sergei Karyakin wins his game and joins the fray. And now suddenly we have a playoff.
That's right. And in this case, the playoff structure makes perfect sense because our first tiebreak, number of games won, we have Levon Aronian and Sergei Karyakin, both with 3. The other 2 players only have 2 wins throughout the event. So in this case, it's very easy to determine who 2 players should be in the playoff, and they will face each other in the rapid games.
I'm seeing a pattern here. MVL and Anand are outsiders in all 4 tiebreaks so far.
That's right. And it's mostly because of the number of draws that they've had throughout the tournament. Again, it's encouraging fighting chess amongst the top players.
I'm sure all of France and all of India are crying foul about that, but so it goes. Finally, we have scenario number 5, and this is again another scenario where 2 players have this 5.5 points. It's Magnus and Sergei. If they win their games, and again, MVL and Anand only draw their games.
That's right. Once again, Magnus and Karyakin both have more wins than the other 2 players, so it's clear they're the 2 that should go on to the playoff.
So basically, MVL and Anand have to win.
That's right.
I mean, that's what it comes down to.
They have to win and hope that some of their co-competitors throughout the tournament have the results they need as well. You know, if Carlsen wins, then it makes it much more difficult for everybody.
Well, if they win and Carlsen wins, it's irrelevant, right? But if
Levon wins,
but if Levon wins and both MVL and Anand win, so that means they have to hope the other guy doesn't win as well. So that's the destiny. It seems is in no one's hands right now. I mean, not a single player can say, I win this game and I'm done.
Well, Sergei Karyakin, I think, has a good shot at that at least. He can say, I want my chance at a playoff. I'm going to play for everything I can in this game and try to win.
Well, I think they're all trying to win, but the point is that there's no single scenario that says, if I win this game, I win the tournament. There's no such thing.
Right. And I think it's because we've had such a tightly grouped leader group within the Sinquefield Cup thus far.
Incredible. Well, this is a situation I'm sure we won't have to repeat again for a few years, if not 10 years, another 5 years from now. Thank you so much, Tony, for explaining all the nuances to us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Tony. So again, the only way it seems to me that Vichy and MVL would get into a playoff is they both win, bringing them to +3, and Levon just draws. Then Vichy and MVL would play in a playoff. Otherwise, I don't see any scenario where MVL and Vichy get into a playoff.
There are some, like for instance, suppose Vichy loses or MVL loses, then it will just be a 2-way tie if the other one wins. And Levon wins.
Right.
So,
if you have 2 players tied for first, they'll always play a playoff.
Yes, there's a playoff
it's that
regardless.
Third player that kind of messes things up.
So say, for instance, Karyakin only draws, Magnus wins, and MVL draws, but Vichy loses. Then MVL will get his playoff against Magnus. So I think like most of the time, it's more likely to have 2-way playoffs than 3-way playoffs, right? I mean, than 3-way ties. So there is a good chance that we'll have a clear winner or a 2-way tie.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Let's get right back into the play. After this captures on E6, Magnus has played c2, c3, queen e8, knight to c4, establishing his knight, this very nice square c4. We saw this also in the game yesterday, this kind of pawn structure game yesterday between Sergei and Wesley So, where Sergei breaking the center d3, d4 well, actually it was d5 by, somehow Sergei got Wesley to play d5 and d4, I apologize. But the structure is known and common. Now, who has the advantage here? You tell me, Jen. I think it's just a kind of a flip 'em. Do you like the dynamic potential of play with on the F file, or do you like playing against double pawns in the center with E6 and E5?
Well, I think I'm going to give white the slight edge here, yes, because I don't think that Magnus did anything wrong. And even though there's some attacking potential for black, the knight on C6 and the bishop on E7 both aren't really like amazing attackers or likely to be at any point. So
that is true.
I do like white by a little, but yeah, I mean, when I was learning chess, I was always taught that those pawns, E5 and E6, are actually kind of good for black. So it's interesting to see kind of Magnus actually treat them as weaknesses.
Indeed, and for me, it's kind of a pick-em. How your personal style, if you will, goes. I want to bring up the game of MVL versus Jan. We saw the position after bishop e2, e5, knight f3, bishop e7, and the players are getting to the standard theoretical positions. Knight d2. I mentioned when the knight was on b3, it's not ideal. Now that the knight on f3, white really wants to occupy the d5 square. I mean, that's the hole that exists in black's position in the center of the board. And Maurice was explaining in a couple of our shows, when you're two diagonal squares away, the knight f3 wants to get to the d5 square. It takes you 3 moves to do that. Well, let's get on the pony. Knight d2, and MVL's idea is very clear that he wants to play, my mouse is not behaving as I would hope, knight to c4 and knight to e3, and finally achieving the outpost on d5. Knight c5 takes on f6, knight c4, bishop e7, and the players have reached the position they want to reach, and we have a call from Minnesota.
Welcome to the show. You're our first caller of this fateful day here at the Sinq Cup.
Hi, my name is David from Minnesota.
Hi, David.
The skill of evaluating a chess position is very difficult for players of my strength to master. It's hard to determine who stands better and why. I was hoping to give you a challenge if one of you would take any one of the games and pick any one of the sides and just give us a brief insight into how chess grandmasters evaluate a position. I think it would be most enlightening, and I thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, David. And, well, Maurice had just such a position where there's a number of imbalances, and how a grandmaster takes a position with such imbalances and then adds them up and tallies a score. Maurice.
Well, there's always there's two sides to this story. First of all is the positional aspects that you always have to consider, and then there is the calculation, the forced moves in the position. If the position is coming down to forced moves, you will not just simply evaluate, you'll have to look at those forced moves because they're threats to your king, there's a potential of losing a pawn, losing a piece, and then your eyes will just hone in on that possibility and say, that's it. I have to look at this and see how critical it is, because one of the major parts of evaluating any chess position is material. Material is always the first thing you look at when you look at the chessboard. Well, what's the situation? Okay, material's even. That's the first one you want. If there's somebody up material, then you're going to have to get some other compensating values. The next thing that's huge in every given position is king safety. How secure is that king? If you look at the board, everybody's castle, it's fine, you'll ignore it. But chess players are very aware of king safety and the small nuances there. Then you're going to go on to pawn structure, the health of the pawns. If anybody has an isolated pawn or some kind of weak pawn, backward pawn, etc., in a given position, then you will eyeball that as well for sure. Then there are many other aspects that will come in. For example, piece placement. Developed pieces. Is one side more developed than the other? Another aspect is whether or not one side has an offside piece, a piece that doesn't look so great. Then you're going to compare the pieces. Are there imbalances in the distribution of the pieces that come together? So I'm giving you all sorts of things that we throw into the soup in order to try to understand a given position. This one on this board I pulled up is an important position, and we're going to go through the next few moves, actually, because it's such a critical position for the tournament, and that's Wesley So against Vishwanathan Anand. This is coming from a Nimzo Indian that I actually play myself with black. It's the A3 variation where white forces black to take on C3, and he takes back. So at the moment, we have two secure kings. Well, this king is secure. This king is still in the middle of the board. If you ask about a lead in development, there are 3 pieces out for white, 3 pieces for black. That is 1, 2, and castles. So that counts as 3 moves, essentially. Black still has to get other pieces in the game, but so does white. So white's a little bit behind, but he has those 2 bishops. Particularly, the bishop got traded off. This one right here. So he has this bishop. Forget about the light square bishop, because those even out. But this bishop versus the knight, what factor will that play? What role will that play in the game? White also has a better center at the moment. He's got a secure pawn in the middle. He's looking to use that as space. White's main problem, however, is that he's not developed, and if he pushes this pawn, bishop takes on f1 will occur. So dynamically, there's just imbalances right now. White can argue that he's secure because the pawn structure is together, his king is not in any danger, material is even, but he has some space. He has space and is hoping that his lead in development, his lack of development and problems with developing will not feature in the game. That's all said, so you basically would argue maybe white's a little bit better in this position, but until he develops his pieces, you cannot be sure. Now let's take a look at the next couple of moves. Anand sharpens the game considerably with the move c5, challenging that center. Now he's attacking that central pawn formation and saying, I don't want you to just sit here and develop your pieces. I'm going to play a move like c5, but that does weaken his pawn structure. So all of a sudden we change the evaluation again. Maybe it's this weak pawn that's the most important thing. But then again, this b file opens, so maybe it's this weak pawn. So how does that feature into the position? Well, rook c1, he eyeballs the pawn. Queen b6. Wesley So had this exact position before Queen b6 in a couple of games, one game back in 2011 against Topalov, either 2010 or 2011. And Topalov played the move Queen to e7 here, much more solid move. Anand sharpens the battle considerably with Queen b6. Now we're getting into, I don't know how to evaluate this position because tactics are starting to reign. The pawn on b2 is hanging. And oh, by the way, what are you doing? Giving up your king safety as well. Now we've got severe imbalances going on in the position. His king is weakened. This queen is attacking already. White still has his king in the middle. You're not going to mate him because you only have one piece that can do anything. This knight can't show up. So what does white have here? Well, no attack on the king. There's no perpet. By the way, I want to show you a line. He could play queen check here. Black could respond with this move, and then queen check, seemingly winning this rook in the corner. Suddenly bishop to b7. This is where the tactics start to take over. I know, caller, you're thinking, I got to do all that? Yeah, at this level, that's what they do. GXF6, and now with a pawn hanging, he has to stop and defend this pawn with rook to c2. This position had been seen 3 times already, not at the highest level, but between very good players. Now we evaluate Black's king is exposed. Black's pawn structure has changed dramatically from that first position we analyzed. And also, the compensation is, he no longer has the 2 bishops. That's gone. He traded it in order to get this damaged pawn structure. He's still not developed yet. What will Black do to prove that he's donated the cause? He's donated his king. He's donated his pawn structure. But he's got a lead in development. What does he do to prove that this is the most important factor in the position, as the enduring features of the position, pawn structure and material and king safety, those are going to remain for a while. What does Black have? And I know, Yaz, you're a kind of guy who likes stable features in the position, although dynamic ones, of course, you are able to use quite well. But this one looks like maybe Anand, if he doesn't do something quick, and I mean quick, he could not, he could like kiss his chances of winning goodbye. Absolutely.
I think he's actually, I'm a big structure guy. I love playing against a weakened structure. Obviously, Vichy has a lot of pawn islands in his position, and definitely long-term big advantage, very, very big advantage for Wesley from just a structure perspective. So you're absolutely right that Vichy, to compensate for his very damaged structure, he's got to develop very quickly and get some kind of attack. He needs compensation right away. He can't just let White complete his development and then start exploiting his pawns. So Vichy, he obviously played for this position, so he has some very concrete idea in mind as to how he's going to drum up an attack. For the moment, Wesley's very happy. Sorry.
And of course, we're very proud of our international audience here at the Sinquefield Cup, and we have a caller from Iran. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, guys? My name's Ali. I'm calling from Iran.
Hello, Ali. Yes, you're coming in loud and clear.
Thank you very much indeed. May I first start by mentioning, as everyone has, how much of a big fan I am of all three of you, and thank you very much for the commentary. And we very much appreciate it, even though we are up till the early hours of the morning.
Thank you, Ali.
Okay, now my question and issue is a two-part question. First of all is about the tie-break system, and I'm not a big fan of it because I do believe that the point system should mention that, should somehow relate to the fact that aggressive chess is being involved. So why not change the point system? Like give 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss, like soccer. Because soccer used to have this problem, especially in England, maybe 30, 40 years ago when they gave 2 points for a win instead of now they give 3. And maybe we could do this in chess so that the points recognize the fact that a chess player is an attacking player. That's the first part.
Yes, well, first of all, that's a brilliant suggestion, and in fact, a number of tournaments recently have been trying the soccer system, and I remember actually it was Magnus Carlsen again who was involved in just such a tie because you're really rewarding playing for the win, and I agree if it's the idea of the organizers that they want to encourage gambling, risky play, then change the point system. I don't like the tie-breaking system myself because as a grandmaster, and you have a 400-year history of chess where the dream of the grandmaster is to play in a round-robin tournament, go through undefeated, and win first place with some nice wins and no losses. No losses. That's the dream. So Vichy and MVL in this tournament have been doing what for 400 years grandmasters have tried to do, which is to be invincible and not lose any games. And this tie-breaking system obviously is against that strategy. It's trying to encourage players like Levon and Magnus to take a lot of risks. Maurice,
I have a comment on it, but I think the caller had a second question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If the caller is still there.
Yes, I am still here. If I can mention the second issue.
Please.
Yeah, now my second issue is about the candidates tournament. Now, I'm always of the assumption that the best players have to get the chance to be able to play the world champion. And right now the system is such that maybe some players don't want to play because they want to keep the higher rating. Some players are losing their rating. And somehow this system seems a little flawed. I just want to know what's your idea about it. I don't want to see a candidate right now with a Vachier-Lagrave playing like this with that fantastic combination against Fabiano Caruana. So, as in, like, we would like to see that kind of chess in the candidates tournament as well, which should be the highest ranking and best tournament of the year right now. So, as in, like, the process in getting into the candidates seems to be a little flawed, and I wanted to know your take on that. So, if you allow me, I will actually hang up after that issue if you got the question.
Thank you, Ali. We do. Maurice.
All right, now back to his first question, and then I know you have a lot of opinions on the second one, Yaz. I'll let you have that one. But I'm intrigued. Let's first discuss this first question. Let's think about the math of this question, right? I applaud fighting chess at all costs. I mean, I wrote an article, as you know, many years ago on removing the draw from chess, at least the draw offer from chess, and it's more and more the trend is going that way with 30 move rules, and you have to repeat the position in order to take a draw, have a draw. I've always been against the draw offer that so many people abuse. Thankfully, we have fighting chess these days. But if you take this score, let's take exactly what the caller said for this tournament, which I think is a great system, the points system. But if we did that in this tournament, and Levon, let's say Levon draws, and MVL and Anand draws, and Karyakin doesn't win. So that leaves the three of them in a tie for first. That would mean that 3 points goes to Aronian for every win. So he has 3 wins. So that's 9. And then the 6 draws, he would get another 6 points. So that's 15.
5 draws.
Well, he has,
one loss.
Oh, yeah, it's 1 loss. Sorry. So that's 14. So that's 14. So then you take Anand and MVL. They have 2 wins each.
That's 6.
So that's 6. And they have 7 draws. So that's 7. So 6 and 7 is 13. So they'd lose immediately, right, to Aronian in that scenario anyway.
Exactly.
Right? Now, the thing is that is what would happen in that system based on this scoring without any tiebreak options for the players. Right? So that means that guys like Anand and MVL, they're just shut out. There's not even maybe we'll look at the tiebreak. The score tells you you are having no tiebreak. You don't exist. You just lost. And I think that that's probably the issue that I want to bring up is, doesn't the tiebreak at least introduce the possibility that these players can be involved in the argument at least? Because if you are not, for example, there would be a playoffs. According to Tony Rich, if MVL had defeated Anand on his way to his score, but was below Aronian, he would still have a playoffs, right? We can't have that two-way playoffs because MVL and Anand have the exact same score. But if somehow he had defeated Anand on the way to getting this number, then he would at least have the chance to play against Aronian. Right. And he'd have that same score, and he'd say, at least I play somebody. At least I'm in the playoffs, right? But by the other scenario, is it the Bilbao system, the 3 points for the win,
yes,
1 point for the loss, 1 point for the draw? In that scenario, you just don't even have a playoffs. We don't even see you. Right. So you can argue for these points that would give a clear winner based on 3 wins, a la the soccer model. But then the player who was like, well, wait, oh man, is there a way you could make a playoff scenario so I can be involved? So I think there's flaws in all the systems. It's not going to be perfect, particularly when you have draws. And draws are the main issue. I just don't think it's going to be perfect.
I think one quick comment about soccer scoring. I love the idea in theory in chess. I just think the problem is that, especially for players of this level, they also really care about the ratings. Mm-hmm. So unless you actually align the tournament scoring with the ratings, a lot of times they're just going to play based also on how their ratings are affected. So it just adds 2 scoring systems, and you actually have to. I saw some of those tournaments, like in London Classics, where you actually present 2 cross tables.
Right.
So even though
that's exactly what it was. Yes.
I love the idea in theory, but I think that with this separate performance based on rating, it's not going to have the effect you want unless you actually build it into the whole system.
Right. Well, the way I look at it, if you use the Bilbao or soccer system, actually our tiebreakers, in a certain way, is a Bilbao system. It's a big, big reward for
most wins.
For most wins or most losses.
And you were going to I guess we should go back into the game eventually, but maybe...
I was just going to take a very quick crack at the callers' questions regarding the World Championship. And there's basically 2 ideas you've got here. One idea is the world champion joins the fray. He just simply doesn't sit back for 2 years waiting for a challenger to emerge, but on the new cycle really starts at square one. And then you have a world championship, which is determined by a round robin. So don't call it a candidates tournament, call it a world championship. For example, like what Vichy won in Mexico City, where there were 8 players, double round robin, and that was the world championship. Bingo. The other idea is you want a world championship match. But historically, you've always seeded the reigning world champion in a world championship match, and then everybody scrambles to find a challenger, creating a very unfair situation where it's very, very good to be king. And I really think that the top players, including this man, Magnus Carlsen, has basically said the current system where I'm seated in the final is really unfair. It's unfair to me. It's unfair to everybody. It's unfair for a modern-day system. Let's create a system that we can all agree is fair to the would-be challengers as well as the top players in the world. And I think he's absolutely right, and we need to sit down in another time, in another place, for just such a good discussion about revamping the rules.
Well, thank you very much for your questions,
Ali, definitely.
From Iran. And speaking of Iran, we do actually have Dorsa Derekshani, who lives in St. Louis now. She's going to be attending SLU. Originally from Iran, she's an international master and a women's grandmaster, and she actually helped me out with the Spanish broadcast.
Oh, wonderful.
So there's a nice Iranian connection here at the Sinquefield Cup. But we do have Maurice with an update on So versus Anand, one of our key battles today.
Yes, and again, rich imbalances in this game as Wesley played rook c2, looking for a permanent, stable structure that allows him to exploit these horrific-looking pawns in Anand's position. But hold on, this guy did not become a 5-time world champion for no reason, and he's playing some deep chess right now. First of all, you would think that e3 was somehow curtailed by the fact that bishop takes f1 would cause some discomfort in white's castle position. So therefore, you want to leave that. You want to let that sit in the position for a while. Anand says, no, not at all. What I want is this pawn to feel the heat. So I'm going to start with the move c4 and give you the chance to play e3 with no problems whatsoever. e3 was indeed played in the game, and now bishop b5 testing this queen as it got cut off by the c4 move, highlighting one of the weaknesses of the move rook to c2. Queen to b4 was forced. Now he's threatening to take. He's also going to have an easy hiding place on the c3 square. Anand first prefaces everything with this move, rook to c8, the engine's very first choice. I'm starting to smell a rat. It feels like Anand is still in his preparation to be playing like this. Rook c8, very strong move. Although I said that, and now I look at the clock, and he's the one who's way behind on the clock. So maybe this is him at the board. Now, what's up with this move? First of all, rook c8 defends this pawn. You don't dare touch it. You touch it at your own peril because queen takes b4. Now your rook is hanging, but if you take the queen back, then check, and the other rook is gone, and Anand smiles and runs out of here happy with this win. So this is not a move that he can play, that is bishop takes on c4. So if I can go back to, I got so many variations in here, this position. There we go. Rook to c8. So the pawn cannot be touched. So that leaves him just developing his pieces, bishop to e2. But now some funky moves. Knight a6, bringing the knight to the side with the intention of bringing it to the c5 square. Now queen to c3. And now you continue with moves like bishop to a4. And suddenly this rook is under pressure. We talked about this pawn on b2 being under pressure. This knight's going to swing into the game. The rook's going to go on the b line. Game's starting to get interesting. Starting to look a little bit fun. That if Wesley has to figure this out after knight a6, he could also play a move like queen to d2, by the way. But again, bishop to a4 is an interesting idea, and he has to watch out. His rook has to drop back. Moves like rook b8 again. Will he be able to just consolidate his position, Wesley? So maybe so. It looks like all he needs is to castle, and then he'll be out of it. I'm sure Anand is going to look for a way to keep the position tense. As bishop e2 is now on the board, what can Anand do to keep some trickery alive? Because if the game, again, as we said, if it just peters out, solidifies where white castles, like white is a major threat, and that is castles. If white plays that move, all those ugly black pawns will be crying. They're going to be permanent in the position, and black will have to defend this weakened pawn structure for a long time. And I did say that Anand prepared this, but I'm looking at the clock, and it really doesn't feel that way anymore. It looks like maybe he did prepare it, and he's trying to remember his analysis, but he's used a lot of extra time getting to this position, as Wesley has basically more or less blitzed out his moves. He's only used about 5 minutes on his clock.
Thank you, Maurice.
And this game is so relevant. I mean, I think Wesley So is going to press. I don't think just because of the tournament standings he's going to hand Anand a draw. I mean, his position on the clock is good. His position is good. I think he's just going to play chess.
Oh, without question.
Yeah.
If he gets a larger advantage, I think he would really just like to get out of here, quite frankly. But on the other hand, if he gets a large advantage, well, why not play for the win?
Well, I thought that before the game, too.
Okay.
But now it's like kind of, it seems kind of imbalanced. Now I don't think there's any reason why you would just try to draw at this point.
No, and again, when it's a subplot, he's hemorrhaged a lot of rating points.
Exactly.
It's time to get 5 back, and if he can do it against Vichy, sorry to you, Vichy, but I'm in it for myself as well. I got to get my rating back.
And everybody cheering for a playoff. If Wesley were to win against Anand, it would actually double the chances of a playoff.
Absolutely.
But, you know, this game that is also very affected by this is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game against Nakamura.
Absolutely. And I, first of all, forgive me for saying this, but I absolutely love these types of trench warfare, strategic fights where tactics are at a minimum, because they're so clear and understandable. The players have reached this position where it's really a big fight over control of the d5 square. Jan just played the move knight d7. His knight on c5 wasn't as effective as this knight on b6. MVL backed up his knight with knight c3 to d5. There was a trade. Now again, it's so easy to understand it from White's perspective. White just wants to dominate the d5 square, put his bishop on c4, keep that pawn, that backward pawn on d6, and which keeps this bishop on e7 passive. A fight over the d5 square, again, bishop e6, bishop c4, queen c7, and I actually like this position for White. I think it's very, very clear position. He could put a bishop on d5. So, having said all of that, why is Black so attracted to this position? Well, this bishop on e7, which is passive, is not dead. And with ideas like bishop d8 and queen e7, Black will look to eliminate that knight on b6 and continue the fight for the battle over key central squares.
That's right, and that's why sometimes you see that knight on e3, and it's so easy to get to it at bishop g5.
Right.
But it's nice the way that Maxime is playing it. It's a little trickier for Jan to fight his way to equality. Now, note, you would never want to play bishop takes d5 yourself and just give White absolute control over the d5 square and leave you with the beautiful knight versus the bad bishop. Yes, Maxime said earlier in the tournament that he prefers bishops to knights, but he did not mean that bishop.
No, exactly.
That bishop's not one that he's going to call his own.
This is classical Smyslov versus Arnie Denker from the 1940s. White dominates and wins. But we have a phone call from Florida. Hello and welcome to our show.
Hello.
Hello.
You're on the line.
My name is Elias Barbosa from Florida.
Hi.
And I'm going to go straight to the question because you guys are awesome. You already know that. So the question is, let me give a quick introduction. I'm a 51-year-old chess player, and I recently played in a classical control tournament, and I lost to a 7-year-old kid in a very humiliating way. The game lasted for a couple hours, and it was a positional game, and I lost in a beautiful ending. So there's a saying that says, misery loves company. So I want to know from each one of you guys, what is the age of the youngest player you ever lost for? But there are two rules. First, I don't want you guys to say, hey, I lost a 6-year-old kid when I was 5. It has to be after you became an adult. The age of the youngest player, and also not in a blitz game, in a classical control game. So just give me all the juicy details, because I want to feel better about myself.
Exactly.
I'm going to shut up and wait for your answers.
Misery loves company. Okay, Jennifer. So you're a good player, and you played somebody much younger, a junior, and true confessions here. You were upset by a much younger player. Do you recall that happening?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, really?
I mean, especially, I lost, Irina crushed 3 years younger than me, but when I was 15 and she was 12, that was like a big difference.
Right.
And
so
I lost
you were
to
the
her.
favorite going into that game, and you felt it too.
Exactly. But I mean, sure, there's a bigger differential that I probably blocked out of memory.
Yeah, very cleverly
Definitely. No, I also played in one where there was a younger girl, Vanessa West. I think she's like more like 8 years younger than me, and I lost to her in the U.S. Championship.
Right.
That was back when the fields, I think, were combined men and women as well.
Okay.
So that one's coming to mind, but I can't recall losing to like a 6 or 7-year-old right now, except obviously in Simon. What about you?
Right. Well, in my case, unfortunately, I can't join the company. At least my memories blocked out all the Blatz stuff. Okay, I played in a lot of junior tournaments, junior championships and stuff. But, you know, you're losing to a Nick DeFermian or to a John Fedorowicz. We were pretty much the same ages. I can't really recall let's say, at the time I become a title player, an IM or GM, I mean to say, that I lost to somebody at 12
He
or
said
even
7? He said 7,
yeah,
right?
not even below 10. I've been pretty good at
He said
taking,
7-year-old, right? He lost to a
Yeah.
7-year-old? Okay,
Yeah.
but I just want to point out that
Yes.
there is a 7-year-old, Steve Owangsgo, rated 1900. Of course, there's Rachel Lee, who's almost,
there.
it was like 1700, I believe. And
Right.
there's also somebody who won the K3 championship, I believe, Dimitar Mardov. He's only 8 years old, and he's already almost 2,100.
Wow.
There's also Abhimanyu Mishra, who became the youngest expert in U.S. chess.
Wow.
At the age of 7, I'm pretty sure. So that should make you feel better. I mean,
Jaw-dropping.
these guys are serious players,
No
2,000
kidding.
plus. In the single digits.
That's phenomenal. Maurice, true confession time.
Yes. Well, you know, I haven't played serious tournament chess in a while, but I came out of semi-retirement in order to play in a tournament that was very important to me. It was the first Ronald Simpson Memorial Tournament. It was dedicated to my dear friend Ronald Simpson, who passed away at a young age, early 50s. From cancer, and it was very sad, and those great people in North Carolina put together a memorial tournament for him, asked if I would come down and be a part of it, and so I said, of course I would, and I was by far the highest rated player in the event, and proceeded to get spanked by a 14-year-old in my friend's tournament. So, thanks for that memory, caller. I really appreciate it, and I do believe that's, as an adult, as the youngest person I've ever lost to. So you can Google all the nasty details online. This game is a fascinating game you mentioned, and not really significant to our standings, but Fabiano Caruana came out the gate playing this wild opening line. White is a little ahead in development, particularly the king is castled, and there's a problem here with the E line. The bishop cannot the king couldn't just castle because the bishop was hanging. And you would think that maybe Peter Svidler would just develop some pieces. He said, no such luck. Time to sacrifice. Whoa. I'm opening up this pony and going after your king that's still stuck in the middle of the board. Of course, en passant is playable in this position, just takes en passant. Now this knight is hanging, so it's actually a sacrifice, but it's a temporary one after the move bishop to b2, because now you don't dare try to hold on to your pawn after rook takes, and you're being skewered all the way to your rook in the corner. So bishop to b2 definitely gets his pawn back. It's not a true sacrifice if you take en passant. Now, if you take with the queen, you're really asking for it. This file is open, but white can continue with knight takes, and then bishop takes. And you're starting to see white's pieces breathe, and black is thinking, I got to get out of dodge quick. Let me get out of the middle. But, of course, white's going to have tactical shots. Rook on the b file, bishop on b2, and also bishop c6 is on top if you put your queen in the wrong square, because this bishop will be hanging. So that's another problem there. Of course, we can also discard taking with a knight in this position, as this bishop becomes too much of a factor. In fact, the Hinge is already giving rook takes, king takes, and bishop a3 as a monster line, as this knight is suddenly pinned, will be attacked, king never will castle, and this is really all for white's choice. So b4 is landed on the board with a thud, and it looks as though Fabi did not expect this move, as he's been sitting here thinking for some time over this delicious little sacrifice, b4.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. And
By the way, I should point out, I'm sorry, Fabi, if he had won yesterday against Nakamura, it would have made all 5 boards in play. Absolutely. As he would be playing, and then the nightmarish scenarios would have continued as you've added him as a factor. So this game doesn't count because he did not win yesterday, as he just gifted a perpetual to Nakamura. But thankfully, it matters to us because it's such a beautiful game, and it looks like they're still playing serious chess.
Yeah, don't remind me of that. I would have loved to see Fabiano in the fray as one of our Olympic gold medalists that we're so proud of.
But if Fabi had one, Tony Rich would still be on the show explaining potential scenarios.
Right. But I like this move that Maxime just played against Jan, where he played. You were looking at bishop d5, so He decided to start with the queen to d3.
Always good. Development is good. Development is good.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that maybe he's anticipating this bishop d8 line and thinking if he can stick a rook on d1 fast enough, that could put some nice pressure on the d6 pawn.
Exactly.
So that's why he's starting with queen d3, leaving the option of playing bishop d5 open. Jan did choose your plan of bishop d8, and now it's Maxim's move, and
well, there's no question that Jan wants to eliminate or trade off that dark square bishop to alleviate the outpost on the d5 square, which begs a question. Let's just go back for a second, because Maurice really loves discussing and explaining giving up the bishop for the knight and what that means for the fight over control of squares. So we had this position, and the move knight c3 to d5 looks like a gorgeous move, and everybody would play it on first sight. But if we understand that white's idea is domination over the d5 square, that's all we want. All we want is to have a minor piece holding the d5 square versus this dark square bishop. Then way back here, a positional player might take a look at that and say, let me eliminate one of the defenders of the d5 square with knight takes c8, rook takes c8, and or queen takes c8, bishop g4, in order to eliminate the one other guy that could defend the d5 square. In this way, white is going to capture the knight on d5, knight on d7, I beg your pardon, and put his knight on d5 and get that, you know, what we want to see, the good knight on d5 versus the bishop on e7. So there might have been an opportunity earlier, not to say that black isn't without his own counter chances, but in this battle for ideas, these strategical fights for central squares, you've got to look at what pieces can defend the squares and what pieces can attack them. But I really like this position for MVL. At least I know from white's position that castles, connect the rook, put a minor piece on d5, or as you were just saying, Jen, double up, hit that pawn on d6 ASAP.
So how do you start? Let's try to defend this for black, because at first glance it looks so icky for black, right? But black does have his ideas. So what are we going to start with? Are we just going to castle to start with?
Okay, well, let's look at both. We'll see castles as well as a rook d1.
Yeah.
So after a move like castles,
just
let
queen
me make
e7.
Queen e7. And it's straightforward. Black's idea is going to be to eliminate this knight, right? So let's say you play knight d5. I'm not sure if this is bad. Now here, black isn't forced to give up his light square bishop. He can move his queen. But let's imagine that after knight d5 he does. Bishop takes d5. I don't know, queen takes or bishop takes. And now, at least in this position, Jan has some of his own counter-attacking ideas. First of all, he might even consider a move like b6 and rook takes and playing bishops of opposite color position with a pawn on a5. Or he might say, look, I want to play rook c8, and you've got a great bishop, kudos to you, but you've got a feather or two, but I've got some counterplay. I'm going to play rook c5, attack the a5 pawn.
So it looks like a bit better for white, but with just not a lot of weaknesses in black camp. So
exactly. I've seen a lot of Sveshnikovs where white gets a dominating light square bishop, but somehow black's dark square bishop, it may go to h6.
King h8 and f5 might occur.
Right. But, the dark square bishop, in this case, it might get lined up on the g1, a7 diagonal. There might be a line where the bishop comes to b6. So in these bishops of opposite color middle game positions, it very often comes down to whose king's position is safer.
So let's go back and try to play.
Let's try to improve for
more
white.
accurately. I mean, the thing is, I like the rook on a1 because it defends the pawn on a5. But if we want to try more sharply, we should check out rook to d1.
Right. Now, I think there's a little hiccup with the rook on d1, and that is the fact that the king has not yet been castled. What's the difference? The difference in this case is that black's queen might actually just come up and post on c5. If you capture on e6 and capture on e6, you don't have time to play the move knight d7, because previously you were castled. Here I've got both queen takes f2 check, as well as queen or even bishop takes, queen takes a5. So after the move rook d1, Also, I don't think you have the time to take on d6 because I got this shot. Bishop takes b6, and again, because f2 isn't defended, there are issues for white. So rook d1, queen c5, you can't capture, and once again, queen takes a5, and bishop takes b6. Black's right back in the game.
Right, so all this looks basically so this is all looking pretty decent for black then. Any other moves, Yaz, that you can see? Can we play?
Castles looks the most sensible, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, you had to suggest some perhaps?
Well, we could try your bishop d5 from earlier, but again,
if you were going to do that,
why not do it originally?
Right.
Exactly.
So castles, queen e7. Now this is where I played knight d5. Bishop takes e6. Let's just have a look-see on that. Bishop takes e6 means that you can't take on b6 because I've got the intermezzo. Bishop takes f7 with a check before I recapture your bishop. You play queen takes e6, knight d5 on golden, right?
Yeah.
So you're definitely taking with the pawn. This way, I keep the minor pieces on the board, but at least with the pawn on e6, black has now protected the d5 square, bishop c7, and I think white's a little bit better, but it's not as juicy as before when we had the outpost on d5. So Jan finding a way. Maurice.
Well, a huge development in the game with Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. You take a look at this position. When I looked at it, I said, if I'm white and I need to win, this is the kind of position you want to play. You don't have an edge necessarily, but it's rich. There are some imbalances in the black's pawn structure. Maybe you have nothing, but at least there's stuff on the board to play with. If you look at other positions, white's not taking any risk here. The position's solid, and you don't have to worry. You look at Anand's position, for example, and it looks like his game is starting to get a little bit shaky. He just played a move that I don't know is going to work out for him, but he's keeping the game sharp. But this one, white doesn't have to do anything. White just said, okay, let's play the position, see what happens next. I'm reminded of that critical match game where Garry Kasparov had to win in the last game of his match against Anatoly Karpov. Remind me of that match in Seville. And what did he do? He played knight f3. He played nice and solid behind the lines. He let the game come to him and then won in a fine fashion with proving the superior of knight over bishop in this fine game. Now, this one, Magnus is just playing. He's wanting to see what happens. Levon, on the other hand, knows Magnus is going to be testing him, move after move, and this game might take a long time. So he took a page out of Hikaru Nakamura's book. Let's get concrete. Let's try for something here. But look at how crazy these variations could suddenly get. And we're going to go back to bishop versus knight, Yaz, because we know it's the most important trade in all of chess. I know you argue with me on this one, but you see it time and time again to create imbalances. D5 right away, forcing move, pushing the knight back. All right, no problem. I'll drop back, says Magnus. And now a trade. Is it forced? Is it fantastic? Or will it turn out to be foolish? Well, the trade happened on C3. And now this is the position opening up the line for his rook. The Indians frown upon this trade, by the way. And now the move knight to C5. And now the Indians really start wondering, well, what's up with this move? Because white has the chance to suddenly play bishop takes knight, killing this knight, which is very active, hitting this pawn. Bishop takes. And now, with this knight gone, white can play the move queen to A4.
Right.
Now that you've played D5, it looked like an aggressive demonstration. I'm going forward. But we know every move has its drawbacks. No matter how good it is, there's always something about it that is a flaw in. This move no longer defends his pawn, so now we're attacking this knight, which is guarding the pawn, so you can't just have this position crack necessarily. Plus, where do you put your knight anyway? If you move queen e8 to defend the knight, then you suddenly have issues on this line. For example, a move like d4 could happen, so that if this happens, then suddenly e takes d5, and we see the exploited queen on that diagonal. So queen e8 looks flawed. You don't really know where you want to move the knight. Now, by the way, there's a pin here, so white is not just going to grab this pawn for no reason, but still, the attack is starting to brew, and he can also threaten to take with the rook, and those complications also flare up. Believe it or not, the Indians in this position give as best rook b2. I know you thought I was going to stop on b5, but rook b2 instead, daring white to take this piece, because suddenly comes the move bishop takes on f2, and if you take this piece, then suddenly rook takes on d2, and the tactics start flaring up yet again. After rook to b2, now white just needs to be solid, ultra support this pawn on f2 and get back to the business. All right, it's your knight and this pawn once again. But of course, in this position, now the rook is no longer in this line. So queen e8 could come in. But now we start challenging the pieces. And it's white who's starting to play around with black's pieces who still are forced to connect to defensive duties. Here, this rook is not really connected to this one here either. This is a visible sharpening of the game with the trade on c5 being the very first move, giving up a bishop for a knight. And once you create that imbalance, that's something that will endure in the game until the other side trades back or you get a chance to get rid of that bishop. But this game just got very, very rich. Levon looks calm. It's like, I got a good game. I don't mind. I got some chances. It's up to his opponent, Magnus Carlsen, who has given away some chances this tournament, to be sure. He actually said, I've given away more chances this tournament than I have all year.
Right.
Will he finally get his chance to get his revenge and win this game?
Thank you, Maurice. Fascinating, complex struggle going on there. Equally fascinating between MVL and Jan. We're going to take a break for a few minutes and come back to this championship round here from 2017 Sinquefield Cup. Great stuff.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where we have everything to play here, with half the field in contention for the 2017 Cup, including these two gentlemen you see right here, with Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. That game is absolutely crucial to our standings. And let's take a look, because it seems that Magnus is following some of that analysis.
Yes, indeed. Maurice called it before we went on break. Jennifer, we had just seen it at this point where the move knight c5 had been essayed by Levon. Bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen a4, hitting this knight on c6. And as Maurice was mentioning, be careful, because black's center is under a lot of pressure. But there was this move, rook b2, with that hidden combination of bishop takes f2 check on tap, followed by rook takes d2. As Maurice mentioned, what you have to do is just pull in your horns and play the move rook f1, defending the pawn on f2, asking black what's he going to do about his knight on e8. I believe the players have reached the point where Maurice was explaining that if black drops back, queen e8 to defend the knight, which in turn defends this pawn on e5. Now you got to evict this rook on b2 with the move rook b1, and white is for choice thanks to the fact that the pawn structure has become static. Maurice, over to you.
Yes, you talk about durable advantages and also the impermanent ones. And obviously, black had this nice little tactical threat hitting f2 that could be resolved very quickly, which he did in one move, rook to f1, just dealing with the threat on the f2 pawn. But it's the lasting advantages that white has that will be more and more a factor in this game. You look at this pawn formation, and he has the 3 pawn islands, one here, a group here, and a group here, but also the double pawns as well in addition to that. So you have a situation where, as far as white's concerned, he's got 2 pawn islands, the only one being this one on a5. Potentially there's some chances for him to lose it, but he doesn't care about that right now, because it's all about the pressure he's putting on the center. Now, black does have this bishop. It can attack f2, but if it doesn't attack f2, if that's the only pressure he's got in the game, then white's going to be okay. He just needs to get rid of this rook, clean up the problem. You know, it's like a fly buzzing around. Just get rid of it. Once you've got rid of this piece, it's going to be all about this pawn structure again, and white's going to go to work on that position, and it looks more and more like Magnus is going to slowly take control of this game, and Levon is settling in as he realizes that demonstration he had, that activity, d5, knight c5, oh, rook b2, it looks like I'm doing stuff. It's starting to look more and more like you've got nothing at all, and it's going to be all about your pawns.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, I'm forcibly reminded of the first Sinquefield Cup that Magnus won. And Magnus was white against Levon Aronian, and it was the same structure, Levon having the doubled e-pawns. That was his downfall later in that game. So is history going to be repeated? And again, our former winners, Jennifer.
That's right. We've got Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian trying to repeat and become the first player ever to win the Cup twice. A huge honor. And meanwhile, we've got Anand and Vachier-Lagrave, as well as that outside chance by Karyakin to be the 5th unique champion.
To snatch the cup and add their names to that illustrious list.
Well, with it looking like Levon is on the back end of his game, let's take a look at Maxim's game against Jan, because a few moves have occurred there.
Right. When we have left it, we left it with this queen d3, bishop d8 maneuver by Jan. Jan recognizing that his dark squared bishop is not a factor, and he wants to eliminate that formidable knight on b6. After bishop d8, c3 was played, I had been expecting queen e7 by Jan, and in case of knight d5, I had been the line I thought the way the game was going to go was something like this, but that did not happen. Instead, Jan played the move queen c6. That's a rather cagey move. Again, he simply wants to eliminate this knight with the move bishop takes b6, but putting the queen on c6 allowed MVL the opportunity to play bishop d5 with a tempo. You definitely don't want to capture that bishop, because then white is really for choice with a superior knight against the start
But
square
isn't
bishop.
that what we're getting to? Take a look at the next few moves that have come
Queen
in.
e8, dropping back again. He's threatening to take the knight. Bishop takes. Oh.
The pawn on
because
d6 is hanging, right?
Absolutely. The highly desirable f7 takes e6 is going to be met by queen takes d6, just snagging a very important pawn. Ooh. That means he is forced actually to recapture with the queen, and then white achieves his ideal with this great knight in the center of the board, knight d5.
And we're going to see a real strategic battle here with Maxime certainly being on top and, of course, with everything to play for. But we do have a special guest. We've got Alan Priest of the U.S. Chess Executive Board with Maurice.
Oh, wonderful.
As with everyone, he's got multiple hats. He's also the VP of Finance with the U.S. Chess Federation. Alan, welcome to the show.
Thanks very much, Maurice. I'm really happy to be here.
Tell us more about your position at the USCF.
Well, I have served 6 years on the executive board, and I just got reelected for another 3-year term. It'll be my last term because you're only allowed to do that for 3. I have been the VP Finance for the last 6 years, and then when we recast the board, I moved over into the vice president role for this next year. So it's been kind of an interesting journey. I've been involved with governance before that, a lot of it in the finance area, and we've made some really great strides in that area. I'm really pleased to say it's worked well.
Tell me more about that, how U.S. Chess is doing, not just at the elite levels, but at all levels.
Well, you know, we are unique in a way that we cover everything from very high-level professional players down to the kid who's still trying to figure out how the horsey moves. And our mission encompasses all of that. But to do any of it, you've got to have a good, strong financial base, and that's not always been the case with chess organizations. Back when we started this 6 years ago, we had net assets of almost zero, and then we promptly went negative as we figured out we weren't recording a couple of things quite correctly. This last year, we finished with net assets above $1.7 million and with $1 million in reserve. That sounds like a lot of money. It's only 4 months' worth of expenses, but it's a really good start. And now when we get the financial underpinning done, it gives us an opportunity to expand mission because we can do it from a position of strength.
How does what's happening here in St. Louis with the U.S. Championship, the resurgence of chess at the highest levels, plus all the scholastic programs, and the eyeballs that we're getting from all over the world on St. Louis affect chess in the United States?
Oh, it's a tremendous help. You know, this club has helped us in so many ways. They've taken on sponsorship of the U.S. Championship, and that's been wonderful. Just by itself, but the ability to do events like this, the ability to broadcast, the ability to get the word out, and of course, as helpful as that is, you know, the club here also is a pioneer in how we've developed programs that interact with kids at schools. You know, most of the kids who take up chess are never going to play at this level. It's just not going to happen. They don't have to do that for chess to make a complete difference in their lives. And as we've looked at what our mission needs to be, you know, we talk about empowering people one move at a time. You know, if we can teach a kid how to think a little more effectively, how to get out there and think about the consequences of a decision, we will change some lives around. And that's really what we're all about.
We are all about that. It's certainly a mission that we all share. Tell me, you're a chess player yourself?
Not a very good one at all.
You know, we all say that nowadays. What do you think about the action here at the Sinquefield Cup?
Oh, it's fun. You know, it's really fun when you get players at this level together because they are so close in talent and skill level that just anything can happen. And I think we've seen that happen so far. You know, and the play here is so far above my level, it's hard for me to follow. That's why the commentary that you guys do is so helpful. But I love to see it. You know, there's just such an artistry to the game played at this level that even somebody who is unskilled at the game like I am can appreciate. I'm a pretty good tournament director. I'm not that great of a player.
You're the enemy. No, I've certainly been in similar shoes myself. Who do you think is going to win?
Gosh, I don't know. Some of these games are interesting. You know, I'm not really sure. I'm not very well qualified to say that.
No, we always get a name. Somebody has to give a name. Doesn't matter. We already put our butts on the line. We need a name. Just throw one out there.
Let's see if one of the Americans can take it. I'd love to see. Is that a cop-out or what? You know, hey, I am in U.S. chess, right?
Always defending the honor of the United States, even when it's impossible. Thank you so much, Alan. We appreciate all the great work you do for U.S. Chess. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I like that. I like that patriotism.
Alan, a quick question for you. As you know, my favorite charity, of course, is the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. But I know that the USCF has the U.S. Chess Trust, which is a tax you can donate. People who want to help the USCF and want to see chess in the United States grow can donate and get a tax deduction to do that. Talk a little bit about the U.S. Chess Trust, if you could.
Yeah, the U.S. Chess Trust came out of U.S. Chess Federation, and it is a separate organization. It's a 501c3 educational and charitable organization. We work pretty closely with the Chess Trust, and we're very happy to have that relationship. You know, there's several, the board of trustees of that is made up of a number of former presidents of the U.S. Chess Federation, and they do some great stuff like helping not only with top players with the Sanford Fellowship, they also work with helping produce the Dinker Tournament of High School Champions, the Barber Tournament of Middle School Champions, and we're starting to see players from that now who are in their 20s, and some of those players who've played in those events are performing at the highest levels of chess for the United States. The other thing that they're doing is some stuff that probably never gets recognized very much, like paying for memberships in U.S. chess so that kids in Title I schools that have low levels of high levels of poverty, have an opportunity to get to play in rated chess events, and providing boards and sets into those schools. That's a mission that we share with them. U.S. Chess has changed its tax status from a 501c4 to a 501c3 in the last couple of years, and that maybe even more closely aligns our mission with the Chess Trust. But in fact, we gave them a special award this year. For many years, there's an award that we give in our awards ceremony for people who donate so much to chess, and the Sinquefields here in St. Louis have won that award multiple times. It's called the Koltanowski Award, and that went out this year to the Chess Trust in recognition of all the different ways that they've helped us with events, with memberships, with boards and sets. And folks can find them. They're online. You can contribute to them through our website. They have their own as well. I was privileged that when we were giving them the Koltanowski Award, I got to go over to their executive director, Al Lawrence, and hand him my own check to help support the opportunity of the Chess Trust.
Thank you so much for that, Alan, and thank you again for all the good work you do on behalf of chess in the United States.
Absolutely, and such an important point that the U.S. Chess Federation is also a 501c3 now. So if you want to make a tax-deductible donation to the Chess Federation, you can also do that now.
Directly as well.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
And as for the patriotism and rooting on the Americans, even when they can't actually win, I love it because you know what? We do have the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz after this. So
yes.
Maybe Alan was actually referring to that tournament.
Let's hope so.
Where Hikaru, Fabiano, and Wesley will all be back in the mix.
And being joined by a very special wild card of Garry Kasparov.
Oh, yes, exactly. And let's take a look at this game. So we were saying, man, this knight on d5 is a beast, and Maxime is just doing really great here, right?
In my view, it's a strategic win.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, after knight d5, f5 castles, rook c8, it's a fight of the bishop versus the knight, but it's not an equal fight. It's this knight on d8, this knight on d5, I beg your pardon, keeping a backward pawn on d6. And for those of you who know your classics, go look at it. It's a game between Vasily Smyslov and Arnold Denker, Arnie Denker, former U.S. champion, Vasily Smyslov, former world champion. And Denker won just a model game. And when I grew up as a kid, we would just stop and say, no, this is a strategic win for white.
That's that was your favorite. I think one of my favorites was Polgar over Anand with this beautiful knight on d5 where she had this like great combination at the end.
Really?
So
Yeah.
that combination of strategy and tactics. But there's so many good examples because the knight on d5 ends up leading to so many like great tactics as you pressure and pressure.
Yeah.
But we'll see. And meanwhile, White is good in this round because I also like Carl's position and So's position.
Exactly.
And Maurice has more on Magnus.
It's not just liking right now. This game has gone into its critical phase where White can simply go up a pawn. Well, I say simply because in chess, it's never so simple. Knight a7, he did not want to go passive. Did Levon Aronian. He wanted to make sure he stayed active in the game. But his knight has gone over into the wilderness on a7. It's intending to go back to greener pastures on b5 and then to c3. But hold on. What about your center pawn? And this is what Magnus is calculating now. He can play knight takes e5, and there are no funny business tactics. There's no sacrifices on f2 to concern yourself with. Well, maybe you might think about this move, rook takes, but unfortunately, knight takes, and there's just nothing. There's no discovery that matters. Well, we'll start with this one, rook takes, which just simply gets met by king to h1. Don't forget about mates happening on the back rank. Potentially a queen on e8 will lead to mate. There's no time to do anything here. So knight takes e5, hitting the queen primarily, and that's the most important thing, making sure there are no other tactics in the position. And now queen h6 is apparently the best move, which simply allows knight d to f3, and suddenly all the pawns are protected and no tactics for black, and black has to now play this piece back into the game. But in this position, the engines give the simple rook over to e1, giving this pawn back because of queen c6, and suddenly all these weakies are being attacked. You wonder if there are any tactics down here. This is going to be the issue, and Magnus is going to have to calculate this, because if Levon can get this position, he's going to be thinking, wait a minute, maybe I had some shots here. This is on c3, this is here. Maybe there's some checks in here. Maybe there's some hits. The computer is cold-bloodedly saying, you've got nothing. You've got zero. No way to organize anything in this position. But, of course, Magnus, with this big game on the line, he has to carefully look at this and weigh all the possibilities and wonder if his opponent doesn't have any counterplay. But according to the engines, at least, he can take on e5 and go up a pawn and be well on his way. There'll be some adventures, to be sure, but he'll be well on his way to winning this game and potentially creating a chance, at least, for him to get into a playoffs.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. Knight takes e5 is begging to be played. Obviously, this knight on d2, if you play knight takes e5 followed by knight on d2 to f3, essentially you're transferring this d2 knight to the e5 square, right? So how sweet it is, you bring up a little bit more cavalry to defend, and you're doing it all with tempo. And that's a very, very attractive option. Maurice was pointing out knight takes, queen h6, knight f3, knight b5, and Magnus might be thinking, okay, that's one nice idea. Can I nibble upon another way? When black gets the opportunity to play knight b5, it cuts out the white queen. And another move that players may find very attractive, I'm being one of them, of course, is queen d7, kapow, just dropping in black's camp the idea behind queen d7, just as in Maurice's variation queen c6 at the end of that line he was giving, is basically hit as many weakies as possible. You're threatening to capture on d5, you're threatening to capture on c7, pardon me, that would hit the bishop. So Magnus, unfortunately for him, he's got this great capture of the pawn, knight takes e5 to be considered, but also, greedily trying to bring his queen into the game with queen d7. Magnus looks really good in this game, and I'm wondering exactly what it is that Levon missed, because this has been very accurate, cold-blooded play by Magnus. That's giving him a big advantage. Yeah.
Seems like Magnus has lots of options here. You can also consider trying to remove that rook on b2 with rook b1.
Right, and
so
move Maurice pointed out before.
Exactly.
Yeah. Looking really good here for the world champion.
But I really liked Wesley So's position too last time I checked.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a big strategic edge in that game, but
and
let's
Maurice
take a
has
look.
it on
He's
his
got
board.
it. Yeah, after
And he was looking good. He was looking good. Remember we said if he castles, Black's going to have trouble because White's going to be solid. This pawn's going to become a victim. The potential pawn structure, the imbalance for Black, I mean, it's 4 separate pawn islands here. And White is just, the only weakness is this pawn on b2. And that's what Black is counting on. But even if you traded c4 for b2, if there's still stuff on the board, Black's still got a mess of pawns in the situation. So what is wrong with White's game? Basically nothing. a5, Anand looking for activity. Give Anand credit. He chose a line that's very sharp and give him some chances and really basically tell Wesley, try to win the game. Try to win. Don't just go for a draw. Wesley might have been trying to win anyway, but in this way, he forces the hand a little bit, creates some imbalances, and then goes around trying to defend, and then maybe he'll get some chances himself. Wesley right here, according to the engines, would have been best served moving his queen completely out of the action all the way back to e1, which is a very interesting move. Why put it here, not on d2? That's a fascinating nuance to be putting it all the way back here to clear yourself out of the way of this rook, giving the rook as many options as possible. Instead, he put it on c3, and now the engine's saying, well, this position looks good for Black after bishop a4, rook d2, and now king to g7. And this bishop just cuts into the heart of White's position. This knight is prepared to jump. Don't try to take this pawn. You might just lose a bishop. But right here, the engines are actually giving complete equality to Black in this position, which is very sharp still. Bishop a4 with an interesting move that Anand could play, followed by king g7, and it's just dynamic. And I think that's, of course, Anand would rather have his pawns intact, like take the pawn off of f6 and put it on g7 and take the same position. But it is what it is, and now they're in a rich fight. And I think that's all he could ask for because Wesley's problem this tournament has just been making these mistakes that are odd for him. And sometimes you get caught with mistake-itis. And maybe Anand can say, let's just keep playing, 40 moves, 50 moves. You've been making some small mistakes. Something's not quite right. Let's hope you do the same thing for me that you did for those other 4 guys. And if he gets that opportunity, Anand will pounce and try to win the game. Wesley has to be very strong at this moment not to make the errors that he's made so far in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. The problem I have with that move, queen c3, I like queen e1 a lot. The problem I have with the move queen c3 is you're no longer threatening to capture on c4. Yeah. Full stop and end of story. A moment ago, you had 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers of this pawn on c4. Clearly, White wants to capture the pawn. Queen e1 would have left the pawn with 3 attackers, and you might even follow it up with the move queen f1. The problem I have with the move queen c3 is it no longer contains any threats. He's basically saying this pawn on c4 is no longer a target. I understand the move bishop a4 to push the rook, but I really understand king g7 a whole lot better. And after the move king g7, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if you want to force me to play bishop a4 by playing a move like knight b4, I will. But then I do like Black position. I'm not surprised that after the move queen c3, the engine is evaluating it as triple zeros. Even though the structure is still quite weak for Black, he has a lot of dynamic play eyeballing that pawn on b2.
And so if you had to pick in this position, what do you think is going to happen? What's your prediction?
I think it's likely to be a draw, but this move queen c3 sure looks like a wobble to me.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, we have people coming in from all over the world for the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz that's coming up with Gary Kasparov. And we have a very special guest, John Urschel, who is an MIT math PhD. And some of you might know him better as a former NFL player. And he's going to explain to Maurice why he's here at the Chess Club.
Well, we've been talking about everyone having multiple jobs on this set. And another overachiever joins us, John Urschel, who played professional football as an NFL lineman for the Baltimore Ravens before retiring at the young age of 26. But also a Canadian mathematician pursuing his PhD in mathematics at MIT. Welcome to the show, John. First of all, tell us the reason why you decided to retire from the NFL.
It felt like time for me. I was really excited about things that were coming forward with mathematics. I'm loving the things I'm doing at MIT. I love my colleagues, and I'm really looking forward to this second career.
You love chess. You're passionate about chess. Tell us how you got started.
I really started playing chess in college. One of my best friends started playing during training camp. So we would start playing, after we'd, be hitting all day.
So it wasn't a math friend, it was a football friend.
Yeah, it was a football friend. And I really got into it, and I've fallen in love with it ever since. And it's something that's, it's my favorite hobby.
How does it relate to mathematics? So that connection, we know math and chess really go together. How does that relate? It's coming from a guy who's working on his PhD.
No, I think there's certainly something there, just being able to reason quantitatively well. I think it certainly helps in chess. And one of the amazing things about chess is there is that analytic nature to it, but there's also that competitive nature to it. So it's somewhat of a mix between math and football in some respects.
Tell me about that, because we know NFL linemen, you're in the trenches.
Right.
And it's tough. You've got to have the highest level of focus, concentration, intensity, determination.
Of course.
And on chess, of course, we say the same thing. People ask if chess is a sport. We say, of course it is. What are you talking about?
Obviously. I mean, that sort of razor-sharp focus you need in football, every single play, or in chess, every single move you make. One little slip-up, and it could, ruin your day. And it's just really great for me to be able to combine, challenging myself mentally like I do in math, but really feeling that competitive aspect. Like in football.
I need some secrets. We want some secrets. Was there anything you guys did, particularly on the psychological side, in football training that could benefit us as chess players?
Let me think. I think one of the biggest things is preparation calms nerves. Preparation calms nerves. You'll feel excited before a game. You start getting jacked up. But all that preparation throughout the week is what helps you know when you're in that locker room before the game starts, you're ready, and you're going to go do what you need to do.
A lot of people ask us about that. I remember a kid called in and said, what do I do about being nervous? They're scared before a game. Well, you guys, you just mentioned it, you guys are nervous before games as well.
No, of course. I mean, if you don't, feel some butterflies before the game, then you're not in the right profession. It's that sort of deal. No one ever in football, goes into the locker room before the game and is just, hanging out, ready to go.
Right, totally calm. Well, tell us about mathematics now. What are the kind of things that you're working on?
Right now, I'm a PhD student at MIT in mathematics. I do a lot of work in machine learning, and I'm more on the theoretical computer science side.
That sounds like fun. That's totally different from your other career, but how do you manage to combine these two things as a twin passion in your life? You've been working on your degree for a while.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is I find the things I love in life, and I go do them. And even if these things speak to different parts of me or different sides of me, I don't try to ignore things I enjoy and things I want to do. You only have one life, and I think you should spend it doing the things you want to do when you want to do them.
Well, those are indeed wise words, and we'll continue to follow your great career as you go into different ventures. Thank you so much for joining us. And you have a prediction of who's going to win the Sinquefield Cup?
I think the smart money's going with Magnus.
That was my pick. Well, it's still a long way to go.
True.
John Urschel, retired NFL lineman and mathematician. Keep up the great work. You inspire all of us.
Thanks for having me.
John, just a quick question. You ever feel physically intimidated at the chessboard?
Not yet. I mean, maybe if we get on the board against each other, I might get a little scared, but not as of yet.
I doubt it.
Just checking.
Powerful.
Just checking. Thank you, John. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to St. Louis.
And you can also find a lot of videos with John over at chess.com. He's often featured on Amateur Hour at chess.com. And it seems like he's going to be joining us more in chess these days, and it's just wonderful to see. Also like to congratulate him. He's expecting his first child in December.
Oh, very nice. Congratulations indeed.
And I like his prediction about Magnus, but at the same time, Maxine's position is so good. Magnus can't win. Magnus literally can't win. if Maxime wins this better knight versus horse bishop.
Of course.
So that's huge. So let's take a look at that again and see how bad is it. Is there any fighting chances for Jan? How does he?
Okay, again, you know, the classical guys would say, okay, this position's just terrible for black. The game's over. White is, you know, huge for choice. The problem is that the computers have had an incredible impact on chess and proving that positions that we had discounted, you can't play like this, these are just bad positions. The computer is saying, hey, wait a minute, actually there are some hidden resources that you haven't looked at previously, and the computers are showing and have shown that positions that we thought were bad, that classicists would just dismiss, are actually okay. Jan's last move was just the move King H8, and basically saying to White, okay, you know, you've got this great knight on d5, but I need a concrete plan. I want to see very, very concretely how you're going to improve your position. Now, the easiest way to improve the position, you go c4, b4, rover, rook up, rook a3 to f3, and you just take over the game. Resigns, exactly. So White wants to play the move c4, which cements his knight. And then he did play c4. Okay, that cements the knight on that pretty nice square. Then this bishop on d8 is actually angling against this a5 pawn. So a b2, b4 is on tap. But it's really about this rook coming over, and you can't just win the game by looking at and staring at the d5 knight. You've got to do something very, very concretely. As I recall, what Smyslov did is he actually prepared an f2, f4 break against Arnie Denker to win that game that I keep recalling. Just for my own edification, Maurice, how does a chess engine evaluate a position I consider you can't play? It's just bad. But the chess engine probably says White's a smidge better?
Oh, no. Much better.
Oh, it does?
Much better. Virtually a pawn up already in this position. I mean, the optics tell you the light square domination, as you mentioned, the superior minor piece. The knight is dominating the bishop. The bishop will not have any real healthy squares to go to. In this position, actually, the engine is giving bishop h4, just randomly attacking a pawn, and the engines give the cold-blooded rook f1, not even g3, keeping the entire rank open for that rook and saying, you have no energy at all in your position. Your dark squares are horrible. Your light squares are horrible. Everything's bad about your pawn formation. This is so much better for White. It's not even funny. This is the kind of classical position, as you mentioned, Yaz, that Smyslov would play, Karpov would play, Petrosian would play, Magnus Carlsen would, Kramnik, and all those guys you look and say, this is done. These guys are going to squeeze you to death because you have no counterplay at all. And it's this exactly what's happening now. Now, will MVL be able to carry out that kind of technical task? Remember, in this tournament, he had a position against Peter Svidler that he should have won, and he let Peter get a crazy tactic with d5 and get a perpet when he was completely dominant, already up a pawn, I believe, in that position. So he can let you off. There are guys who never let you breathe once they have you by the throat. Never. But MVL showed a little bit of uncertainty in that position. He was disgusted at himself. Again, if he had won that game, the tournament's virtually over.
Right.
So we will see if he's able to clean that up and do the deed in this game right now. Looks like he just has a great position. There goes bishop h4. Play quickly like he's getting counterplay, but rook f1, as we said, soaks it all up. Don't give him g3 and make him hope. Just keep it all shut down. And then that rook on a3 is going to be a monster when it gets introduced into the game.
Which begs the question, if the chess engines are actually in agreement, which is really shocking to me. I would have thought that the chess engines would somehow say, you know, black's bishop isn't so bad. What on earth attracted Jan to this position? Because it seemed to me that after the decision of bishop e2 was played in the opening, Jan kind of went pretty quickly into this line. I mean, for sure it's in his preparation, right? Bishop e2, of course, I mean.
And Magnus's treatment with this line was then countered by MVL's h6. Instead of allowing bishop h5 way back in the opening, I should have mentioned right here, in the blitz game that they played, right in this position, MVL, after losing to Magnus the first time in the rapid game, played played 8-6 and said, I'm not giving you bishop g5 at all so that you don't remove this particular piece from the board, which is guarding the d5 square. Now, of course, Jan knew this move, but he did not play it. He went straight for that bishop g5 line, which looks like maybe it's causing some trouble for him right now.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. And Jennifer, we have our feature that we enjoy so much.
That's right. We've got
Before we do that, big news. Magnus did take the pawn on e5. He did capture on e5. Queen a6 has been played. Magnus is going for it. So don't go away. It's getting good.
Yeah,
right.
so keep that bias on, Maxime, because Magnus is looking out for you. But we do have Christian Carrillo with the Count's Corner.
Thanks, guys. And I do want to continue on the same storyline as you, the game between MVL and Nepomniachtchi, which I think is going to be crucial for the final standings. My prediction already, I think MVL is going to win this game and he's going to win the tournament. But let's look at some of the decisions throughout this game. Bishop to d5 was played, a very, very good move. If you would have taken on e6 first, the problem is f takes e6 would have came on the board. The pawn on d6 is protected. Now you no longer have the square d5 for your knight. So black is perfectly fine. Bishop d5, a very, very nice move. Queen to e8, bishop takes e6. And right now black had to make a decision. He could have taken the knight on d6 and forced the entrance into an opposite color bishop's position. But the problem is we still have the heavy pieces on the board. So we know who has the initiative, and the difference between the bishop is crucial. The light square bishop is very, very powerful in this position. The dark square bishop is not very powerful. It doesn't have a lot of targets. I'm going to be able to focus my attention by lifting the rooks on the third rank, potentially on the pawn on f7, or after I put my bishop on d5, on the pawn on b7. Your bishop is not going to have any sort of targets. You have to play the move bishop c5, b4, bishop to a7. Now white has to be very careful. He cannot take on d6. Rook d8 would have came on the board. Queen c7, rook d7. The queen is trapped. So obviously I am not going to take that pawn. I'm going to play a move such as bishop d5, castle, and white is going to have a very, very stable advantage for the rest of the game. Nepomniachtchi decided to keep the knight on b6. He took back on e6 with the queen. Knight to d5 was played. f5, he's trying to get some sort of counterattack on the king side. The problem is, once again, this bishop is completely paralyzed. He's not doing anything. The knight on d5 is controlling it very, very nicely. Castle was played, rook to c8, rook fd1, and another moment, another critical moment, another decision by black. He took the pawn on e4. Queen takes e4, opening up the f-file. Once again, he's trying to get some counter chances, potentially on the f-file. The problem is the bishop cannot go to a7. The bishop will have to stay around the defense of the pawn on d6. Queen to f5, queen to e2, very powerful move. You don't want to exchange the queens, because after rook takes f5, the king is going to be free to come to the center. King f7, king e6, and black will probably be able to make a draw. Instead of that, queen to e2 was played, and we have a few more moves on the board. White is going to try to expand on the queen side, try to create another weakness, potentially b4, c4, b5. He also has the flexibility of transferring the rooks on the third rank, rook a3, rook f3, maybe even put a pawn on f3. White is definitely better. His knight on d5 is majestic, and I think he's going to win this game and the cup
as well. Thank you, Christian. Well, I mean, there you have it. I mean, a very nice position for MVL, and Christian doing a great job at putting in perspective for us. Maurice, over to you.
Well, a game that doesn't have much significance to the standings may end up winning the Brilliancy Prize. This game right now is just an amazing position between Peter Svidler and Fabiano Caruana, and the opening by itself was already super funky. That was crazy enough, but check out the variations that could now happen, as it looks like Caruana has made a move that he will regret. B4 was played by Svidler, takes bishop b2, queen back to d8, queen takes, and after bishop to e6, this move not really endorsed by the engines, but still in there with the fight, knight to e2, and now the engines give castle. I mean, if you want to do anything in this position, you want to castle, right? First of all, if you castle, you cannot touch your pawn on b7 because all of a sudden knight a5, and the queen is nailed. Queen to b5 runs into bishop to d7, and you start looking around for squares to put your queen, and you find out there are none. You start crying, and the game's over. All right, that's not possible. So castles was a reasonable choice, although it also involved him having to drop his bishop back to c8, which he may not have wanted to do. Instead, he played the move bishop to b4. Now, this pin on this line is significant, but at least you get a tempo on the knight. You protect your b-pawn, and you get ready to castle out of the middle of the board. Well, Peter Svidler, no doubt, is looking at, you want to take this knight? It's one of those, I'll give you what you want if you give me what I want with the move, bishop to b4, the move knight to f4. Knight to f4 ignores this knight on d2 and hammers at this bishop on e6. What happens if you take this knight? Knight takes e6, f takes e6, rook takes with check. The king looks very weak where it is. King moves to f7. Bishop takes on f6. And after pawn takes on f6, suddenly the nasty rook back to d2. Also, bishop d5 is in the position with the threat of bishop takes on d5. Don't move your bishop away because there's another threat. Queen takes b7 check. Knight back to e7. Bishop takes d5 anyway. You're not defending this piece because of the pin. Your queen doesn't want to leave because of rook takes, followed by your queen. Your king has to run out of there. Give me the rook in the corner, and he just gobbled everything up, did white. Complete decimation in this line. After this move, knight to f4, it's big trouble for black. If he castles in this position, well, let's just sack a rook. Hello. Now if you take that, he's going to take and fork your pieces and keep it going, keep the gorging going. But if you decide instead, okay, I'll just bail out and take this knight, no such luck. Rook takes on f6, another rook sack. Pawn takes in this position, and now knight takes on d5. f6 is falling rapidly, and the whole position is collapsed. Don't think you're going to save it with bishop to h5 because of simply h4. And white is crawling all over black right now. Fabiano Caruana in big trouble if he finds the move, knight to f4, and it seems like that's what he's focused on, is Peter Svidler. Remember yesterday he had a chance to play that move against Aronian, and he didn't go for it, but if he wants to finally get that win, he hasn't won a game this tournament, knight f4 is the way to go about it.
And I'm sure Peter's going to play it. I mean, he's had, as he's put it, not the best of tournaments, but round 8 was fun. He described that as a fun game. Knight f4, yeah, you bet. That's a fun move. And why not? I mean, he's playing, going into the tournament, Fabi was the #2 player in the world. You always play your best when you're playing against the world's best. And knight f4 produces the kind of tactics that Peter revels in. And I'm quite certain that that's what he's calculating, and that's what he will play.
Meanwhile, Jan has Maxime played g3, bishop g5 on the board. So you didn't like that move g3 as much, but white's still very good.
Oh yes, actually, truthfully, it was g3 was the human move. It was rook f1 that was the engine move. I understood it immediately when you play the move rook f1. The whole idea is this pawn on g2 actually protects the f3 square, so that means that when the rook does land on f3, you're just not going to be able to trade. And I actually liked the move g3. I didn't see anything that was, quote, wrong with it. Nothing, indeed, was wrong with it. And after bishop g5, I liked that white would play king g2 and rook a3.
But actually, Maxime played rook a3 to start.
Well, rook a3
Perhaps
to
also
start.
seeing that, rook b3 is a possible tickle that he can insert.
Also, rook b3 hits the f7 pawn. But
and
now
thinks about playing rook b6 as well.
Right, but now when you think about it, if the pawn was back on the g2 square, it's nice to have the third rank completely open, because with the third rank completely open and there's a rook on f1, there's ideas of rook h3 and rook g3. And actually, yeah, the pawn on g2 is a much better square than it is on G3. Even having said all of that, Jan is going to be, really, really hard pressed to save this game. Maybe he's going to end up having to play a move like E5, E4 in the near future, even at the cost of the pawn to try to mix it up.
Suffering for sure, though.
Suffering for sure.
And he's playing obviously for his final result, but really the big thing at stake in this game is it completely blows open the tournament if Jan does achieve a draw here. Whereas if Maxime wins, right now with the positions we have on the board, it seems likely that he'll just be the outright winner.
Right. For that not to happen, Levon would have to win what appears to be a very bad game, and Vichy would have to win.
Where the queens just came off the board, and
right.
I don't.
Let's take a look at the game of Magnus and Levon. Over to you, Maurice.
Now, we had this line that was given by the engines. Of course, it was also strategically consistent, but given by the engines, and Magnus has played every single move. I know there was a study done, or I'm not quite sure the word study is the right word, but someone went about looking to see who was the most accurate player of all time. Right. And they decided to make a comparison between the engine moves and the players of the past, Kasparov, Fischer, and of course they included the player of the present, Magnus Carlsen. Who was the most accurate player by engine moves, by engine suggestions? The most accurate ever? Magnus Carlsen proved to be his moves were most correct by engine standards, that he consistently followed the engine's top choice with his moves. You think he's a kid of the computer generation? Yeah, he sure is. And in this position, we can go back on generalized principles to discuss the idea of trading and when it has value. And this trade is the one I think Levon is going to regret, making this trade and then carrying out this move, knight c5, as he tried to be aggressive, as he tried to create dynamic chances, which is what we normally think we try to do in chess, except when you're playing against geniuses like Magnus, who understood that that trade was very good for him, as he created dynamic chances here with queen to a4, rook down to b2, and then this kind of move. Now, remember, as you talked about the knight switching positions, this rook moved over to e1, to f1, leaving the square e1 for the rook. How is that going to have value? Well, after knight a7, he took this pawn, and there we saw this knight that was on d2 jump to e5. And I like the way you put that. And now he played knight to b5, and now this rook goes over to e1. And the pieces are just trading spots, harmonizing themselves nicely, holistically, giving him back his pawn. Remember, when you're up material, the main thing to remember is your opponent's trying to get it back, but they might have to put their pieces out of position or allow you to enter into their position. So don't be greedy. Don't just say, I got a pawn, I got to keep it no matter what. Oh, no, no, no. Let them get their pawn back as long as you get dynamic shots. This move is going to come as a surprise to Aronian, because after knight takes, suddenly queen c6 lands on the board, and all of these, everything, the queen's attacking this pawn, this one, this bishop, putting pressure on this pawn, because if this knight moves, this is going to hang, putting pressure on this pawn, because if this queen moves, that's going to hang, and also putting pressure on the knight. What can one queen do? What more can one queen do? That's, I count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things it's eyeballing in one big thud on the c6 square. You don't want to touch that pawn if you're Levon, but if you don't, then you just walked into a position where you thought you had some chances, mixing it up, forcing the guy to defend, and Magnus just said, oh no, oh no. Remember, I have a pawn. You can have yours back. I won the position, baby.
Exactly. Well, that's a very good way. Queen lands on c6 with a monstrous thud because it hits all of those points in Black's camp, and Levon really at hard work studying and looking, how is he going to save this position? How is he generating counterplay? All of White's pieces on the king side, the two rooks on e1, f1, covering the key squares, as well as the two knights on f3 and e5. That looks like a formidable defensive barrier. And then White's queen is the single piece that's not in the game. Knight takes c3, queen c6. Suddenly, the queen is in the game with a big, big splash. This looks, well, dare I say it once again, maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself, but this looks really bad. for Levon, and maybe it's just simply a cold stone win at this point for Magnus, because if this, unless Black gets some, gorgeous looking attack, some sacrifice on F2, he's got nothing. He's a pawn down, and it's going to get worse and worse very, very quickly as soon as the queen lands on c6. So I'm seeing some big results in must-win games. Magnus for sure. MVL at the moment.
He just played the move h4 after rook to e8, as you mentioned. Black might try to play for e4 here.
There's no choice in the position. You really do have to play for e4
Rook
because
e8 also opens the bishop to go to the d8 square, which is a kind of useful feature, though. So Jan is kind of struggling here. He's coming up with some ideas because remember, we are trying to get our rook to a more active square. We mentioned b3 or potentially f3. If we have our king on g2, but now at least that bishop's going to be holding down the pawn on a5.
Right, in a sense, you kind of, the bishop sally to h4 has allowed the rook on c8 to more or less swing into the center and the king side. Having said all of that, let's just imagine white does play the move king g2, not necessarily with the idea of rook f3, but certainly keeping the queen at bay. And if you do play a move like e4, well, this rook will... there's something to be said for rook b3, but I just simply like swinging it across to the e3 square, and you just keep piling up. Don't forget this knight, which it's not exactly carved in stone. It's on a great square, but it could easily be released once you play b4. I should play, yes, of course I should start with b4. Yes, of course I should start with b4. Rook e3. Knight c3, you may just scoop up that pawn and challenge Black to show any compensation here.
I mean, I'd be trying to get my bishop to a7 desperately. Like, that would be the one potential plan, because our bishop on d8 is really so terrible. So I'd just be waiting for the moment for you to move your knight away and then try to get it over to the other side of the board, maybe with b6 or bishop c7, b8 to a7. That's three moves.
Lots
That's a
for
big
that,
three
maybe.
moves.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that I think MBL's in cruise control, that he's got a big, big strategic advantage.
And it looks like he needs it, because I don't think a draw is going to do it, Yaz. I mean,
no.
Magnus's position looks great, and then meanwhile, it doesn't look like Anand is going to.
I was about to say, let's take a look at Vichy's game. We haven't checked in. He was actually on the back foot a bit there against Wesley.
Exactly. I liked Wesley's position, but now with the queen trade materializing, that's got to benefit Vichy, and because of course his king safety is no longer a big issue like it could have been a few moves ago.
Well, let's see. So we had it at this moment. The engine's move was bishop a4, and there were tactical justifications, tactical reasons for that. Bishop a4, rook d2. The engine wanted to kind of boot that rook from c2. I like the simple king g7, just asking white, now that you're no longer attacking the pawn on c4, what are you going to do? Wesley said, oh, I'm going to trade. And Vichy said, well, that's fine. Go ahead and take my pawn on c4. I'll trade everything on c4 that I can, and I'll finish with rook takes b2, and I'll be perfectly fine. King f1 was played by Wesley, knight e5, king e1, and the players have reached this position. One of the things I think that Black has to avoid is you don't want to get in a position where White gets in the move f4, driving your knight to the d3 square. There's a lot of trade. White would love to take all four rooks off the board. If White could take all four rooks off the board, then king d2, king c3, that pawn on c4 would be really, really tender. So I think at this position, after the move king e1, Vichy is okay. You just got to avoid any of those sample lines where all the rooks come off the board.
Yes, and it seems like...
But not real winning chances at this moment for Vichy.
No.
Indian fans will have to hope that Wesley actually makes a big mistake is strong, but a mistake to allow the five-time champion into the winning scene.
Exactly. It's going to be very difficult for Vichy Anand to win this tournament right now. That's how it's looking. And we've got Peter Svidler in the confessional.
Oh, wow. Okay.
the fact that I couldn't make bishop before knight f4, bishop takes d2, knight takes e6 work is absolutely soul-destroying. And that's before the machine tells me how it was working after the game. I'm really, really looking forward to that bit. Life is hard.
Oh, wow. I know the feeling, Maurice. Ouchie, ouchie. What has he missed?
Well, I don't know exactly which variation he missed, but we did see one line for the king, and there was so much more there, too. And his instincts were screaming at him and saying knight f4 should be played absolutely, but he couldn't make all the lines work. So I wondered what was the difficult one for him here. Knight f4, bishop d2, knight e6, fe6, rook takes e6. This one, we can see after bishop takes f6 that white has so much juicy stuff that he's going to play this line, even if he could only play bishop takes d5, even if we saw rook to e2. But Peter, looking at this position, about to take on b7, the discos coming around everywhere, this one he would have said, nah, I can calculate this, no problem. But the one that may have been tricky for him, and indeed is a tricky line, is this one, king to d7, and now in this position to take on f6, first, giving up your bishop, and second, playing the move, well, no, this line is actually no problem because you're taking on d5, and after king c8, you just sack on c6, and then it's brutal. So that's not the line I wanted to look at. The line I'm looking at is after rook e6, king to d7. King to d7, I'm actually not finding any difficult line. I have a line here, guys. I'm sure I have it.
I thought it was king f8, maybe.
No, it was bishop to h3 was the line. Bishop h3 with this move. But it looks like bishop f6 also works. So that's actually too simple. The reason I'm bringing this line into consideration is after this move, the amazing rook b1. So it's a choice of wins, actually. But the bishop f6 line is so easy. There's no reason to go for this. This is an absolute gorgeous brilliancy because now you're threatening to move the bishop and take on b7 with mate, and it's very hard to defend the position. Remember, he's only given up a piece. He's given up one piece. Yes, a knight, bishop. He's given up one piece for this position. Rook a7 is met by the stupendous rook takes on c6. You can't take with the pawn because bishop e5, and you have to throw your queen in the way, and you're still going to get mated in this line, as your king has nowhere to go. And if we go back one move after rook c6, king takes on c6. Now queen to c2. The king is just trapped. So it's just walking a fine line with this move. And then suddenly this move, bishop d4, threatening the rook and also threatening queen c5, mate in one move. This, of course, like I said, you don't even need this line because you could take on f6 as well. The computer is toying with the black king right now. So I'm befuddled because the bishop f6 possibility means that there must have been something else he missed, and I can't guess at what that is, but he admits that that was the line he was looking at, knight f4, so maybe another variation that he just found too complicated, but what would it be, Yas?
How about rook takes e6 check? King f7 is obviously walking into those bishop d5 shots. Maybe he couldn't find a kill after king f8? How about king? That's like the only move we haven't looked at. So maybe Peter had a problem winning against this move.
This is also losing, but I agree. This kind of line does look tricky because the winning move is queen takes on b7, and in this position, black's position is clearly he's down a rook. You can take this off the board. We'll put it over here somewhere. Because he's down that piece. Although, in fact, he's up a piece, you count, but it's 2 pawns. He's 2 pawns for the piece. A horrible king.
Continue the line rook b8.
Rook to b8. Well, aren't you allowing this line? Okay, I won't play bishop a3. Bishop a3 is one move, but queen takes on c6. Rook takes, and rook to d6. And
is this completely convincing? I mean, it looks very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's
coming down. Yes, it's coming down to this piece. It's all
the rook on
being generated, but it's this. This piece is what it's coming down to. The king's exposed in this piece. Where do you put your queen for starters in this position?
Without allowing rook f6. I have to put it on e7.
Right, so rook f6 is killer, so you have to put it on e7. And the attack continues. Bishop takes d5. He's acting like nothing's going on except just going to keep eating stuff. It's a piece now for 3 pawns. right?
Right.
So its material is even.
And bishop e1.
Well, bishop here, you have to worry about this coming in, knight back to e8,
right.
rook to e6.
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2, we just move our king.
Yeah, no, this
and
looks
this
like
rook is
the
coming
win.
in. I mean,
yeah.
it's this piece. It's
Right.
just this piece. If you can't solve that problem, you're down a rook.
Right.
And you have to believe in that. I remember, again, Ronald Simpson's name came up on the show earlier. I'm reminded again of my dear friend, late friend. That's the most vivid thing I remember him teaching me. He used to love to sacrifice pieces. Just used to love sack in a minute. And you said, well, what are you doing? He said, but you're down a rook. And he said, what are you talking about? I'm down a rook. I got more pieces on the board. And he'd go, that doesn't count. Like, don't add that in. That doesn't count at all. And then he'd say, I got more stuff than you do because your piece is not working. And he just had that great flair for the attack and understanding the equation of the chessboard. The pieces aren't working. They don't count. They're just sitting there. And that's what's happening here. This rook is just not in the game. And White's energy just continues unabated, as all these demonstrations can't lead anywhere because they're not organized. They're just throwing stuff at the White king. So this kind of line, though, I admit, this is definitely one of those where you might say, I don't know if I'm winning that position. Is that clear? But I don't think he was losing that position. Even when he was picking up 2 pawns for the piece, I don't think there was any fear if you got to play a move like king f8. You know, Peter, in his finest form, winning those 7, and he reminds us it's 7 Russian titles, would boldly venture forward and play moves like knight f4. That's the kind of player he is. But he's been a little bit off this tournament, and he's not playing the fun moves.
Well, as he confessed, and freely so, it's killing him, his soulful playfulness, that he couldn't play the move knight f4 because he missed a key variation. And I was just trying to guess what it might have been with the move king f8, because all of those combinations that the engine's been finding have been pretty convincing. That sacrifice simply worked.
Now we have a key move. We have
Yes.
key moves in both of our big games between MBL and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
All right.
We have h4 and h5 just played by Maxime. So he did play the move b4. And I also wanted to point out that, yes, Levon did play knight c3 in this position. And we can expect a queen invasion
with queen
from Magnus, which is really going to continue to put the pressure on Levon. But let's take a look at what would happen if our predictions in the games as they stand came true and the tournament ended right now.
Okay.
Well, we see that Magnus is definitely on top in his game. It looks like he's really putting it to Aronian. So let's say he wins that game. But guess what? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also has a massive positional advantage. Yasser even says positionally, strategically winning against Nepomniachtchi. So Nepomniachtchi is going to have to create something to make that a contest against MBL. Finally, Vachier-Lagrave doesn't seem to have a lot of winning chances right now, but we have seen stranger things happen in the Sinquefield Cup. But if it goes as expected, there won't be any need to crunch tie breaks or playoffs because we're just going to have a clear victor.
Freeze frame. What we haven't thrown in here, and we've been completely ignoring, is the, well, we haven't completely ignored, but we haven't been following it very closely, is the game between Nakamura and Karyakin.
That's right.
And that game right now is very rich. It's very interesting. And, of course, Naka is not just playing some tepid draw. He doesn't play chess like that. He wants to win this game. And they're in what the Indians are saying is basically an even position, virtually triple zeros, but it's still very dynamic. It doesn't matter what the Indians' assessment is. This is a dynamic position. This bishop could be taken by a knight, which is going to create an imbalance that's going to be long-term. But black will have this majority. White already has his 5 pawns connected a la dragon style. He can always take on c6. When he could have actually done it before to crack the pawn structure. But black is looking for dynamic play, putting pressure on this knight right now. There is a full-blooded fight going on here. Nobody, you could say, has an edge. But you know Karyakin, this is what he needs, a position that he can play.
Right.
He wants to play and to play and to play, and already Nakamura is making faces. You never like it when Nakamura is making faces because, well, we like it, but usually means he's not happy with his position. And if that starts to happen, Karyakin, who has shown that in must-win situations he can deliver, he showed it going in the candidates in Moscow to challenge Magnus, and he's a stiff defender. So he needs this win. Right now, it's move 19. and they're with only 30 minutes left on the clock. That's 21 more moves, accurate moves needed by Nakamura. This is a full-blooded fight, so we better start putting Karyakin's calculations back in this one.
Although they're not relevant if Maxime does win the game.
But if Maxime wins, it's over. We know that.
Well,
but
unless Vachier or Levon win, but that looks so unlikely at this point.
Levon's in big trouble.
Right,
Levon's about to get hit.
Queen C6 has been played.
That's a haymaker.
So Magnus finding all the right moves here. As Maurice mentioned, he is the precision play player of the world, right? I mean, he plays these precise moves under pressure, and he's in a must-win situation if he wants to capture his second cup. He knows it, and he's playing great so far. Meanwhile, Maxine's game also still looks good, but what do you think about this push, H5? Because it does create a potential weakness.
It's simply not necessary.
The engines say he's still totally in control, but a move like that, you start saying, why your pinky finger is sticking out over there.
I like the pawn on H2. I like the king on G2. H4, H5 isn't the way you're going to win the game. You're going to win it with rook E3 and F4. So maybe this gives Jan a little hope. By the way, when the pawn was on H4, it was stymieing the bishop. It was keeping the bishop on D8. Playing H5, you've given the bishop an opportunity to play G5. Don't think that this is the technically most exact. However, you're talking about precise moves and being technically so accurate. Magnus Carlsen doing his thing like nobody else ever before or since.
But of course, White's still very good, and it's possible that he's going to try to maybe go after the D6 pawn now, maybe play knight C3 to E4. So big things happening in the games with MVL, Magnus, all of our critical games here at the Sinquefield Cup. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because in the next couple hours, we could very well crown a Sinq Cup champion.
Absolutely.
A moment comes in chess when you need to test yourself at a different level. Chess 24 Premium offers the tools that you need to reach your maximum potential. From hundreds of interactive video lessons to becoming part of the Chess 24 community. You can analyze with friends or coach your students live. You get 24/7 coverage of chess news and events, access to premium analysis and commentary, and the chance to interact with grandmasters and other top players and coaches. Get advice from the best and even challenge them to a battle. Be the best chess player you can be. It's time to level up your game with Chess 24 Premium membership.
Welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, and we do have our first critical result of the round as Anand has drawn against Wesley So, and now a lot of things are going to have to break his way for him to be involved in a playoff for first.
Exactly.
He's with Maurice now.
With Vishwanathan Anand, who, no bones about it, played a superb tournament. He went through the entire tournament without losing a single game. Unfortunately, that may work against him. Anand, first of all, congratulations on your fine performance here. 2 wins, 7 draws. Sometimes it's enough to win a tournament, but this time it looks like it's not going to happen.
Yes, I mean, basically, 2 guys with worse positions have to win their games, apparently. No, sorry, only one of them has to win. And then if we tie, so Magnus could still catch me if MVL loses, but I mean, it flies in the face of the positions we have. So, but you're right. I mean, +2 is a very nice result. In fact, I can tell you a funny story. In 2015, I made +3 twice. So in Norway and in Shamkir. And in both those tournaments, I was clear second, not even tied, with +3. And then I watched +3 become the winning score in every tournament in thing. I mean, Wesley won almost every World Cup with a +2. I mean, Grand Tour event with a +2 or a +3. Then Levon won Norway with +3, and suddenly +3 is the norm. But when I make +3, I'm clear second. So
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Your
exactly.
game today, you mentioned off camera that you were surprised by the Nimzo Indian. You did not expect to see this on the board.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't bother checking it, and then to be honest, my chances were the least of anyone in this round. I had black against Wesley, and you know, I've been there. I've had a bad event, and you really want to play solid and cut your losses and get out. So I thought I had the unlikeliest chance of tying for first with this tiebreak system as it is. But you know, it would be nice to have gotten something, but the game was way too solid for that. I'm not even completely sure that what I did was the correct theoretical way, but at some point I couldn't remember, so I started to make it up as I went. And, well, at least I equalized, so that's something.
Again, a great result. You could end up in 3rd place, a good position for the Grand Chess Tour points as well. And then you get to play in the Rapid and Blitz. Another chance for you.
Sure. But I'm, you know, first things first, I'm very happy with this result, of course. +2 is my highest score in St. Louis. And sure, now I'll get ready for the Rapid and Blitz.
Your thoughts about Magnus's game and MVL game? You just think these are over? There's like no reason to have any hope for either of these players?
Well, Magnus's game seems to me at least slightly tricky, though he is much better. At least to my eyes, all the moves don't seem obvious, though with the computer it's different. But he is winning, and Vachier, I think, is just a question of technique. So in fact, it seems that Maxime has won the tournament.
This position, we were looking at the pawn going to h4, h5. Would you, you saw the position before this. Would you think this is the way you would have handled it?
You know, the only thing that can go wrong with these positions is that you make a decision that you later come to regret. So, no, I'm serious, because Black's thing is just to sit tight and counterattack a5, thereby provoking b4, and then just keep the hook on c4 to distract White that he can't just flow on the queen side. And so what White will eventually do is he can't play knight e3 because of bishop g5, so he'll eventually snap and play h4, and then you needle that pawn. And that's how Black defends these positions, but I think here there's just Black's position is too awful for this to work. So I'm sure that it's just a question of Maxime working his way through this. I could be wrong, but this doesn't look to me like a night off which Black will have counterplay in.
So will you be sweating the next couple of hours, or you think it's just done?
No, I'm completely out of it. I just don't see how. I mean, no, Maxime has to lose this for me to have a shot. So it's just so unlikely. he may have technical difficulties, but he's not losing this. And in fact, whoever the other two, Magnus or Levon, stays on +2, they still have a better tiebreak because they lost more games than me. So I'm out of it.
What do you think of the system of tie breaks? Would you suggest a different way to handle this kind of situation?
I don't know. I mean, if it had worked for me, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be complaining. And of course, now it seems to me that it needs improvement. But well, to be fair, we knew the rules going into the event, and that was it. I would say that really I was not as effective with my whites. Those +2 is nice, but probably some white somewhere, like a little bit more would have been nice. Having said that, no, I'm fine. I think the tiebreak is fair enough.
All right. Well, as always, a classy champion that you are. Had a great result here. We look forward to seeing you in the Rapid and Blitz. Best of luck. I know the scenario is not great for you, but best of luck with this tournament, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Vichy. Indeed, an undefeated +2 is a very, very, very nice result in such a strong event. And, well, it just the tie breaks, as Vichy said, everybody knew what they were going into the event, and it just so happened that he was unlucky. He was just unlucky.
Well, unlucky that things kind of shook out this way in addition,
Yeah,
right? That there were so many players in contention in the final round.
For sure. And as he very well put it himself, he'd like to have pressed a little bit more with white. You can think about the penultimate round where he had white and the two bishops against MVL. And if he had played that line with bishop d7 and bishop e6, he might have really put a lot of pressure on MVL in that round.
Yeah,
As it is, again, just a fine result.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Sinquefield Cup champions of the past, +2 might be good enough. And in fact, we're actually setting up a 2016 Sinquefield Cup champion, Wesley So, who did win clear first with +2.
Precisely.
But in other Sinquefield Cups, it wasn't always. It was usually not
+3
enough.
was necessary.
Exactly.
And of course, +7
Yeah.
was the definitive stamp.
+7 usually does it,
Yeah, I think
but
so.
we do have the 2016 Sinq Cup champion, Wesley So, who won't repeat this year. He's with Maurice.
In fact, no one has repeated as Sinquefield Cup champ. Very difficult to win this kind of tournament twice, much less back-to-back. But he was the reigning champion, the Grand Chess Tour champion. He's still the U.S. champion, double gold medalist, 67-game unbeaten streak. Bad tournament, Wesley, but lessons to be learned.
Yeah, lessons to be. Well, after my game yesterday, where I missed several equalizing attempts, normally I'd spot them quite easily. After that game yesterday, I figured, enough is enough of this tournament, and really cannot play good chess here this time, unfortunately. But I still like to thank the Lord for all the experience that He's given me and for giving me a career. After all, as a chess player, when you sit at that board, there's always a chance for things to backfire, for things to go sourly and not go my way. So there's always that risk that we take every time we play. And all the hours of study that you put in chess can only do so much. There's always that added extra factor that makes a difference between great players and other players. So sometimes things don't go my way, but at the same time it's a learning experience, and now I'm off. Probably gonna take my mind off chess for a few days and prepare for the World Cup and just try to relax, take things easy. It's not the end of the career just because of a bad tournament.
Oh, certainly not. Sort of a young guy to be talking about that just from one bad tournament. Tell me, anything you feel you learned, anything specific from this particular tournament? We always like to walk out of every tournament with a lesson learned, and we tell our students that all the time. Is there something you reflect on from this tournament that maybe can improve for the future?
Well, it's hard to pinpoint the exact thing, but maybe I need to come next time more motivated, to be more focused, to be really focused on the goals that me and my family have set, and to try to achieve them. Well, just in general, things like that. Well, I can't really explain why my play has been bad here. I'm not making any excuses, but like I said, more motivation, and it's not like I'm playing different openings from what I usually play, so I don't think it's the chess part that But at the same time, as long as we can get one good lesson from every game that we lose, then it's okay.
Understood. Let's go to the tournament itself. What do you feel about who's going to win this thing?
Well, Maxim seems to be winning. Seems to have really good chances right now. Well, Maxim and Magnus have played really strongly in this tournament, and also Levon in some games. So I feel that if one of them would win the tournament, that they really deserve it to be. I'm not sure how Magnus is doing right now after King H1, but Maxim has a clear edge, and it's gonna be hard for Ian to defend this position. It's really very, very, very suspicious. Just a Nadorf gone bad, but maybe he can defend because his time trouble is approaching. Although they get another extra hour in a few more moves, so.
So you like MVL right now?
Yeah, the question is whether he can win this position or not. But Black has absolutely no counterplay, just difficult. This is like my game yesterday.
Well, last question for you. You mentioned the World Cup. That's next for you.
Yeah.
And that's still 3 weeks away? About 3 or almost?
Yeah, still 3 weeks away.
3 weeks away. It's an important tournament. There's also a ratings race going on with you and Kramnik and Fabiano. Your thoughts on all this? Everybody's wondering what's happening for Wesley So in terms of getting a chance to play for the World Championship title.
Well, of course, it's all important, but I was having lunch with Steve Platnick the other day, and he said that the rating system is the worst sickness that's ever happened to chess, because, even in the lower level, people are so concerned about the rating, 1700, or whether they're going to reach the expert level. It's good and all that, but if you compare it to other sports, there's no real serious rating system in other sports. Maybe only tennis has that. So as I said, it's important, but at the same time, it's not such a big deal. Ratings change per game now these days. And at the end of the day, I think your true strength will come out. So, it doesn't matter if you're 2800 or 2810 or 2750. At the end of the day, I think if you're a good chess player, your strength will come out. And about the candidates, we'll see what happens. If I make it, good. If I don't make it, that's fine too. There's always other tournaments to go to, and the most important thing for me, I think, right now is just to play well, just to get my strength back, just to be able to play some good chess again, and then we'll see what happens. As I said a few days ago, it's really good to make it to the candidates, but if you go there and you spend a lot of time and a lot of work and you finish ending up second place, you barely get anything anyway. So when you get there, you really have to try to win it for everybody.
Absolutely. Well said. Wise words. We appreciate your coming.
I learned a lot from you.
From me? You give me credit for stuff. I'm just a commentator. Give me credit.
But yeah, you read a lot of good books and you say a lot of wise things.
Well, I appreciate that, and so do you at your young age, to be that wise about chess and giving great advice. We thank you for participating.
Yeah.
Get your rest, clear your mind, get ready to play in your next event. We'll be looking forward to seeing your great moves once again.
As I said earlier, it's very hard to win the Sinquefield cup once, say twice, but even just participating here is really difficult.
Well, you deserve to be here for sure, and we will be looking forward to seeing you next year as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Wesley, just even though you're not in this tie-break, it's a rather controversial tie-break system we have here for this year's Grand Chess Tour. If you could weigh in, because we could have a situation where 3 players tie for first, and there's no playoff. Were you aware of all of these controversial possibilities?
Yeah, I think I've read it, but now it's not possible for 3 players, right, to tie. I mean,
well, it is. If Vichy
Maxime doesn't win,
if Maxime draws and
draws.
Magnus wins the tournament without a playoff.
Okay.
So I don't know. Obviously, you weren't really aware of all the tie-breaking rules, but it's tricky, and maybe for the next year's Grand Chess Tour, the players need to weigh in a little bit more on with their opinions about how that should go.
And if Maxime wins, then he wins the tournament outright.
Yes. Correct.
Unless Levon somehow wins, yes.
Unless Levon wins.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Levon has much winning chances right now.
No, that doesn't seem to be the case.
So what happens again if 3 players tie? Then they just do tie-break?
Yes. If 3 players tie, the first you got to get a matchup of 2 players, okay? And the first tie-breaking rule is the player who has the most number of wins goes to the finals. Then of the 2 remaining players, if that tie cannot be broken to get to the finals, then the first player with the most number of wins wins the event without a playoff. Seems kind of strange that you get the same number of points, but you're not in the playoff.
Yeah, really strange tie-breaking rules. But I wonder who decides the thing. But that's a thing with chess. Like each tournament have like their own rules and their own time controls and their own thing. Because every single tournament that I've been to this year, I've been to like 10, has a slightly different time control, every single one of them. So I feel, that chess tournament rules are constantly changing and there's no single one rule. So maybe it would be better in the future to just have one single rule and one single time control, as I said, just like in the NBA, for example. But I feel we'll never see that day.
Well, I agree with you, and something to think about as we go on to the next Grand Chess Tour. Thank you very much for your participation, Wesley, and most especially thank you very much for joining our shows and sharing your thoughts with your very large fan base, by the way.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Yasser, for...
Our pleasure.
I like Wesley's idea if the rules are good, but if they're bad, then you want to have the flexibility to change them up, right?
Good point.
There better be some pretty perfect rules if they're going to be like standardized to be used for all competitions.
Yeah, but you really should start no problem with the time control that is used universally, whether it be for classical or rapids or for blitz. Let's go to the game of Magnus versus Levon. We had seen it earlier. The queen had dropped to this magnificent square c6, and I didn't know exactly how Levon was going to treat that invasion. I'm talking about this exact moment after the move knight takes c3, queen c6. Just looks so awesomely powerful. How was Levon going to make life difficult for white? Well, first of all, bishop b4. He's got to save the hanging piece, the bishop hanging on c5. Now, king h1 by Magnus was a nice move, sidestepping any tricky knight e2 checks with this discovery against his rook. Again, Magnus is eyeballing both the c7, a6 pawns. Levon captured on e4, so that there was not going to be an e4 takes d5 capture. And we've got this capture. And now knight e2, hitting the rook on e1. And on a good day, this knight could potentially reach out to try to snap this pawn on h3 to disturb Magnus's king. So we have this current position after knight e2.
Meanwhile, we have some news in the Nakamura game against Karyakin, where it seems like there's been a lot of trades.
Okay.
And if Nakamura can't arrange a quick doubling on the second rank, seventh rank rather, it looks like this game's likely to be drawn. Let's just take a look and see what happened here. Of course, Sergei Karyakin actually needs to win this game to stay in the hunt for first. So it looks like those winning chances have evaporated. This is just even material endgame, and White's the one with the extra tempo, right? As
right.
Bishop has played to e6. And now I think the problem for Nakamura is that if we do double up on the seventh rank, there's always this rook f7. So this looks like it's headed to Splitsville.
Draw. Absolutely. Draw. And by the way, after rook a7 attacking the bishop dropped back to e6. And pardon me, instead of
Nakamura tried rook e7 to destabilize the bishop.
And we'll probably simply say, okay, let's trade rooks this way.
And we don't have any
I'm
tricks,
supposing that Hikaru is hoping for a trick based on the wrong rook coming to the e8 square and bishop d5, and that's an oopsie daisy.
Right,
but
because
rook fe8, keeping the d5 square under control, sure looks like a draw. Maurice, over to you. Nothing to say. It's a draw.
Yeah. Although that line was kind of, maybe you should show. Oh, and here it is. The game was drawn after this move, bishop to e6,
and of
rook
course,
e7, and the right rook.
And correct.
Because if you went with the wrong rook, just to show what you were demonstrating, because it's such a key tactic.
I don't think that lost either, though.
It didn't lose?
I think it might have,
bad.
because that's why it was worth looking at. Yeah, because rook e6, there's bishop d5, and now I guess the problem is you can't play king f7 because we got rook c7 check, which is going to shut your king from connecting with the two.
Exactly. You can no longer guard your rook.
Exactly.
So then rook to e8, defending the rook. This is the trap that was avoided, king f7.
We're not seeing your analysis. There we go. Now we're seeing.
Sorry. So I'll just go. This is the trap that
so not rook c7 but rook e8.
Right, that was avoided by, let's go, and here the problem is black is in an eternal pin. You can't get out of it, and after g4 followed by f4, this king is forever tethered to the rooks, and white's king just comes up the board, and f4, f5 eventually will lead to a winning position.
Keep going. G6, F5 looks possible.
Yeah, but it's an eternal pin, dude. You can't
I got you. So F5?
Yeah, and king, and rook, king, rook, king. You're gonna have to play.
No. I want to get out of the pin. I want to play king F6.
Pardon me. Here, king
You want to
F6.
play king F6 here.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we have
No, before
check.
even this happened, before this even happened, I knew it was a tempo. Yeah, so F4. Sorry, G6, F4, F5.
F5. So we're going to be able to meet king F6 with G5 check,
Check,
and then you're
and-
back in that eternal pin.
Right.
Yeah.
But then how do I cross the H file?
Right, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe F4 is wrong. I
Also,
apologize.
do you want your rook on C6 or E1? That's a question as well.
Oh, of course. Rook on E1. Of course
Yeah.
I do. Rook C6 is a blunder. Rook E1. Yes. So here the difference is that after king F7, we get all of that business with G4, G6, F4, F5, G5. You're in eternal pin.
How do you win it? Oh, yeah, you go.
And now we have the king coming into d4. Okay, but fascinating endgame, no
Sure.
doubt. But let's take a look because we got a lot of moves in the NBL game.
Okay.
Which
in that position, either the king got to d4 or so.
we got to keep analyzing that one. But since there are two games that might determine the champion, maybe that can go into the Sinquefield Endgame book, right?
Exactly.
Because I think there's a win for there somewhere for white.
Definitely.
But here we go. So
E4 is where we left it. Queen dropped back to E2. Queen E5. And again, I'm thinking in my mind, boy, I'd sure like to have this pawn back here on H2. But let's see how the game continued. Knight E3, preparing to reposition the rook to d5, I'm not quite sure. Knight e3, bishop g5, rook d5, and this is the current position that we have on the board. All right, how does things go? It still looks great for white to my way of thinking. Rook f5, queen has to go back to d8, something like knight d5.
Sticking the knight back on d5.
Yeah, let's stick the knight back on d5. But I don't know. H6, and maybe black has some kicking chances. There's still a little discoordination going on. By the way, we have a special guest in our studios with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, welcome to the show.
We are with Hikaru Nakamura, who has just drawn his game to conclude his campaign at this event. Hikaru, the tournament didn't really work out for you. What's your overall assessment given what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, campaign's an interesting word to use, considering I was never really in it. Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult tournament. I think really, I mean, when I lost this game to Nepomniachtchi, where I just fell asleep or just overlooked everything, you know, it just wasn't my day. And after that, it was definitely, you know, it wasn't going to be my tournament. But, you know, I felt for the most part I played reasonably well after that. You know, I was pressing Peter in the following round. You know, and then just this game against Lavon, I mean, you know, actually having looked at the game afterwards, he played very well. I mean, I thought that it was probably always okay for me, but in fact it was actually quite a bit worse for much of the game. So, you know, that game Lavon just played fantastically. And, I mean, you know, yesterday was obviously ridiculous. I mean, I was definitely better than I was probably winning, than I was losing. You know, it's... yeah, you know, I think in many ways, you know, it's better to get it all out of your system in one tournament. You know, and certainly I haven't had a bad tournament in a while, though. It seems like every Sinquefield Cup I do terribly, but what to do about that? Anyway, though, I mean, overall, you know, it was relatively decent. I mean, it wasn't great. I didn't feel like I, you know, had many great winning chances. You know, if I had more winning chances, then I'd probably be more unhappy with what happened. But overall, you know, I just didn't get the positions, and you know, when that happens, I mean, it just happens every so often. You know, you just hope it's only like one turn out of like every 10 or something like that. But you know, sometimes it's more than that. Today,
You didn't have much to play for in terms of playing against Sergey, but he had a lot to play for. What were your thoughts in approaching this specific game?
I mean, I think it's a little bit inaccurate. You know, when you say people have a lot to play for, that's certainly true. But when you're black in a last round game where, you know, a win's going to say tie for first, it's not trivial, especially when you're playing top guys. So, you know, Sergey played solidly. I thought he was slightly inaccurate somewhere in the opening, but the position, despite being very original, was it seemed like both sides, I think, were a little bit too solid. And, you know, in another world, somewhere around move like 18. I want to say somewhere around like move 18. Yeah, if you just go back a couple more moves. Yeah, I mean, somewhere around here, you know, in a different tournament, different situation after f6, I mean, I probably would have played g4, but, I mean, g4, bishop f7, g5, something like this. But I thought even rook d8 here, for example, was completely fine for black. I mean, like I said, in another tournament, different situation, probably I would have played like this, like gf6, queen f6, knight e4, queen g6, king h2, something like this. I mean, I don't really believe it's anything for white, but it's certainly the game certainly continues here, and maybe there's some chances. Although again, even after black just plays like bishop e6, I mean, it's very hard to believe that it's anything special for white. And considering the tournament situation, I wasn't really in the mood to try and make another loss. So I just felt it was more practical just to shut it down and you know, simplify. So yeah, it wasn't much, relatively speaking. But you know, it was still an interesting game, and I at least tried to play something different rather than just, you know, make a draw in 20 minutes or something.
Tell us, you saw this position when you sat down with MVL against Nepomniachtchi. MVL was doing quite well, but you glanced at it and said, now it looks a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I think Maxime. I mean, I don't know if there was just a simple win, but it looked like he had total domination and control back when the bishop was on d8, and now somehow Nepo got to play this e4 move, and probably he'll play h6, plant the bishop on g5. You know, I suspect that it's somewhere around here. I was sure that somewhere around here he had better than what he did in the game. I mean, because it just seems like here after h4, bishop d8. This all looks relatively fine. h5, right? And I mean, yeah, like right around here it feels like there should be something better, but maybe there's nothing. What happened here?
Knight f5 in the game.
Yeah, like right around here. Why did he go king g2, actually? Why didn't he play queen e4? Queen e4 and, like, stop any e4 stuff. I mean, just tie black down first, then play, like, king g2, rook d3. I don't know, somehow, I mean, this looks tremendous. Like, king g2.
Was it queen h3 he was worried about?
Or actually, wait, here there might be queen f7, but queen h3?
I mean, it looks...
Well, first of all, it's only a pawn. But, like, even here, something like knight e3 now. Isn't knight e3 just winning?
Maybe. Yeah, hitting everything.
Because now if you play bishop e7, I can go queen f5, and you have to, your queen is trapped. You have to exchange now after queen f5, and this is just lost.
So maybe he has to play queen back to f7 instead. Just wondering what he was worried about.
Yeah, queen f7? Yeah, but again, knight e3.
But the current position also looks kind of promising for white. If he,
I mean, I'm not saying it's not promising, but I thought positionally there was a way to get like a very good setup without allowing counterplay. Whereas here, I mean, I suspect it's still much better, but somehow it's like...
And he's made time control, so
Right.
Maxime was under a little bit of time pressure. He played this move knight f5, and rook e6 was the response. And now Maxime's probably trying to figure out how does the break through c5 work.
I mean, I suspect that white is still much better, but it's not like thematic. It's not where you just put the piece on the right squares, you know, and you come up with a very simple plan. Now you have to calculate and find something very precise because...
Right.
I mean, it's like here, for example, if the pawn was on e5 and the queen was on e4, it would be beautiful. It would just be positionally winning. But somehow it just seems like Maxime let Nepo get some counterplay. Although, I mean, still, the position looks very good. It's just, I'm not sure. It doesn't look simple now. It definitely doesn't look simple.
I have to say, I wholeheartedly agree that back here at this
point,
like
queen, just queen
queen
e4,
just looks domination.
Just, I mean, if you never allow e4, I mean, it should just be positionally winning, I feel.
Exactly. King g2, rook d3, rook f3 next. Yeah. The position plays itself.
Yeah, I mean, it seems it's very weird that he allowed this. I mean, this e4 move because I mean, again, it's still probably very good, but it's going to be tricky. Now, like if you play like queen d1, there might even be some e3 stuff at some point. At some point, I don't know if it's good here, but I mean, it's just they're going to be stupid counter. They're going to be stupid tricks here, or tries at least for black.
Right.
Unless white can just go for it right away with c5 and queen c4, it looks very dangerous.
What does c5 do?
I'm trying to take d6 and open
right,
up
so
the
takes queen c4,
yeah, and try to play rook d6.
And play rook d6,
or,
right?
Yeah.
And if I play queen f7, maybe.
D8 squares covered. We have to probably take time.
I mean, again, it looks very good, but even like rook c5, rook c6, even rook c5, rook c6, is this so simple? I mean, it's
not so simple.
I mean, it's probably winning. It's just like it feels like black's gonna get some. Black's gonna have some hopes at least.
More than he deserved. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Whereas the other way, I mean, I just thought it looked just like game over, kind of.
And while you're here, while you're here, Hikaru, quick check-in on the game of Magnus. How would you rank Magnus's chances of winning this position?
I think they're very good. I assume he's going to win this.
Yeah.
No, I didn't really understand much of this game. I mean, it seemed to me like Levon was kind of bluffing in a sense. He was playing very quickly, and I mean, it looked. I mean, when he got these rooks like f8 and b2, it looked like he had something. But I mean, just looking at the position. I mean, optically, it looks like maybe there's something, but with this pawn structure, just the way it was, it seemed rather suspect. Having said that, I mean, I think it was a good idea by Levon, just go all in, try and win the game, try to win the tournament. I mean, I mean, I think it's a very good practical choice, but it just feels like in this position, even though you have these pieces kind of near White's king, they're not really creating threats. And I mean, I think that's one thing that Magnus is very good at, actually, is that, it looks like you have all these pieces near his king, but if there isn't really like a concrete attack, he's very good at just defending and then slowly pushing you back. And, I mean, it looks to me like he's just completely winning here already. I mean, barring some kind of disaster, I mean, this just looks over.
That's 8 pawns, certainly fast and powerful. One last question before I let you go, as you've been doing extra lifting here with us, analyzing.
Hardly extra lifting considering how I did in the tournament.
You immediately have a tournament coming up next, just a couple of rest days before you play in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Tell us your thoughts about that, as well as facing one Gary Kasparov.
Again, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting. At least they're a couple days off, so it should be easier to recover, to forget about everything that happened in the classical tournament. I mean, I guess it's 3 days? It's just a weekend off. So yeah, I mean, I certainly hope to do better than I did in the classical. I suspect I'm going to at least win one game, unlike in the classical event. So yeah, just I'll try and relax, get ready, play better than I did in the classical, because really there's not much worse that I can do. And yeah, as far as Gary goes, I think it'll be interesting, as I mentioned before. Again, it's hard to know what his level is going to be, but I think the only thing I will say about that is that I think in terms of Gary's situation, it's probably very important that he doesn't start off badly, because I know from my own personal experiences, both last year in Leuven and this year also in Paris to a certain extent, that when you start off badly, it becomes very hard to stay motivated and play well. And so, I think if Gary gets off to a bad start, it's going to be a very long event for him. But it'll be exciting. I think it should be fun. Obviously, he hasn't played a serious event in many, many years now. So I'll try and do my best against him and see what happens.
All right. We know you won Paris last year, so these kind of events will be up your alley. Good luck, get your rest, and we know you're going to win more than one game.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yeah, that's a certainty. That is an absolute certainty.
I can't wait to see it, especially those Nakamura-Kasparov battles. Now, in that line that we were looking at, Yaz, with Nakamura briefly.
On the MVL game or
yeah,
on the Magnus game?
I'm still excited to play this move C5 and Queen C4 because it looks like
it's a very, very
forcing
direct
line. Yeah, I'm just trying to win and make it so there are no playoffs. After Queen C4, this Queen F7 move, which seems to protect everything because, I was thinking about taking with the pawn, so I retain this Knight D6 threat. That's a real good threat.
That's a nasty idea, so you want to keep... And,
because then your bishop's in take, the king on G8 is weak. It just looks pretty good for white.
Very, very unpleasant indeed for black. But it's kind of like, okay, you took all your strategic pluses, tossed them away for what you hope is a forcing tactic.
Yes, exactly.
That leads to a win. Difficult to say.
He has played the move C5.
And he's played C5, so perhaps Maxime has judged this as winning, which would net him the Sinquefield Cup, barring disaster in the Aronian scam.
Correct.
Right? But we have Sergei Karyakin with Maurice Astley about his first outing at the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, he did what he had to do yesterday, winning a game, but faced with a tall order of winning with black in the last round and also hoping for the balls to bounce his way. Sergei, you had a very good tournament, but it looks like it wasn't to be.
Yeah, it was a good tournament for me, and especially after some bad tournaments, it was very important, and I'm very, very happy to be back at the good results. So, but considering today's game, I mean, we both played well, and somehow it was exchange of everything, and finally a draw.
When you were coming into the game, you had to think about winning with the black pieces. As you know, at this level, it's extremely difficult to find anything to break through. Anand wasn't able to do it himself against Wesley, who wasn't playing so great this tournament, and you had to face off against Nakamura. What was your plan as you came in, saying, what do I do for this tournament?
No, actually, Actually, I was thinking about how to win, but when you play against Hikaru, I mean, you have to be careful because if you play some bad moves, I mean, he can he can use it, and then I will have to fight for a draw for 100 moves, and this wasn't my plan, and basically he played very solidly, and he created some problems, and okay, I mean, had to do something, and at some point I played c5 and exchanged everything, but I mean, basically there is nothing I could do in this game probably better than what I did.
You're done with this tournament. What's next for you?
Well, next I'll play
the Rapid Blitz. Absolutely, you're playing. You have a fellow Russian, a guy by the name of Garry Kasparov, being added into the mix. What's your feeling about playing against him?
Oh, well, I'm honestly speaking very excited because I have never played against him, and but basically I'm probably the only one player who didn't play against him, and like all the young generation have played at least once, but I didn't. But okay, I will just play chess, and I hope to use that he didn't play for 12 years.
Well, we thank you so much. Great performance on your part, and we look forward to seeing you in the next tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey, and congratulations also from Jennifer and myself for a really fine outing, and also for joining us on the show and sharing your thoughts. It's very, very nice to have you here in St. Louis.
And for his son that was born just before the tournament began.
Absolutely.
So a good luck charm, as he had a good event. But is Maxime on his way to winning the Sinquefield Cup, Yaz? Because this is huge. I know you didn't like the way he played it, too tactical. You want it to be easy strategy game, but let's find a defense.
A win is a win.
Queen C4 threatens.
Michael Tal famously said, all you need is one win per game. Now, maybe I didn't exactly like his technique, but having said that, he has played your very forcing line, c5.
Queen c4 hasn't been played yet, but if Queen c4 is played, it does seem to force Hikaru's move, Queen f7, right? I mean, you can't put your king on f8, like just take with check.
Right.
And you don't, I mean, putting it on h8 looks woeful, to say the least, just falling into all the back rankers.
Well, let's understand, too, there's a pretty nasty threat. You know, your Queen c4 posting up has this pin on this diagonal is really egregious. So that was why Hikaru dropped back with a queen. Like, that was his knee-jerk move.
Because I can't play knight d6 now, because just rook d6 solves everything and turns the tables.
Exactly.
So that's why, like, rook c5 makes a lot of sense. But then actually b takes c5 also looks really good, because the threat of knight d6 is so juicy. So, I mean, maybe this is just...
This is the big crossroads here, because rook and knight d6...
Well, knight d6, no. I mean, you mean pawn takes or rook takes.
Yeah. So how to capture this pawn on c5? Rook takes looks really tempting as well, because, you know, you got these... the bishop on d5 is covering the d8 square. But with rook takes c5, you're threatening this rook c8. But c5 takes... Pardon me. b4 takes c5, as you've been mentioning. Knight comes to d6, and that also looks very attractive. One of the most difficult things in chess is when you have two really promising alternatives. Which one to play?
And I don't think you can play something like bishop e7 preventing it, because then we're going to have all those types of tactics that we looked at before. God, I don't even know what to choose. Like you said, there's so many. It seems like there's so many good moves here.
Right.
I'm wondering if knight e5 and rook e5 is just winning now.
That looks like the simplest, right?
Yeah.
Knight takes. You can't play rook takes, because that wins on the spot. So you'd have to play queen takes, and then you're back. And didn't we see something like this just a moment ago?
Exactly,
like
but it was a different major piece. It was
a minor piece.
It was a bishop.
And here, well, you just clip the pawn and everything.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you're winning the pawn endgame,
so
right?
No bishop e7 after.
Takes on c5, though. Queen c4 hasn't been played yet, keep in mind. So, but it seems like a freebie, because we're putting your queen on a square where it's no longer defending the bishop on g5, and we're bringing the big gun into the game.
Right. Well, there's one thing I have to mention, is that although knight d6 does look like a scary move, there is a queen f3 counter blow. So maybe I'll just play h6 and say, go ahead, do your worst. Maurice, what's going on in this championship round?
Well, I got to tell you, Magnus Carlsen is simply amazing as a player. We've seen him play computer-esque move after computer-esque move. And this position that he allowed when he nibbled on this pawn, snacked on the a6 pawn, it looks like a pawn, but as Nakamura said, he's great at dealing with threats, but there's some heavy-duty threats happening near this king, and it's not easy to just ignore it. And if he had played a move like king h2, for example, he runs into knight takes h3, sacrificing and then following it up with rook takes, and this pin creates a giant problem for you, and suddenly you're losing. All right, let's try to defend another way. Let's try king g1 to get out of the line. Well, all of a sudden, bishop takes on e5, knight takes on e5, and queen to g5, and suddenly you're dealing with this threat along this line, and your knight to g4 is a move, but suddenly h5 comes into the position, and now when you drop your knight back to e3, again, bam, knight takes h3, and f2 is hanging, and your position collapses yet again. All right, what do? Knight f4 is on the board. What if you try to bring the queen all the way back to help out? Well, that one is a little bit better, but still, queen h5, and this is starting to look really funky because black is combining threats of taking on h3 with taking on the e5 square, and you're just at sea. You brought your queen back, you're not getting your pawn home, and even this position is not quite right. What does Magnus do? Magnus defends the one thing he needs to defend, and this was the computer's first choice, the move queen b5, guarding that knight, understanding that the king can take care of itself. Now, a lot of people would be scared of this move, knight takes on h3, g takes on h3, and potentially queen takes on this square, but after king to g1, the computer is saying, perfectly fine, up a piece, no way to get in. I mean, you gotta be scared of sacrifices like this one, but after knight takes, everything is defended here. Don't forget queen to e8 check is coming with queen takes e6 check when you block, and then the queen can help out. There will be no perpet if white guards the g4 square. I mean, a bold move, queen to b5, and accurate to the end. Magnus continuing. Now, the job is for Levon to make some kind of complications because the clock is suddenly a factor. 7 minutes left for Magnus, 7 minutes and 3 seconds. Levon with 6 minutes on his clock, and they still have to make 9 more moves. In Levon's case, 10. There's a lot of moves to be played. Can he come up with some kind of trickery here? Yes, Magnus may be winning, but the clock is against him. We'll see whether or not Levon can come up with something to save himself and maybe even hope, against all hope, that Magnus even blunders and he wins the game. That would be insane, as we would actually see a playoffs, as MVL looks like he's looking to win it. Now, c5, cutting the queen off from the e5 square, has been played. Will this change the assessment at all?
And meanwhile, queen c4 was played by Magnus, and by Maxime. And I do kind of want to check out that line you were talking about, Yaz, because it is compelling. I'm trying to figure out what white can do, and maybe Maurice will help us as well. After queen f7 in this line, takes on c5
with the pawn.
Yeah, with the pawn.
Okay.
Now after h6,
it's just making
knight d6. If I play knight d6 here, queen f3 check, king g1, you can't touch me on d1, my rook is there. But what about the move e3?
That looks really scary.
Yeah, so but at the same time your rook on e6 is hanging, right? So
well, no, you're not.
No, I mean if I can find a move to uncover the rook.
But no, you're dropping f2 and the counterplay comes too fast.
Then there's like a perp, right?
Well, is there only a perp?
And if I play rook, let's see, do I have a mate? If I play rook d2, with the idea of queen e6, if I play rook d2 here with the idea of pawn takes d2, queen e6 check, am I mating? No. Queen takes e6 check. I'm mating if you go to f8.
I think you'll be happy to get a perpet. Well, you will get a perpet out of this, right? Okay.
But obviously I wanted more, so go back. Exactly. I'm just looking for a good discovery with my rook there. Yeah, like knight d6, queen f3 check, king g1, e3, and yeah.
Well, what can you do? Rook f5 maybe.
Rook F5 stops you from...
Queen takes F2 as well. Oh.
And then pawn takes F2?
And then I can go King F1. There may be a perpet down here. Sorry,
wow,
I did
this
that
is
wrong.
wild. Because your rook on E6 is pinned, so you can't play like rook
King,
E1 mate.
Exactly, and you can't play Queen E2 mate.
Wow, and
here,
King
no,
H2.
you got this
yeah,
also.
you got that check. So this is wild. So how's Maxime going to get the job done? Maurice, is this good for White? How good?
It is good, but you're not going to believe it. I mean, it's sick.
Okay.
Move knight D6, yes, is a good move. Queen F3 check, king back. And on E3, rook E5.
Right,
Yeah, we looked at this, and then we thought Queen F2 check.
Yes.
But then,
okay, what are we missing?
You're just dancing up to H3 and G4.
Exactly.
Oh my
No, don't play
God.
Queen F1. You get taken.
Oh, sorry.
No, you just
Yeah.
Queen F3 check. You have to stay on
Queen
F3.
Sorry.
So then at H2, so
And now King H2 and daring you to take on H5, which doesn't do anything because there's no Queen E2 check.
yeah, okay.
Queen takes Queen. And if you just play Queen F2,
There's King H3.
King
and
H3, and now asking you what's your next move.
There's no checks. That's incredible. No checks because the queen. Oh, wow, what a beauty! That's tough to see though. Does Maxime have other ways? He could have taken with the rook on C5 instead of with the pawn, which
Right,
might be
well,
a little
that-
more solid
but
because
that-
then you have that knight on F5.
That's the problem. These
Yeah.
two very, very attractive options. And really, it does seem very, very counterintuitive to allow this counterattack with Queen F3 check, King G1, E3. In a blitz game, you just panic here. You go,
Yeah.
why did I allow this? I'm a complete idiot. But this move, Rook E5, it's very nasty to realize
You keep
that
trying
this-
to play Queen
yeah,
F1 check.
that this queen on C4 is guarding these two very important squares to deny black any perpetual check. And,
This is the kind of chaos and bedlam that MVL relishes, by the way. This is why I say he's such a dangerous opponent, because he could have had everything be nice and quiet,
Right, that's what I-
control all this. Instead, he's winning in this kind of style. And for him, it's like, yeah, but it's winning. So
Right.
I found the move. It's over. By the way, there's another move here, Bishop E3 instead of E3.
right back at these
Yes,
parts.
Bishop
Threatening
E3.
Queen takes G3.
As well as queen takes F2, but with a double threat, yeah.
And black is trying to do damage here, except white can just simply, no, all those, bishop.
Bishop takes F2 would probably, so
Well, there's also queen takes G3 as well, and then I
Right.
guess your king gets flushed out. But
right.
But here, the cold-blooded takes.
And just walk to the queen side?
Yep.
Just all the way across the board. Say thank you for the piece. That's all you got is a whole series of checks, but I'm dancing
Sooner or
away.
later, now you just march up the board.
I know,
And
Magnus
let's
still
go
has
back
I mean,
the
these
time
variations
bubble.
are sick that he went into this
2
line at all.
minutes for 9
But now
moves.
Magnus, after the C5
C5
move, he's, by the way, he's completely crushing still.
Burning clock.
plays
He played
A6. A6.
He burned a lot of clock on that move. What time does?
8 more moves for 2 minutes. So 2 minutes for 8 moves, rather.
2 minutes and 29
9
seconds.
seconds.
2 minutes and
2.5 minutes.
29 seconds.
Why
This
did he-
move is winning.
But why did he burn so much time? What was he? What was he?
Apparently,
what
his
was
best choice was knight G4 in that position, but he had to make sure that everything was okay, and he wanted to play A6. He's played it now, and this involves some sharpness to it. That pawn is very close to becoming a queen. Black can play bishop takes E5. Remember this threat? Bishop takes E5, knight takes E5, and there's queen G5, but there's also the crazy knight takes on G2 that he had to calculate as well. This guy's got to die, check, and then knight G4, and hope that H5 doesn't lead anywhere. I won't even tell you the engine's first move here. so ridiculous. The engine's first move is queen B8.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, daring you to take,
Wow.
also preparing to bring the queen back into the act. If you take here, the engine wants to play queen takes F8, king takes, and then simply A7.
No
and if
perpetuals.
you take on this square, king F3, there is no way. I'm sorry. Magnus is virtually a god of chess. There's no way he wants to play this line.
Precision play.
There's no way he wants to play this way. This is madness. And no doubt Levon is looking at some kind of trickery and cookery and all madness. I mean, that can't be the only line, the only way for White to win. But if that's what he's got to do to win this game, poof.
Well, I don't see any choice for Levon beside knight takes g2. Knight takes h3, as we've seen in those previous lines. Knight takes h3, g takes h3, king. This is just nothing. This goes nowhere. Knight g2, it looks like the only way of causing White any grief. King takes, bishop takes, and transposing into that position that you had on the board there.
Queen b8?
h5.
That's can't be the only move.
b8. Wow. Okay. To my mind, Queen d7 is a little bit more human move.
A little bit.
So that you could play Queen takes e6, check, and come back and defend your king.
Yeah, that's the move he'll play.
Yeah.
That's the move he'll play. Queen
That's
b8.
a gorgeous
Queen
line.
b8 is too fanciful, but this one, Queen d7,
right,
definitely puts a finger on it.
It's fun to look at.
But Levon can calculate all those moves and say, that doesn't give me enough shot. How can I cause... What move can I play that Magnus hasn't calculated that causes him trouble?
I mean, bishop e5 and knight h3, he must be looking at. He's burning brain cells like crazy looking at this line and also burning clock.
Furiously calculating
that Magnus
every
played
tactic.
queen b5 and a6 reminds me, Yaz, of when Deep Blue played knight takes b7 in game 1 of the Philadelphia match against Kasparov back in 1996.
Right.
You and I did commentary on
Right.
that. When they played knight b7 and said, I know, you think you have an attack on that side.
Prove
it's
it.
not there.
Yeah.
I'm just taking your b-pawn.
Yeah.
And Magnus has played queen b5 and a6 saying, yeah, whatever. You have a lineup over there. It looks like there's sacrifices of that knight on h3 and on g2. It's some craziness. Your queen will show up and all that. I get it. I don't see it. I don't believe it. I'm solid in playing this move, a6. But, man, the intestinal fortitude it takes to play a6.
Cold-blooded.
I mean, that is cold-blooded. That
Yeah.
move represents so much about his confidence and his ability in calculating skills. Simply an incredible move in this setting, and they're down to 2.5 minutes each.
An
Right.
Iceman, indeed.
And some of those, speaking of icy, some of those moves we were finding for Maxime after e3 and bishop e3, those are pretty ice-cold moves.
No kidding. Queen g5 just strikes me as too slow. Playing for tactics, queen f4, hitting e... Oh, no. I was hitting e4, but I forgot that the queen actually protects the rook. Oh, boy. So that... I was going after...
So I can smooth the knight, you mean?
Yeah, I was going after what I thought was a really nice line to pick up the rook. Oops. That didn't
Nepo
work.
has played queen f7, so we're going to find out whether Maxime is going to take with the rook or the pawn.
By the way, Peter Svidler is on his way to winning his first game. He looks like he's got Fabiano Caruana set in his sights right now. He is currently up a pawn with tremendous play himself. He'd be very happy to win this game and finish out this tournament 50%, but getting off of -1 and showing why he is indeed a fantastic player and a worthy wild card invite. But that one doesn't matter as much as this
These
one.
two.
This
These two games going on.
Yes,
NBL.
well, if MVL wins, it's all over unless some accident happens in the Magnus game that allows Levon to win. That would be crazy if that happened, but it looks like Magnus has it under control after playing this move, a6.
Right.
And Maxime is, is spending a lot of time. He's already in the second time control, already down to 27 minutes.
52 seconds, by the way, in the other game. 52 seconds left for Levon. 52 seconds.
Let's
is
go back to that.
He's ticking down rapidly, and he has taken on e5.
Taken on e5, quick knight takes e5 by Magnus. He's calculated it.
Now, recall, everybody, that we do play with a delay here, a 30-second delay. But
That's why
after
we haven't
capturing
added time
after capturing on e5, Magnus wasn't waiting. He was saying, okay, I've got to recapture. He played knight takes
Also
e5.
giving his opponent no time at all to look at the
extra
position.
time to think, exactly.
So knight h3, knight g2. Knight h3 doesn't do anything because he can just take it and then move his king over, and you're done with your checks. Knight g2, however, is the other one. Knight g2 is a much more concrete, but it doesn't look like it works. And Magnus is seeing queen d7. Forget that queen b8 thing.
Right.
If he's seeing that queen b7 move you pointed out, Yaz,
Yeah.
queen d7, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. And I think he's worked it out. And Levon...
Deep breath there by Magnus on the webcam. It's like, whew. And Levon, very, very nervously, has just played the move Queen H6 to G5 and very quickly slapped this clock. Knight G4 is box. We mean force move when I say box. The knight, the queen threatened maiden 1 on G2 as well as the knight on E5. So both threats were addressed by the move Knight G4. And here we go to that Knight G2, King G2 variation. Although
you can also play H5 immediately, but it's
H5 has been played. Good call there, Maurice. But Knight E3 does protect the pawn on G2 and give White a seemingly impregnable fortress on the king side now. Now I think Magnus really believes he's got the game in hand now.
Because there's no more
no more
counterplay. That knight on E3 is such a brilliant defense.
One last trick. King to H7. I'm not sure he's going to see it. There's a trick in King to H7, getting his king off the back row, where A7 would be a reduction of his advantage, dramatic reduction. If he finds King H7, there is a trap waiting for Magnus after this move. The trap involves knight takes.
Knight G2 and Queen G3 after.
It involves actually knight takes H3 and rook F2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he sacked immediately.
Played Knight G2 first,
He's not
without
ready.
even putting the king on H7. You mean?
Knight takes G2.
But this is a real mistake, apparently.
Rook takes F2. Knight takes G2 has been played, by the way.
Yeah, there's no attack here.
Because we can. So after Rook F2, you're just playing what?
Just play Rook, just defend it. Rook G1.
Rook G1, and then.
And that check on the back rank is
problem
going to kill you.
The problem is Queen G3 is no bueno because of Queen E8 check. That's why the computer wanted to play that weird King H7
King
move.
H7 was
now,
very important.
And then we're just going to be protecting everything when we take on H5. That's the worst news.
And we're piece up.
Yes, and a pawn on A6 up, which is worth a lot.
So a desperado attempt here by Levon, and hoping that Magnus's time trouble is going to cause the world champion to error. But now that we've seen the move Rook takes F2, this move Rook to G1, just keeping everything nice and protected on the G2 square, it's over. Queen E8 check looms as a huge threat, as does A7.
And Magnus Carlsen is going to leapfrog over Levon Aronian and have a chance to tie for first and actually win on tiebreak.
It all comes down
Maxime,
to MVL.
Yeah, if Maxime can't convert. Although it looks really good for him. But as I mentioned, Maxime also getting into really big time pressure potentially, as last time I checked, he had only about 25 minutes with Nepo using very little time.
Jan is a very, very quick. He moves very, very quickly and oftentimes puts his opponent under the stress of a ticking clock. And Rook G1 has been played, and Levon, recognizing that all of his attempts now to get at White's king simply don't exist.
And one move
King
too
H7.
late, or I should say a couple of moves too late, that he noticed now that his king did not belong on that square.
Right.
And he ceded all that time pressure. He would have seen this if he had time on the clock. He would have realized he needed to move his king to H7
earlier.
But as he started looking at it now that he's here, he's like, oh, my king is unchecked. If he'd been given a couple of minutes, Levon is a fantastic, fantastic calculator. If you had given him a few more minutes and he said Knight G2, Rook, Knight takes, Rook F2, Rook G1, hey, wait a minute, I can't play Queen G3 because of check. My king is a problem. Okay, maybe I need to move my king out the way. He would have seen it.
Right.
But time pressure makes fools of us all. And right now, Magnus needing to come up with a move in this position. A7 would not be his best choice.
Right.
By the way, don't push that.
The Queen E8.
Yeah, just transposing to the earlier line.
Right, and he has reached for the queen, but he's dropped his queen, just protecting the G3 square as well as the H3 pawn. He's just simply played Queen D3. I was actually thinking he could have played Queen E8 anyway, challenging Black to show compensation, but Queen D3 was his choice. By the way, that gets him not only one move closer to time control, it also eyeballs an opportunity to put Black's king in a discover check with E4, E5.
Tricky business. After Queen E5, which he's found,
right
now there is 1 point. The knight is pinned.
Yes, because you've got Queen H2 mate.
And also, the rook can go to A2.
Right,
and
to get behind
stop
the
that
pass
pawn
ball.
from running down the board. And White actually has a few technical difficulties here.
Seriously? Yeah, he's a piece to the good.
He is a piece to the good, but exactly how do you play in this position? I mean, he does have to make 2 moves. Just 2 moves to get to his time control. So
Right.
he just needs to make 2 moves.
So let's start with Rook F1.
Right, Rook A2.
Rook A2, and let's just get out of this funky Queen H2. I'll play King G1.
King G1 runs into the equalizing C4.
No way, really?
Oh my God.
C4.
C4, deflecting your queen,
Queen
so
G3.
No, I got Queen takes A2, right?
Queen B2.
Queen B2,
no, it's
right.
Queen B2.
Queen
You're getting on
B2 in the geometrics.
Oh, no.
In time pressure, stuff could happen.
Oh, no.
Equalizing.
Stuff could happen.
Wait a second. How does that equalize?
He's got 7
What
seconds.
is
He's
there?
only got. He's got to move. Magnus
my
has
God.
to move. Wow. He had 2 seconds left. 2 seconds
He wants
left
to get
on
out
the
of that
clock.
potential. I think he might have seen some kind of C4 at some point because he played Queen E3. Like, I don't want to let that be a possibility.
My goodness. Holy
Now he's
cow.
abandoned his A pawn as Rook to A2.
But then he'll play Queen F4, and he'll just try to win the game with a piece.
It's a totally different game. He is winning still.
With Queen F4. Yeah.
But
boy, did he get...
he
Did I
got
see
down to
that
2
right?
seconds.
2
Here's
seconds, yeah.
Rook A2 is on the board.
And what about Levon's time?
Levon got down to 4 seconds. So.
Oh my!
And I think
goodness.
it's one more move to make right now.
Yeah,
one
so
more
one more move for Magnus,
Okay,
one more
Queen
move
Magnus
for
said,
Levon.
forget about that A pawn.
Oh my
I'm just going to
God.
go piece up position.
Queen F4. Yeah, very good. Okay,
Oh, man.
that was hair raising. Whoa! Now Magnus isn't 99. Yeah, he looks like he is 99% sure that he's made the time control there.
Levon now has to make a move.
99.9. He's not going to go to the bathroom. He's
I
not
was about
sure.
to say, you really want... Uh-oh, and Levon
Levon does not want to trade queens, but
has played Queen C3, attacking the pawn on H3.
And we've made time control.
Woo!
That was way
Oh,
too hair
my
raising.
God.
That was hair raising. Unbelievable. And I don't have any hair.
And MVL has made a choice. Let's see what it was. He's taken
with the rook.
With the rook, okay.
He
So
took with the rook.
the more solid choice.
Well,
without having to calculate all those variations with removing our knight. Because if we're not going to put our knight on d6, why take with the pawn? Rook
Right.
takes is a more natural choice.
Exactly. And you really have to have great nerves of steel to allow Black's queen to go from F7 to F3 with a check and let Black play also the move E4, E3. So Rook takes C5 is a solid choice, but
Immediate
somehow I just-
H6 from Nepo, by the way.
Yeah, somehow I just feel that, okay.
I think
we
I
know-
misquoted the times, by the way. Actually, Maxime has like 40 minutes left, so it's not as big of a discrepancy as I thought it was.
Good to know.
Yeah, an hour and a half for Nepo.
Good to know. We know all of these guys are slippery, and it's really hard to just hold them down when you've got a big edge. I like White's position, but I have this horrible feeling that MVL just hasn't been technically very accurate in this game where he had a big advantage. Maurice, give us a clue on the engine's assessment of this position, and has MVL's advantage
But
increased or decreased?
I'm just wondering. Yeah, I want to know from Maurice whether we can somehow just checkmate you because with like on the back rank, because that pawn on H5 could come in handy.
The engines are evaluating this as painful and swift death.
Oh, very good.
This game is over dynamically because of the poor position of the king, and you see MVL, he's certain of it, and he just needs to take a long look as he is owning this board right now. After king to H7, the engine's giving the move queen to D5 as
Protecting
it's
the
tightening the screws in this position, and this king is looking funky. Don't let a knight land here because that's going to be all she wrote. And you're in like some kind of Zugzwang actually. Like what move do you play?
Oh my gosh, that's a good point because if you move that.
There's what. Maybe let's try rook. If you put the rook here, of course, then you cut off this diagonal, and queen D8 happens.
Mating on H8.
Well, queen takes does not help here because of queen check, And we get a nice little
That's an
knight
attractive
E7.
one.
A good way to end the chess game.
Right.
And besides that, we're kind of threatening rook b8 and just rook b7, like the slow burn.
Exactly.
There's everything. So let me go back to here. So queen d5. What is your next move with black? You're totally tied up in knots. This pawn is here. Your king is surrounded. You just don't have a move.
Right.
Rook e7 allows knight takes at worst. Even queen here looks good too. You're just running out of moves.
Exactly.
This is definitely a dominant position on the light square, showing that weakness of the bishop to guard both colors. It's just impossible. So all of white's pieces gravitating towards light squares. Literally every single white piece, the king, the knight, the queen, and the rook, sitting on light squares right now. It's only some pawns that are hanging out on dark squares where the bishop can't bother them anyway. So just a picturesque game. He just needs about 4 more moves, and it'll be resigns, and MVL will win his first super tournament clear of his entire life.
A huge moment for the Frenchman. He's
Well,
going to win the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, let's break out the bubbly and the champagne for our 5th winner of the Sinquefield Cup. Nobody repeated.
As we have to wait for the results to officially call it, but it's looking very likely that Maxime's going to win this game and Levon is not going to win against Magnus.
That's right.
And then we can crown our 5th unique champion, which is really astonishing.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show how combative all of these players in the field is and how really, really difficult it is to win this tournament twice.
Let's try something else, Yasser, just so we can luxuriate in the after rook c8 check, king h7,
queen d5.
We're
trying to find a move.
Let's try e3.
Right, because as Maurice has mentioned, rook f6 blocks the bishop's control of the d8 square. And that I just got to put that checkmate on the board again, because that's a very pretty pattern. You want to play queen g7 and mate. It's not there. The f5 knight is hanging. So knight e7, smothered mate. All of black's pieces block his king from escaping. That's a beauty.
So instead I was suggesting the move e3.
E3 looks like a better shot, but okay, I'll take a pawn.
And the difference here is now, if bishop e3, you have queen d8, don't you?
Simple. Yes, I do.
Well, you have the queen. That's a pawn. That thing, the h5 pawn that you hated so much earlier, Yasser. It does help us checkmate.
Bone, yes, it's a bone in black's throat. There's no question about it. And in this case, after knight takes e3, I've actually got you in a pin. You can't even recapture the knight.
Yeah, I don't even have any checks.
e3, unfortunately,
just doesn't do a thing.
Yeah.
The only try, apparently, that's interesting is the move g6.
Okay.
Okay.
g6. And after hg, maybe take with the king.
King takes, exactly.
Right.
Now you're no longer in the same prison. The knight, if the knight moves, you have some shots at queen f3 is your hope.
Oh, I see. Knight moves here, some shots of queen f3.
This is also losing, by the way, but the killer that he could have played instead of this rook c8 line that is being insisted on by the engines would be the cleanest way to win is the move g4.
Right.
And once you cement your knight, cement your h-pawn, you don't have any counterplay, period. So, but the way he played could lead to this as well with rook c8, with the rook c8 move.
You mean rook c8 and then g4 instead of queen d5?
No. Rook c8, queen d5, g6, the same line.
Okay.
Nope, sorry.
G6.
G6 now. Yes?
Right, we said g6 takes, king takes, and this move g4, cementing again the position and saying you don't have any moves, you have no counterplay.
Yeah, it's crazy how it is almost like zigzag. I mean, Maxime might have to change his favorite piece to the knight.
But then again, saying all that, we know under the pressure to find specifically the best construction is not easy, and his goal is so close right now. It's virtually in his hand, and he knows it. And he was going to move about 2 minutes ago, I noticed, and then he decided to stop and not move. He's making sure, double checking, triple checking. It's like having the fruit in your mouth. You don't want to blow it, have it fall on the ground.
Between the cup and the lip, many a drop has slipped. A little Shakespeare going on here.
There you go.
Yeah. For that reason of g7, g6, I really like the move queen d5. It's something very dominating and juicy about that move, Queen D5.
He reached
But
over it.
He reached again. That's the second time.
Having said all of that, something to be said for G4, because that absolutely stone cold stops you from playing G6. After G4, you are not playing G6 because of Rook C7, but Queen D5 much superior to the move G4, Maurice?
Is it superior? G4 is winning. The only thing about Queen D5 is it stops Rook E7.
The fourth fake in a row. He's
it
made
four?
He's made a third or fourth.
Queen
yeah.
D5 stops Rook E7 because of Knight E7. Clear. Got it.
Right. So
right.
just Queen D5 is prophylaxis against this move.
Rook E7.
And
so you're saying after G4, Rook E7 is an option for black that he wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah.
I get you. Okay.
It appears.
I mean, because Knight takes E7, walks into Queen F3 check, right?
Suddenly this random perpetual shows up.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow.
With the Queen on D5, you guard D1.
Exactly. Okay, so King H7, Queen D5, the strongest move. And he has been reaching. It's going to be 5 for 6 in a moment.
Yeah.
He's feeling it.
He's feeling it. The gravity of the moment.
There's no way around that. It doesn't matter if you're 1,200 or 2,800. When that win is close,
it's a big moment,
and it's a huge moment in your life. You're going to feel it. And
right.
The players watching who think that the nerves, as the player said before, you think nerves are not a part of it. You're always going to be nervous. It's like that old adage about bravery is not the absence of fear; it's acting despite feeling fear.
Yes.
Players are in a contest, which means so much, and it's clear that it matters to this guy. It's going to be such a big win for him and his family, his fans, all of France.
Everybody, yeah.
It's so huge, and he does not want to blow this moment. And Garry Kasparov himself said a win in this tournament could boost MVL's confidence so much that who knows where he ends up after this.
Right.
You know, it's funny because in a way, maybe, like I said, the bad luck was in his favor because Maxime went into this game, he knew he had to win.
Right.
You know, there's no playoff with Levon, playoff with Magnus. He obviously the rules were bad for him, but in a way, after you see this game, non-distracted by the possibility of a draw, perhaps it contributed. And he has played the move G4. Allowing that opportunity that Maurice mentioned, but.
But otherwise, it was kind of a Zugzwangy kind of situation. Queen D5, just stop Rook E7. And after you play the move Queen D5, you say, okay, what move are you going to play black? It's very difficult. But G3, G4 are very practical. I just wanted to say that in my own career personally, I mean, I think it was where I was the most nervous was when I was making my norms.
Oh, my goodness.
When I was making my international master norms and my grandmaster norms, and I would be so close, I didn't want to blow it. I mean, I just was like double check, treble check. Yes, it works.
I agree. That was harrowing as an experience.
Really
trying to get those titles and knowing that title could change your life.
And one move could also change the position.
And I made those moves too.
Yeah.
And blue getting norms.
Ooh.
Man, those hurt badly.
Yes.
And so after G4, Rook E7, what do we do? Let's find a better move than Knight takes E7.
Well, first of all, G4, once again, just really does cement the knight in place on F5 as well. And, you know, you've got all of the pluses that you previously had. Only black has the move Rook E7. Now, let's figure out a nice way of winning this position. Your rook under capture, but again, just to boldly point out what Maurice has said before, don't. Gosh, was it yesterday?
Hikaru and
Fabiano. We, just allowing a rook sacrifice that would force a perpetual check.
This would be a little worse, though.
Yeah, this would even be worse.
We give up the title.
You can't escape a perpetual check, so you can't take the rook. All right, so we got this position right here. But one of the things you had mentioned, Maurice, is you look at the position. If you ever get a knight to G6, how sweet that would be. Okay, unfortunately, you're not getting it there, immediately. How do we do it? The ending, well, queen takes, rook takes. It's nice. I mean, okay, maybe it's more than nice, maybe simply very nice. But that's not how you wanted to finish this position. Besides the queen trade, I can keep the queens on the board. You mentioned one line earlier where I could play to eyeball the d8 square, but now black has done a good job, I think. But no, I will take the pawn. I was going to say of covering the d8 square. I was going to go rook d7 and rook d8. But this still looks very, very, very good for white if he just continues with the attack. You don't have time to play bishop f6. Queen d8 is the threat on the board. You can't also, another thing, the queen does cover, does attack g7, so you can't do this either. G7 hangs. So queen d4. So we're looking at rook e7, queen d4 for white, and not easy for black to play here either.
Great moves you played. By the way, queen d4 is an excellent move. He can now play rook e6.
But haven't I transposed back to the...
Exactly. Back with the money with the free g4 move.
With the free g4 move.
Sitting there, and now he can't play rook e7 anymore.
Right.
So that would be that.
As they say. Okay.
So just a couple more moves.
Precise moves for
precise
MVL.
strangulation moves. Now he's starting to look like Karpov again. G4 finally getting everybody locked down. He's played this very dynamically. We wouldn't expect to win in this type of way. It wasn't the Smyslovian way, the Karpovian nuance, boa constrictor. You have no chances whatsoever.
This is more Bobby Fischer-esque.
Right, much more concrete, much more dynamic. But from what we've seen, nothing wrong with this handling. Although I will tell you, I would not use this game as a model game for my students.
Right, exactly.
Of all the themes with the beautiful knight on d5.
And a game we've kind of lost track of because we know that MVL...
Still move 40.
For
41, Magnus going into a big tank on move 41. So
Really?
he's been thinking for 15 minutes.
After the move queen c3.
That's right, and he's played knight to e3.
Okay.
Just as you were bringing the board up.
Oh, very nicely timed. Bravo. Thank you, Magnus. So knight e3 by Magnus, and he's eyeballing his own opportunities of going after black's king with queen. Should black take away this passed pawn off the board, rook takes a6, let's say. There's queen g5, and grabbing this pawn and keeping the black king under check.
E5 is a threat, disconnecting your queen on c3 from defending the g7 pawn.
No, Jennifer, that might be a very nice idea. Thank you. You're absolutely right. E5 stopping the queen from being able to defend g7. So maybe I like it with queen g5 first, though. I do like it with queen g5 first. But then the big threat, e4, e5, and mate on g7 is going to cause
the Levon coordinating now.
Of course.
That's the problem. I mean, this is going to be Levon is going to go down in this game, and the world champion has had a time after move 40 to realize that his friend Maxime is crushing. So it might not matter in terms of his chances to grab another cup, but of course it matters.
Of course it does.
The game matters to the world champion.
Absolutely.
And it certainly matters to Maxime, who will avoid a playoff, obviously, if Levon had won this game.
Grand Chess Tour points, by the way, will matter quite a bit for Magnus getting into a tie for second place.
Right.
With this win, he'll be tying with Anand. So that means they will split the points. He will get
10
only
and 8.
10 and 8, so he get 9 points, while MVL will close the gap
with 13.
With 13 points. At the moment, there's a 7-point deficit that MVL has to make up. By winning this tournament and getting 13 points, he'll be at 31. Magnus will get 9 points and be at 34. He'll be 3 down. And then MVL, with a win in London, could guarantee himself at least a tie.
Or to place ahead of Magnus by such a 4-point difference.
That's right. At least a tie or Magnus, because Magnus has to get second place there. So MVL taking the bull by the horns and doing what he needed to do. Magnus bringing himself up, but now that's a 2-horse race. I think everybody else would have been eliminated basically from contention.
So the thing with Rapids aren't going to affect the standings that much.
I don't think so. Even if Anand wins that one.
That was my question. Would a big victory for Anand.
But Anand's numbers are so bad already.
Yeah,
and it counts. He had only 3 points.
And
How about Hikaru's numbers?
Hikaru from this tournament won't be great.
Yes.
Because he's only going to get in the middling numbers. And these guys are going to have such great scores already. They have such big numbers they're putting up. MVL tied in Paris for first.
Right.
Wait a minute. How many points did MVL? Oh, there was a tie break that gave a clear winner, right? So he got when there's a tie. I thought it was always
10.
I thought it was always 12 points to the person who won.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
That's right.
But didn't Magnus get 13 for Paris?
No, I thought he got 13 from Leuven.
But he's got how many points does he have now? 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 25.
25.
All right, so you're right. So he gets 12 there. Right. So he's got 12. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is at 18. So who could be on this list? Hikaru with 8 will only get about 4 or 5 for this tournament. Even if he wins, 13 plus another 13 is 25, 26. Those guys are not going to collapse that big for him to catch them because they're going to be in the 30s.
We're talking 30s, yeah.
Rook E7 was played in this game, and we're waiting. And Queen D4 was responded to pretty quickly, was the response. Who else? Anand we had on that list as well. Anand had only 3 points.
I mean, the thing is, it's going to be possible, but it's going to require collapses by Maxime and Magnus in London.
That's the only thing. You got.
They're both not going to collapse.
Right. You don't need one guy to collapse. You need both guys to collapse for it to be a close race. But
it'll be a close race between the two of those.
Correct. It will be a 2-horse race. Based upon the results we're currently seeing, we're seeing MVL in a winning position against Jan. He still needs to close the deal. And we see Magnus in a winning position against Levon, and he needs to close his deal as well.
And it looks like that parlay is going to happen, Yaz, and we're going to have a new Sinquefield Cup champion from France, Viva la France, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a really fantastic tournament, which could have gone a lot differently if not for that game, that fateful game against Magnus Carlsen, which was so wild.
Sure.
Could I say something strange as well?
Yes, please.
I'm looking at the ratings, the live ratings.
The live rating list.
And Carlsen is losing right now. We haven't had a chance to look at that game. But on the live rating list, if MVL wins, he might end up being, at the end of today, the #2 player in the live rankings in the world.
Making him the highest French-rated player ever in the modern history.
Well, he's been
of
over
chess.
2,800 before.
But highest, I don't think he was ever number 2, or perhaps I'm mistaken.
I think he was. I think when he had that incredible streak and he went all the way up to 2019.
Okay.
But remember, he dropped precipitously. Aronian took over this #2 spot. Carlsen will lose. If he loses, he'll go down. It's just whether or not he'll be just above Kramnik, as he is. He's actually 2799.4 right now. So it looks like he'll pass Kramnik. Aronian, it might be percentage points with him and Aronian, but it'd be so much for him that he'd accomplish at this one event. He showed he was tops at Blitz and Rapid. He's already shown that. Now in this event, he may just be the second best player in the world after this event. And Gary Kasparov, like I said before, did say, this guy looks like he's got the fighting spirit.
Real potential.
Oh, you take Gary's prediction? What about my prediction?
By the way, a hearty congratulations from the very start. You had MVL as your pick, and I had Magnus, as did.
I did too. To guess that right.
Where was Christian on that?
Fabiano. So
Christian was slightly off.
Well,
Missed it by
that much.
Except up till last round, Fabiano was in there with a shout.
It's true. Yeah, that just allowing that perpetual check. By the way, looking at that game of Peter Svidler, of all the 3 remaining games, Peter's looks like an absolute stone-cold win. Extra pawn, great control. Poor Fabi. What happened to the Americans? I mean, this is a very confounding result by all 3 of the Holy Trinity here, folks. I don't get it. I mean, one of them could have had a bad result. 2, but all 3 having very, very subpar performances in St. Louis. And
it happens.
Coincidence?
They'll be back. They'll be back. If one of them wins the World Cup or two of them qualify in the World Cup, you'll be saying, "Hey, party time! We're back!"
Right.
It's just every competition has its own story, and we're obviously creatures of the present. But as Wesley so wisely said, it's not just about this tournament; it's what you learn from it, and you move on from there. This one looks almost resignable after that last move.
Exactly. So Magnus up a piece, putting the finishing touches on a very beautifully played game. MVL, and there we have
and there's
a handshake.
The first result of the three. So we're expecting 3 white victories in this game, but Fabiano Caruana has gone down to Peter Svidler. As you mentioned, Yaz, what a great finish for Peter, who had yet to win a game in the Sinquefield Cup here this year, right. And was really regaling us with his wonderful calculations and confessions. And finally, he scored victory. But of course, it increases the sadness of American fans, as we of course were hoping for at least a +1,
a competitive
a +2,
American
right?
player, yes, in the tournament. Yes, exactly. And it's been really shocking, actually. For Peter, he's going to be sitting there saying, confoundingly, his soul, he didn't make the sacrifice that he wanted to knight f4 because he didn't calculate the lines well enough. Instead, his only victory in the event came in the last round where he wasn't true to himself. So he'll be scratching his head and saying, is that what it takes for me to win games? To play against my instinct, which is to play knight f4, knight e6. Let's go to the game of MVL, because we do have some moves, and I've got to update my board. Come on, board. There we have it. And by the way, after the move g4, queen d4 was played, rook e6, queen d5, achieving that really harmonic position with the dominating queen, the dominating knight, and stealing that extra tempo g3, g4. Very impressive play.
Now you control this part for your students with all that all that control. The king is totally safe.
And everything on light squares.
Everything on light squares.
Everything on light squares. That's what you would expect when the opponent has that dark square bishop, which is just basically he's down a piece, plus his king is weak. So this one is really all over.
You couldn't ask for better coordination, and again, that pawn on h5, which could have created some problems earlier, is now just helping MBL creating all these mating threats on the back rank.
A key to all of the powerful threats that white has in the position is thanks to that pawn on h5, a move, a pawn that we might have been critical of, but now we're all joyous for, right? And we do have Fabi in the studio with Maurice to talk about his Sinquefield Cup.
With Fabiano Caruana, who unfortunately didn't have much to play for in this round and ended up losing the game. Fabi, this opening was very enterprising. We saw you play this before, or at least we did the research, and so you played it against Topalov earlier. Was it Paris, or it was in Paris? What went wrong in this game?
Oh, I think my position should have been fine, but at some point in the early middle game I got outplayed. Probably some combination. I'm not sure if bishop e6 was a good move. Maybe I could have played knight d4. I think this was all correct. And maybe just knight d4 here. And if queen b4, knight c2, probably is working. And if he goes back to d1, I should be fine with some. Knight d4, queen d1. I should be fine with any normal move, even like knight e6. I doubt black has many problems. And yeah, it was a bit unpleasant in the game. I don't know if he had to play rook d1. He could have played knight f4.
Well, yeah, the Indians were screaming for knight f4 to be played in this position.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate bishop d2, knight e6, f e6, rook e6, king f7, bishop f6, gf, bishop d5, and king g6 is probably forced. It looked very bad, but yeah, I think probably white should throw in bishop e4 check, king h6. And I thought there was a nice trick. Because queen b2 looks winning, but then after knight d4, queen d2, king g7, the rook is trapped on e6. And he can't even give it up for a knight. I mean, he just loses it. But then maybe he can... I thought it's probably very bad for me. Instead of... I mean, he could play bishop c6 instead of queen b2. Take, queen b2, bishop g5. And something like... but I didn't think it was losing or anything. I mean, he'll win the bishop back, but... I mean, pawns will be equal, and he'll have to open up his king somewhere, because h4 I'll play bishop h4, and f4 I'll maybe even play bishop h4 again.
There was a nasty line in there I think we saw the engine suggest was instead of bishop d5, just simply rook e2.
I thought there was something here.
There's a twin threats on d5 and b7 will create problems. And we can analyze this stuff with him. It's not your job to do. The tournament is now finally over. You will have a chance to play in the Blitz and Rapid. You got 2 days to get your mind straight. Are you thinking about that at all?
Not really. It's just a bad event. I just want to forget about the last game and the rest of the games.
All right. Well, we wish you good luck in the rest of the tournament. No, it's not what you expected, but we know you'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabiano.
Indeed, it was so close. Imagine that if he won yesterday, he would have been in the hunt for first. But right now, Maxime looking like he's exchanging, he's calculated a victory here. So let's take a look and see how he did that.
All right. When we left it, we just saw the move queen d5, virtually hog-tying Jan to such a degree. Jan had no choice but to play the move g6. White happily captured. King takes, rook f8, queen takes e6 check is on the board. Do we have any further moves, Jen?
It looks like Jan is now thinking, but if queen f6, of course, there's knight e7 and mate, and there's a resignation, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is our new Sinquefield Cup champion.
Break out the bubbly.
That's right, fantastic performance. Avoiding all of those crazy playoff and tiebreak scenarios that we considered. Lovely finish.
Right. We don't have to worry about them anymore because there would have been a mate on the board.
Although, of course, it's not totally official until Magnus Carlsen
could conceivably win.
Is over. But
he is a piece down. Very, very unlikely. But yes, it's not mathematically.
He flashed a smile there, very happy as he has done what he had to do. He came in determined to win, and to be able to pull that off on call is not easy by any means. And
spectacular finish from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to the Sinquefield Cup. But another player with a nice finish, though not as nice, Peter Svidler with Maurice.
Well, he was saying that -1 is nothing to write home about.
I will say the same thing about 50%.
He'll say the same about 50% as well, but at least a win to close out this Sinquefield Cup. Peter, you played a good game. This one was a good game. It was very solid.
Although what I said in the confessional did come to be true, right? Because I basically stopped one ply before the move that wins there, and
the knight f4 variation.
Yeah, I spent almost half of my remaining time trying to make it work because it's so obvious that this, is the logical continuation of what I was doing. And King f7 wasn't worrying me. I saw what you were showing, or maybe what Fabiano was showing. King f8 was worrying me. But then after queen b8, queen b7, rook b8, queen c6, rook b2, I kind of stopped because I couldn't see how to continue. And rook d6 just wins in this position.
Right.
And this, I stopped after queen c6, rook b2. Once again, sort of same as yesterday, one more ply. The moment I see rook d6, it becomes more or less immediately obvious that white should be crashing through. Because I pick up the g5 pawn, and I'm not even down on material. It's three pawns for the piece with the king on f8. And I was so much, itching to go for it. But if you don't see a move in this position, you've given up a piece, and black will stabilize if you give them tempo. So I had to go rook e g1, and after that, I honestly did not think my position was that much better. But I think Fabio did not defend as well as he normally does, because maybe shortness of time, and also I guess it wasn't his best event, frankly. So
Well, a solid event for you nevertheless. You're walking out of here with good thoughts?
It's improved towards the end, and I did play like somebody resembling a human being towards the end of the tournament. But overall, I'm not particularly happy with what I showed here. I think 50% is frankly generous with the positions I had.
Well, you still scored. You still got to get the points.
Yeah.
And
I will take this result with the once again with the positions I had.
Next for you is
World Cup is same as everybody, I guess. We will all be moving on. The circus packs up and moves to Tbilisi.
Well, there'll be an interruption in the Grand Chess Tour
for the lucky ones.
For
the lucky ones to play Gary.
Tell us your final assessment of that.
It's going to be perhaps the most publicized event in recent times, I think, because of Gary's participation, and I will be just the viewer. I will be enjoying it immensely from the couch. I have no idea what will happen. I will just be watching it.
Rooting for Gary to do well?
Yeah, I would like him to do well, yeah.
All right. Well, we will be enjoying it as well as we do commentary here, but thank you so much for gracing us with your presence yet again, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Who knows?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and congratulations on your final last round victory.
And this is what we were talking about, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. It starts on Monday, August 14th, and there's an opening ceremony that is going to be live streamed. There will be 3 days of Rapid, followed by 2 days of Blitz, and a playoff if necessary. Also, one of our favorites, Yaz, we're going to have Ultimate Moves.
Yes, that's where Randy and Rex Sinquefield smack each other down. They're all-star teams.
But as Peter was leaving, we heard some thunderous applause upstairs at the chess club as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's fans were so excited to see him win this tournament in clear first. And he is with Maurice. Congratulations, Maxime.
As I said before, vive la France. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won the Sinquefield Cup, and with it, his first super tournament of his career. Maxime, how does it feel?
Well, let's not jinx it. I mean, I know that Magnus has no reason to lose a position with a piece-up, but it's never over before it's over.
That is true indeed. I will back that up, retract on that one, because if it would be as bad as Truman versus Dewey, and we have a call from a political event that happened here in the States many years ago. So, let's temper it. How do you feel at the moment?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I had a job today and I did it. So, of course, that makes me very happy, even though I didn't feel in such great shape during the game, especially in the middle game. I felt I was probably not handling that very well because I got a very nice advantage out of the opening. But then after the time control, I recovered. I mean, I think I managed to find a clean way, even though, I mean, it's tricky, there's a lot to calculate, but I felt that I had everything under control after that.
It was a very sharp way of handling this kind of blockade of knights and d5 square. There was a moment you could have played queen e4. Everyone was confused when you played the move king to g2. Could you give us the rationale why you didn't play queen e4 instead?
I think queen e4, there was some kind of, I don't know whether queen f7 or rook f8. I mean, it's connected with boss move, and then you attack both the pawn on f2 and h5, so probably I lose one of these. And it's still much better for me, of course, but, I felt like e4 should actually help me, because then I get all these squares, and once I got my knight to f5, that's why I felt confident to go into such sharp lines, because with this knight on f5, and then supported by g4, which is a natural move to make, but I just didn't want to leave anything to chance. More or less every tactics is going to end in white's favor.
There was a moment, you mentioned that queen f7, knight e3 was possible. I saw a flash on the screen just for a moment instead. This particular move, knight e3, seems strong. Did you look at this one?
Yeah, and then I thought rook f8, queen d5, and, well, of course it looks... wait, no, maybe it was bishop g5 also. Like, something like knight e3, bishop g5. There's knight f5. So I should start with rook f8, but then yeah, at least queen d5. Yeah, of course. No, knight f5, rook f8. Yeah, I mean, it was before move 40. I felt like king g2 would keep everything under control.
Solid down. The odds of Magnus losing this position are pretty exponential.
Yeah, I mean, that would put him, you know, in a fury. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think we'd have a very angry Magnus Carlsen if he actually lost this one.
I mean, already I think if he doesn't win this, he'll already won't be happy. So yeah.
Yes, and if he doesn't win, of course, bargain that he doesn't lose, you will be the champion. So, again, I apologize. I don't want to make any kind of
that's fine.
Bad luck land on the board for you at all. We'll say for now, you're in a decent position. You're at least guaranteed a tie for first and a potential playoff. We'll let you get a chance to relax after this win. Congratulations on a great game, and we'll see what happens in this one.
Thank you, Maurice.
Congratulations, Maxine, and we look forward to sharing the bubbly with you. Well done. Well done.
Yes, I can't wait to make it official, of course, after we find that Magnus manages not to lose this game. I expect him to win, but there's some work to be done. And let's take a look at the closing ceremonies, in which it seems very likely that we will be breaking out the bubbly and the fromage as we see Maxime.
And I believe we're going to be trying to stream the closing ceremony, so that's very nice. It's
at 6:30 on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel.
Wonderful.
So you can join in and kind of see us celebrate.
What's the theme? For the opening ceremony, it was all about fashion. Do we have something special planned?
I
Do you
just
know?
said bubbly and fromage.
Well, that's good. Okay.
Escargot.
That'll work. That'll work for everybody involved. Maurice, what is... does Levon have any chances? Oh, by the way.
Aw, look at that. The champ gets a picture with some of those
The children have been waiting and cheering their heroes on. Full house upstairs at the St. Louis Chess Club. Big smiles around.
Yeah, I might have
for
called
everyone.
this one too early, but I think the fans are in agreement. They don't expect Magnus to lose this position, as they are seeing MVL as the new champion, the potentially fifth new player to win this title, and very deserving if he does do so. I mean, he's a warrior. This guy is a warrior. He's not built in any normal classical mode, right? I mean, who do you compare him to, Yaz? When you think about a player that plays in his style, it's very hard to pin him down. I mean, he really is slippery. That's a description that really applies to him. He's a child of the computer generation. Losing positions, he somehow gets out of them with such frequency, not from stoic defense, but through crazy tactical ideas.
Yeah.
It's just simply very hard to pin down who this player is.
Well, tactically, of course, he's very, very gifted. He calculates with all of the best of him. What also makes him so awkward is his fantastic opening knowledge. He plays his systems to a T. He knows them inside and out. It's very, very hard to get an advantage against him. And yet, he pulls off the game that he pulled off today, where he essentially strategically dominated his opponent before he turned it into tactics, and a very impressive victory. So, yeah, you don't want to pin this man down and say, oh, he's just a fine tactician, because he can play really, really well strategically.
He also leapfrogged, as we were noting on the ratings list, he also leapfrogged everyone except Aronian. So Aronian is number 2 in the world still playing this game. He's now number 3 in the world, and if Aronian were to lose the game, which seems potentially, looks likely, but if Aronian loses this game, then he is the new number 2 player for the moment anyway.
We see so many players here from the chess club, so many children, so many people from out of town, of course, in the anticipation and also not only of the finish of the Sinquefield Cup, but also for the debut of Garry Kasparov here in St. Louis for the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz. And Maurice is not the only one. You and I aren't the only one. There's lots of players out there trying to jinx Maxime because they're with us.
Congratulating him all the way as he's trying to make his way back to his hotel room so he can relive a very impressive game. He played really, really well today. Yes, beautiful performance by the Frenchman, and it's really great to see somebody who plays so dynamically and is such a regular on the tour, doing well, and yet hadn't won a major title like this before. It's really great to see him do it, and here in St. Louis. Of course.
And we are going to take a short break as we keep an eye on our final game and anticipate officially crowning Maxime as the new Sinquefield Cup champ. We're back at the 2017 Sinquefield Cup as we are watching a historical moment where we are going to see a fifth unique champion here at the Sinquefield Cup. But question remains, which is very relevant for the Grand Chess Tour standings, is Magnus Carlsen going to win this endgame? How do you rate his odds?
Extremely high. Obviously, there's a theoretical chance that Magnus could lose, and our celebrations with MVL has been premature, but he's a piece up for 2 pawns, and we do have this current position on the board, and Magnus definitely in cruise control here with only 2 pawns, and they're kind of straggly pawns at that for the night. Levon really does not want to lose this game because of the Grand Chess Tour points that are at stake.
And the Sinquefield Cup prize fund and the Sinquefield Cup standings as well. Despite the fact that it's technically not over yet, plenty of people on Twitter are already calling in and putting in their congratulations for MVL, including Grandmaster John Tisdall, who says, "One of my tips came in. Congrats to the winner, MVL." Elshan Diabati, who of course is often a Grandmaster in residence here at the Chess Club, says,
yes.
Congrats to MVL. A deserved victory wrapped up with a now quote-unquote classic win. And we also have chess.com calling it already for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, despite that microscopic chance that
could
I mean,
still happen.
I
Yeah.
can't even imagine how you could even create that chance, and I think that's why some websites and news sites are already calling it for the French man.
And there we see the standings after 4 games are in the history books, 1 game pending, and it really does look to me like Magnus is going to share second with Vichy Anand. We'll have to figure out the prize money. They get split equally, but so do the Grand Chess Tour points now that we're giving NVL with 13 for being the clear winner.
That's right. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is getting 13 points for this victory, as well as the $75K first prize, and shooting up the rating list to either number 2 or 3, depending on the result of this game, and some fine calculations. And is really, all these players are so successful that the main thing is the title. That's the thing they're after here.
I remember this comment that Bent Larson told me years ago. I had got my Grandmaster title, and he said to me, Yasser, you're at the point where it's all about winning tournaments. That's what it comes down to. You've got to win the tournaments. You don't want to just compete, but you got to win. And when I look at how competitive and combative this tournament was, I mean, everybody came here gunning for first. I mean, that was what they had in mind, and I really applaud the players. They made our lives so much easier, and boy, when you want to commentate on a tournament, the Sinquefield Cup in particular makes you look good because the players really bring it. Maurice, what's your thoughts?
Especially with 5 players who could have won this thing, and for one of them to emerge and say, I took the bull by the horns and won it all. MVL really showed his fighting spirit, especially as he walked out of here last night and said, I got to win. That's just that simple. I'm going for the win. And he came and went after his beloved Najdorf as well and showed one wrinkle as to how to get an advantage. Of course, he took a page out of this man's book, Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus played that line famously against him and Nepomniachtchi just recently. And I think, believe it or not, I think Magnus, well, I'm sure you'll believe it, Magnus is not going to jump up and down after winning this game. He'll be proud he won it, did what he's supposed to as a great champion, needed to win the game, if he wins, that is, needed to win the game. But if he walks out of here with a victory in the game, he's about what you said, Yaz, winning tournaments.
Exactly.
For him, you win the tournament, then it was a success. There are some champions or some players who that's what it's all about. I know my beloved New York Yankees, we haven't won in a while, but let me tell you, if we get into the playoffs and we don't win, we don't care. It's like, oh, you made it to the playoffs. Sorry, no, that doesn't count. They're all the great champions, the Michael Jordans of the world, when Tiger Woods, when he was at the top, all those great tennis players who reign at the top as well, Serena Williams, they don't win, it doesn't count. It's like, yeah, I got second, thank you, but I know about that one. He's a winner. He's been a winner. And for him to not win again in a classical event, that means he's over this year.
Right. And again, when we knew it at the time, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but boy, that game with MVL just
that was the decider.
That was the decider. It was his only loss of the tournament. Magnus, of course, I'm talking about. Had he won that game, well, this would not have been the competitive tournament that we so much enjoyed.
Not at all. And he had another game that he didn't win. What was that game he missed? Oh, against Hikaru. Right.
Yes.
King G5 was winning there. He was just this close to completely owning this event.
Right.
We wouldn't have been talking about a new winner.
None of that stuff.
Talk about anything but Magnus, the return of Magnus. And he would have put a slam dunk definitive finish on the Grand Chess Tour, and London would have just been another tournament to see who may win that event, but it wouldn't have mattered. Now the Grand Chess Tour is up for grabs, and he better win this one, because if he doesn't win this one, he suddenly slips to 4th place.
Right.
In a 4th place tie even.
Right.
With Karyakin. How many points would he get for that?
Well, we know that if he were to win, he would tie with Vichy. They would split 10 and 8 points respectively for tying for 2nd and 3rd. That means that he would get 9. No, he'll get.
We get 9 for that. But if he doesn't win this one, he's at 7 and 6, tied with Karyakin, right?
Right. Well, supposing that he does get 9, then we figured out that he had a 3-point Grand Chess Tour lead going into London.
Right. Right.
Well, let's take a look at the graphic that will put this all in perspective for us.
Well, if things stay like they are and Magnus does win this game, he's going to end up with 34 Grand Chess Tour points.
No.
And Maxime will be 31.
No, that's if he wins the game.
Yes. If he
wins.
If he draws the game, for getting 4th, you get 7 points, and 5th is 6 points.
So he would get 6.5 points.
Right, 6.5 points.
Instead of the 9.
31. That's right. He'd have a 31.5
lead.
0.5 would be his lead, which means if MVL finished ahead of him in any scenario, he would win the Grand Chess Tour. He would have to guarantee himself being ahead of MVL in order to win the Grand Chess Tour. So he does not want to draw this game. He needs to win, at least win, to keep that lead right there that you see.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And the only the Wesley So and Vichy playing in the Rhythm and Blues tournament coming up soon, they would need to get 13 points to even
But did
have
I
a
see
shout.
Aronian had 15.5 points in that graphic?
No, I thought that was Wesley.
Who had the 15.5 points?
Let's go back to that graphic.
Let's see this again because there's so much juice in this graphic. Wesley has 15.
Wesley.
Yeah. And
Wesley's
Wesley's played in three events.
Right,
not
right.
playing
Wesley's
in
not.
the Rapids.
He's not playing in the next
Yeah.
one.
Correct.
He's mathematically removed from the event.
So
from
I'm
winning.
saying Levon and Anand need to win. Win
Win the
Rhythm
Grand-
and Blues.
we need to win this upcoming event.
Okay,
and
yeah.
That
Both
would
playing
give
in
them 25 and a bit of a shout. They would still be on the outside looking in, going
Yeah.
to
They have no
London.
chance.
Well,
I mean,
Magnus.
that's bet the house time.
Yeah,
Magnus
both Magnus
would
and
have to come in.
he'd have to collapse.
He'd have to
as
come in
would
seventh.
MVL.
Magnus would have to come in seventh. No, with MVL, it's a little bit more realistic because he would have to come in less than fourth. So, he could come middle of the pack, and that would be enough.
Oh, wait a minute. You're saying
But-
they'd have to win this. They'd have to win the upcoming tournament, which
That's
is no
correct.
guarantee. We've got Nakamura in that event with Fabi and
Yeah,
all of them
of course
seeking
not.
revenge.
Right.
So they have to win that event to get 13 points, win the Rapids in a couple of days to get 13 points, and then they'd have to win London as well. Of course.
And then Magnus also has to
And
get
the collapse. I mean,
Magnus has to get seventh or worse.
yes. I mean, come on.
Okay,
That's
the
a-
one
that's a
one
lot
tweak
that has to
though,
happen.
one tweak though, Levon Aronian, if he happens to draw today, of course his chances are way better because that would put Magnus down and put him up. So,
good point.
But
So-
still
Right,
so the draw, it's
extremely
really
fringe
very
possibilities.
much depends on this draw.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
This
so
is
this
this
is
that you're
not yet
looking at
where
is
we
of
are.
course completely unofficial. This is not yet determined.
and based only on Magnus winning, and that would change dramatically if the game was drawn.
Yeah, 31.5 is what Magnus would have if he drew, and Levon would get 9 instead of whatever number he would get for losing this game.
But looking at Levon's body language, he sure doesn't exemplify somebody who has a chance of drawing. And we've just seen the move Rook B5 and
Rook A2.
Rook A2. Looking to activate his rook, bringing the rook to the 6th rank, tickling some of these pawns on E6 and F6, as well as bringing the rook behind the pawn. And, technically it's very easy for the world champion. He just has to make sure that at the end of the day he keeps one of his 2 remaining pawns on the board and not to get into a rook and knight versus rook situation.
And the
That's-
problem is that F5 is not so easy to effectuate, because you could actually take it and win this pawn with Rook A6.
The check, the king has to back off, and then knight takes F5, and there's no way black is picking up this H4 pawn, which is nicely protected, and that is really, really, really bad. So you can't, I think you can get an F5 at a more easier moment, but you're not getting both of white's pawns off the board.
And also, I don't know what that propitious moment would be to play F5, but if you do play F5, you also have to be concerned about this move E5.
In response.
Even if you had a better moment to play F5 where you don't lose this pawn.
Yeah, black.
Move E5 is another move you have to worry about because white is then going to look to play Rook A7 and the Rook to E7 and go after your pawn. And that,
while also cementing the E5 pawn, protecting it nicely
Yes.
with knight C4.
So there are a couple of things for white to do there. Black is pretty much helpless as he is to watch white's maneuvers.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're almost obliging yourself to try to do your best to play Rook H1, and if you draw the king to G3, then to play Rook back to E1, and to try to disturb the equilibrium in the position. Well, not the equilibrium, but to disturb the position. The problem is, once again, you can't get both, you can't get both of white's pawns. After Rook to H1, I'll give you 1, but not 2. I'll take this guy on E6, you'll take this guy on H4, and I'll go knight here. And I'm going to keep this key pawn for the game, and that's all she wrote.
That pawn will become a monster queen as Levon is now suffering over this position, looking for some options, but he can feel it. And you see there, he's barely looking at the board. He can feel the weight of coming into the last round and having to face off. We talked about this. You have to face Magnus Carlsen. We said this yesterday. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, a determined champion. We called it. We said this one will be the hardest of all. A giant mountain to climb was Levon Aronian having to deal with Magnus in the last round.
And yes, for all that we said about Levon's tiebreaks being best, if you don't get past the 9th round, you don't get to the tiebreaks.
Exactly. But Levon brought such creativity, such combative chess. He excited us for the entire event.
Oh, yes, that's true.
The most creative. I really do feel for him because right now, he spoiled it. Well, Magnus spoiled his tournament.
What a fantastic tournament by Levon, indeed. And I know that a lot of people were rooting for Anand, a lot of people were rooting for Maxime, and many fans from Armenia, the Armenian diaspora, and also just fans from all over the world, because this man with his class and with his creativity, it's just hard not to love the way he plays.
I'm a big fan.
People
I'm
yesterday
not Armenian, but I'm a big fan.
Yesterday, people were talking about his draw against Svidler and saying, that was such an amazing game. I can't believe that was like a relatively quick draw.
Exactly.
Right? Just all of the content and richness in those, 14, 18 moves in that teenage game.
Yeah. He played the most creative chess of anyone in the event. You could say that Vichy played the most solid with one scintillating victory that will be the brilliancy of the tournament.
Full stop.
Without any question. That will be representative of this Sinquefield Cup. Although we saw a lot of Endgames, and we see yet another one here. As you mentioned, Yaz, we could write a book about the book on Endgames just from this tournament alone.
But we've got another one, by the way.
We've got this one. But Vichy's win was the one that just said, okay, you got a lot of Endgames, but make sure you put this one in the book, just because you'll have to. Because it's just such a scintillating game that you'll say, yeah, this is brilliant. This is wonderful. This is amazing, crushing, everything. Just.
But Levon's rook h1, h4, trapping the queen on the queen side.
Creative.
In a groove defense.
But I was saying that Anand was the most solid.
Classical approach.
Yes.
Yes.
Looked untouchable almost. Was Anand in trouble in any game?
Not at all.
Maybe today at most. Yeah. I mean, it looked a little scary today.
Maybe today was his worst. But not against MVL. He could have pressed a lot more in that round 8. Maybe he'll look back and say, if I had an opportunity to do it all over again, I'd like to have that position I had in round 8 and maybe do a little bit more.
But didn't look to be in trouble in any game. Didn't lose a single game. So MVL the most creative. I'm sorry, Aronian the most
Levon
fighting.
Levon the most creative. That's what I was going to say. MVL the most contentious.
Right.
The slipperiest. The one that people tried to grab and you couldn't get him.
And
he wasn't there.
Brave play as well.
Yes.
He just taking on the world champion.
Right.
And Magnus, well, he looked like Magnus most of the time. He just made those slips, those slight slips, and all the top 4. And then Karyakin had only one bad game, I think.
Right.
But as Gary Kasparov, who graciously joined us on the show yesterday, or 2 days ago, the Magnus mistake that he really didn't like was the King G5 and the G5. Because I think the one versus MVL was a little bit more sympathetic. This position is like from outer space.
Right.
You've never seen it before. He missed something, but Gary was really shocked by that endgame. And when it comes down to it, that's really what cost Magnus the tournament, because otherwise he would have a playoff versus Maxime, and then he'd be the favorite in a playoff.
Well, indeed. So, what a way to sum up the 2017 Sinquefield Cup.
The challenge for Magnus, as we talked about, Gary himself has said the gap has closed. It's clear the gap is closed. And I think a lot of people don't believe that. And when I look at Magnus, I feel like when you watch him play Rapid and Blitz, it looks like the gap is about just insanely large. His instinctive moves are so much better than everybody else's, and he's the guy playing chess in those events, while the others seem to make bigger mistakes. But when players have time, Gary Kasparov made this point, when players have time, they can really look at his moves and try to figure things out, and they're starting to work out some ways to compete against him, because before it was just not competitive at all. You just easily dominate. So now that the gap has closed, Magnus has to reset and raise his game again. And he made a point. Just as MVL said he wanted to win this tournament badly, Magnus was really insistent on wanting to win this tournament as well, to say, look, let's be real. I am the best player in the world, and I can prove it in every event. Now he's got to wait several weeks before the World Cup. By the way, if he didn't play in the World Cup, then you'd have to wait even longer for an elite tournament to play in. So maybe he just wants to keep it going and say, I'm the best. Don't worry about it. I'm the best. It's been a while since he's won one of these. Starting from his World Championship in November, he hasn't won any, which is just pretty shocking. Could it be a calendar year of him actually participating in events that he doesn't win? Mm-hmm. Classical events, I mean. It's definitely an onus on him right now to try to prove once again that he is the dominant player in the world.
Gary's remark notwithstanding, one of the things that I really admire when I listen to Magnus in his interviews, he says, there's so much I have to learn still. I'm learning all the time. I'm studying chess. I'm working hard on my game. And I sit there and I think to myself, that's a frightening concept. This guy who's so dominant, world champion Magnus Carlsen, imagining him, playing 100 rating points higher than what he's done, that is amazing. And he does work hard. I know Peter Heine Nielsen is here. You've all seen him, but he brings his second. He works on his game. And
what do you think's happened to him, though? Because he was 28.89 at one point?
Dude, life interferes. There's girls. There's obligations.
You can't blame girls.
There's obligations.
Women can be a positive force. No.
How many shows has he done on Norway TV?
Okay, so you're throwing stuff out there, Yaz.
No, there's other things off the chessboard that have drawn his attention away from chess.
I understand, but we are getting lots of tweets congratulating MVL and also with some questions. Tardier Svensson says that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been world junior champion. He won Veal 4 times. He shared first in London, but of course Sinquefield Cup must be his greatest achievement ever.
Agreed.
Also some big news that the German stream, Peter Svidler has joined that. So if you want to...
With Gusti,
and I believe that's archived too, if you want to check that out later.
Okay.
Practice your German skills. We also have a tweet from Inquiring Mind, which I'm happy to hear. He says that he's a chess newcomer, and this is the very first tournament he watched. And he says, thanks for the amazing commentary for Jen, Maurice, and Yasser. And that's a huge compliment. I mean, it's great to have our regulars, but to have somebody new learn to love chess from our show is the grandest compliment, and we really have to thank not just all of our fans and our viewers, but also the entire team that makes this possible.
Absolutely.
There's Tom at Silverback Productions, Randy Sinquefield in charge of Spectrum Studios, and Kevin Duggan, who makes us all look so good, even being with us up to the birth of his newborn son, Declan.
Yes.
So shout out to Tom and our assistant director, Jen, who also predicted.
Makes all of us look good by keeping us on set.
That's right. Jen Humer, she's the director for all of us here. It's just fantastic to work with her.
Kite
and Tom.
On the audio, and
Tammy.
John and Brian.
On audio, because they make us sound good.
Eric Musil with his fantastic graphics, all of those beautiful graphics.
Eric Musil, just a fantastic asset to the team. And, I also have to give a shout out to Eric's mom for the oatmeal cookies. Those are pretty sweet. And then Kevin had to up the ante, and his mom made an apple pie today.
Hey,
you go in the gym to try to work out, shed some calories, and the moms just come in and say, "Come on, you're not eating enough. Here." And then you got all the homemade cookies, people. She should absolutely start putting those in bags and selling them on the street. She would just make oodles of dollars off that. And then an apple pie, and they treat us so well.
Could I be a party pooper for just a moment?
Oh,
we have this position.
Absolutely.
Rook B1 was essayed, and I was thinking to myself, Maurice, you love studies, and I enjoy them. I don't have your love for them. I enjoy them. But one studies that I don't like is mate yourself, helpmates. And let me just show you a helpmate that might have occurred after the very reasonable rook h1. Rook takes e6, we already have discussed, is a winning move. If you wanted to play knight g2, that makes a lot of sense. Rook h3 check, king up.
Oh, wow. Playoff.
Playoff.
Playoff mañana.
That's a helpmate.
And all of France would shriek, quel horror.
Yeah, that would have...
very Spanish. That's right. Sorry. I studied Spanish in school. You do it in French, Maurice.
Yeah, but Rook c2, by the way, I believe was actually essayed instead. But okay, those helpmates, those are studies you don't like, right? You don't like those helpmate studies.
I'm not a fan of helpmates.
No, okay. Me either.
No.
But there were, I'm just pointing out one, just saying.
But it is quel horror, right? I just pronounced it wrong. Give it to us,
Not
Maurice.
horror with an R, it's with an ech.
All right, but we're not going to see that happen.
I'm not joining this conversation.
Magnus is not helping me.
I have enough trouble with English. By the way, with the move Rook c2 as played, kind of a little bit confused. You might want to actually play check and drive the king away from the h5 pawn before playing Rook c2. But I do believe, let me refresh my board, that Rook c2 was played. So yes, it was Rook c2, not Rook g2, but Rook c2. Levon dropped back, and now Rook a3, crawling his way into the position. And Levon, I'm afraid to say, really looking disgusted. He just doesn't see any way to make any White's life difficult at all. By the way, with this very nice posting of the Rook on c3, you do have ideas of knight g2 to f4 check, which will hit two very tender spots, h5 and e6 in the black camp, and that really looks like a finish is in sight.
The problem for Levon is not that he's not lost, he knows he's lost, is how do you put up a fight in a position where you do know you're lost? And
Exactly.
he has gotten very concrete right now with the move f5 at a moment when he will not lose the f-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows if he can just get rid of both those pawns, then he draws.
Of course.
So this is step one that he's wanted to do for a long time. And I mentioned this line as Magnus's rook has gone back behind the pawn, so he can't play rook a6 check. Now White can opt for the e5 move that I mentioned earlier and keep his pawn. And this would be a question, is this okay? Because if it's...
I think this is great too, which again begged the question way back here, when you could have played, when Magnus could have played the move rook check, driving the king away from the f5 square, then you go back and you get a position, an improvement on the game. Now, having said that, let me just get back to the game, because f5, my approach would be, I would like to just simply win the game with my h-pawn. e5, yeah, I agree with you. e5 is good enough. It's good enough.
Well, no, e5 is scary. I mean, e5 is the kind of move if that something funny happens and you lose your e-pawn, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But
I would probably go for a different approach. I'd go for an approach where I put my knight on f4. That way, there's no way you can touch my h-pawn. I'm touching your h-pawn, and eventually, I'm going to simply win that h5 pawn.
And Magnus is going down that route, taking the pawn.
He did take on f5. I share Magnus's view. But, that's a stylistic thing, Maurice, but I do believe e5 was also good enough, okay? It's just... you have certain ideas, and sometimes it's good to wear blinders. You know,
just do it.
You know what a winning position is, and that knight on f4 construction is really, really good.
The h-pawn, pawns get castigated, if you will, by young beginners. Who needs a pawn? I don't care about pawns.
Right.
I can win otherwise.
Right.
Oh, yeah, right. At the highest level, the pawns are like young babies, so precious to grandmasters. They know the value of the pawn. And the h-pawn is not the best pawn in the world, but right now it's the pawn that's going to win the game.
It's a beauty right now. Let me put it that.
It's special.
Well, hearing you talk about that, I'm kind of shocked about myself, how I became such a great pawn lover. Because when I started playing chess, the Danish gambit was a favorite. E4, E5, D4 takes, C3 takes. You know, like I let the guy take 3 or 4 pawns out of the opening, and I was bringing out my pieces going on the attack. Now I really love my pawns, but when I started, I was giving them up.
The question he has is, were those attacks working all the time?
They did all right against beginners. It was those 1400s that were the tough guys.
Maybe
man.
that's why you stopped sacking pawns.
I did. Those
1400.
Those 1700s never gave the pawns back either. They were really mean. I mean, rough crowd, rough crowd.
Well, if you want to relive some of the highlights from the Grand Chess Tour, don't forget that all of these shows are archived on the St. Louis Chess Club channel. You can also show your friends that you're trying to get into chess your favorite moments, like Vichy's Queen D4, of course,
right.
And some of the key moments in these last couple of days. And also the Cup Chronicle by Tatev Abrahamian and Christian Kurilla, our own Christian Kurilla, the Count's Corner.
Right.
They also are contributing annotations to the Cup Chronicle, so you can relive some of your favorite games here.
And in terms of our audience wanting memorabilia, are there such things as posters or maybe cards of the players, or is there something else that anybody who wanted to have some memorabilia could purchase?
There's lots of great memorabilia available at the Q Boutique online store, including signed boards by all the players, which I believe are still available, but I'm sure they're going fast. And there is a signing on Sunday before the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz. So if you do have time to come out, that's your best chance to get your specific merchandise signed by Garry Kasparov and many of the players in this tournament, although not all, because the two, Magnus and Maxime in particular are going to be leaving.
Exactly, but repeat that. When is the signing on Sunday? What time?
I believe it's Sunday. I'll find out, but I think it's 3:30 or 4. It's in mid-afternoon.
Outstanding.
Magnus has played a move that shows his very exact technique. He's played the move Rook to D3, and this one looks resignable. This is one of those moves Levon could look like and say, I had enough, because the Rook is coming down to D6 with power, chasing the black king back, and then picking off the f-pawn for no reason. If you move your rook to b6, then rook to d5 will pick off the pawn as well, or take the c-pawn, and with no play whatsoever, he'll be just in a lot of trouble there, as his one demonstration will not bear any fruit, as that rook is able to come back and go after that pawn.
And yes,
this one is very concrete looking, and I think Levon can see the writing finally on the wall as he's looking away from the board now. Did he move? No, he didn't move.
Rook D3 on the board. He
didn't move.
He may just be looking at his score sheet thinking, where did I lose the plot?
And the autograph signing is on Sunday, August 13th at 4 o'clock.
At 4 o'clock here at the Kingside Diner / Chess Club.
Right before the opening ceremony, which is private but will be streamed as well.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you, Jennifer, for that. And again, it's great to have the memorabilia of the players and their signatures on the boards. They look really, really good. We have some fantastic photographs also. There were some great photographers, Leonard. We ought to have more of those prints. We ought to have more prints of all the players. As a chess fan, I love the memorabilia of those events.
And Leonard's photos are just outstanding, and you can find a lot of those on the Twitter feed that is being managed during this tournament by Tatev Abrahamian. So she picks out some of Leonard's best photos, and there's also Austin Fuller here at the Chess Club who's contributing photographs. And
wonderful.
They're really brilliant.
Yes, they are.
The body language here is telling it all. Magnus looking hard at the board, but I don't think Magnus is calculating much right now. It looks as though the game is just over, and what can black do?
Right.
I think he expects resignation. That's why he's not getting up. Levon looks morose, despondent, disgusted maybe even that the tournament ended this way, and just has to deal with the reality of not having a chance to be in a playoffs and not winning, having that gargantuan task of having to defeat this guy with the black pieces in the last round.
It's surely disappointing. The only consolation is a draw wouldn't have done it any good.
That is true.
I mean,
that is true.
He had to defeat the world champion.
And by the way,
there it is. So
wow.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is officially our Sinquefield Cup champion, our 5th unique winner in the very storied history of this tournament. Just
And
such
it's
a
only-
young tournament, but
I know.
amazing.
It always brings us to the edge of our seats. And even in this game, guys, Magnus Carlsen was down to 4 seconds. For a
2
major-
seconds. It was 2 seconds.
Was it 2
2
seconds?
seconds.
Yeah.
LeBron went down to 4 seconds.
My goodness, sorry, I stand corrected. So this game was really, really, really tough.
And here it is,
there
Maxime
he is.
Vachier-Lagrave. We are calling him the 2017 Sinquefield Cup champion. That means that he gets this prestigious title, the first big title that he won clear. Of course, he tied in London, but he lost on the tiebreak to Magnus. That was a couple years ago. But he is the Sinquefield Cup champion. This is a fantastic title for him. He gets 13 Grand Chess Tour points and $75,000. He's also raised his rating. His universal rating system rating is actually 2789, and we will take a look and see whether he's number 2 or 3 on the live rating list now.
I think he slipped into the number
That's
2
right.
position.
He has slipped into the number 2 FIDE rated live chess rating of 2804. MVL has just really treated us in this tournament.
Oh, without question. And also to say that along with the $75,000, the Grand Chess Tour points, if you enjoy looking at these very, very beautiful chess sets produced by the House of Staunton, MVL will also receive a special commemorative set that the House of Staunton provides.
Plenty for him to remember here, Yasser,
Right.
because he is in clear first ahead of world champion Magnus Carlsen and 5-time world champion Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, to finish ahead of those players in such a strong tournament, it's so memorable for Maxime. Levon, what could have been? I mean, even today, as you mentioned, just 2 seconds, and he could have found himself in a tie with Maxime.
That's all it took. 6 players with 50% scores and higher, 4 players with a minus score, and the really shocking one, our Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So, the defending champion, Sinquefield Cup, sharing last place.
That's right, from first to last. But as Wesley pointed out, it's just one bad tournament, and it sounds like he's getting ready for the World Cup. But all the focus now is on the champ.
Right, and as our attention, as we wait for Magnus to join us and discuss his Sinquefield Cup and the roller coaster he was on, our attention, of course, is going to be drawn to the next event, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. It's our newest event in the Grand Chess Tour Series, making 5 tournaments, and that will be, of course, our Rapid and Blitz.
And that is headlined, of course, by Garry Kasparov, which we've been plugging, but we're also seeing other newcomers such as Dominguez. But here's a reminder, the closing ceremony tomorrow is at 6:30 local time here in St. Louis, so that's 7:30 on the East Coast. And you can tune in for live coverage at grandchesstour.org. So that's tomorrow, August 12th. We are getting lots of tweets with more congratulations for our champ, Lawrence Trent. Hey, it's always great to hear from international master and funny guy, Lawrence Trent, who says MVL equals MVP. Well said, indeed, in this tournament. MVL was the MVP.
The most valued player, absolutely.
And we've got the man of the hour, Vachier-Lagrave. We've got him being congratulated in all different languages, French, Russian, Spanish, the Spanish language broadcast team, of course, Alejandro Ramirez and Yvette Garcia, also something that you can tune in for. And they'll continue to do that broadcast in the Blitz and Rapids.
Very good. And we had a latecomer in Gusti with the German. Will he be doing German broadcasts for the Rapid and Blitz?
Exactly. So he was doing the
languages.
tail end of the Sinquefield Cup and then continuing for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, of course, for the return of Garry Kasparov. So you can listen to that in German, Spanish, and English. And it's just a fantastic opportunity to share chess with your fans.
How sweet it is.
Venkat Saravan said, did you all notice that moment when Magnus made his move with just 2 seconds remaining on his clock? We did notice.
We did. Magnus had his on the edge of our seats while he was making that move, the time control. And we do have Levon Aronian is joining Maurice. We're getting him mic'd up. And what really stands out for you in this tournament, Jennifer? It's just been so much to discuss, and
how competitive it was in the last round, and how yet we maintained our tradition here in the Sinquefield Cup of never needing a playoff. So 5 distinct champions and 5 clear champions, and many people wanted it to be this man with Maurice right now, and he came so close, but it wasn't to be. Levon Aronian is with Maurice.
Well, he's got the title of the most creative player in this tournament by far, and came so close, but the task of having to defeat Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces just was not to be. Levon, you're always gracious. Thanks for joining us after such a difficult game. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I think it was an interesting position. Maybe I overestimated my chances. I thought after knight a7 I have too much activity. But I've missed this rook a1 move, which was very strong and very precise. And yeah, the problem is, I mean, his piece, my queen is badly placed on h6. But I felt what I did was correct, and then I should have had drawing chances after queen b5. I just, I mean, queen b5 I thought was a good move, probably the only move to fight for an advantage, and then I couldn't find the right way. But there was probably a way for me, yeah?
I think you were still worse according to the engines defending. Yeah. Like c6 was possible as a,
I saw
as a way
c6,
to play,
yeah.
But it was not easy still for you there. Queen b5 was really precise.
Yeah, queen b5 I've missed, yeah. But my whole idea with d5 knight c5 wasn't good, yeah?
Bishop c5 he played like a machine. Every move he played was the computer's first move. Bishop c5 and queen, including rook e1, queen c6. Everything was the computer's first move.
Yeah, I've missed this idea that he can just sit passively, you know, because I don't get the time to reshuffle my pieces. And then, okay, then I thought after knight e3, I was initially planning to play queen e5, but it probably doesn't work. I mean, so I went desperado, everything wins there after knight g2. I think Magnus could have played much more precisely. Instead of rook g1, I thought that he could win on the spot. But
you had one chance here, actually. You found later, you played king h7, one move, or a couple of moves late, but you had a chance to play the move king h7 before.
Before knight g2, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, I just thought he will promote. So
right, and if he tries to promote, that's when you can start your whole operation, because your king is on h7, so he can't come back.
Yeah, I should have done that, but I was on a minute, I don't know.
No, you were in horrific time pressure at the time.
Yeah, I thought maybe this is my chance, but of course it wasn't. So, well, I mean, he played well, and I didn't play so well. So I overestimated my position.
Well, still a solid result, despite the finish. You have another tournament to look forward to in a couple of days. What are your thoughts about playing that?
Well, this was a tough tournament. Hopefully, I mean, it will be more fun in the Rapid and Blitz, and I look forward to getting a day or two of rest and then trying to play my best.
Well, thank you so much. As always, a great champion, no matter what the result. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck in the next tournament.
Thank you, Levon, a quick question. He went down, Magnus went down to 2 seconds on the time control. Were you aware of how close he was to losing on time?
I mean, I don't think about those things, you know. If your opponent loses on time, of course it's a luck, but yeah, it rarely happens on this level. Extremely rarely.
Okay. Just asking. Levon, thank you so much for a great tournament. You thrilled us with your creativity and your wonderful attacks. It's disappointing that in this round 9 you weren't greater rewarded for what you brought to the tournament. It was really, really wonderful watching you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, he also would have been such a great champion. But, I mean, MVL, I was going to ask, what was the most memorable of his victories for you? Of course, the one against Magnus, right?
For MVL?
Yeah, memorable.
Well, yes, definitely. That's a big one. But just his overall uncanny ability to create the type of positions, it's very, very hard. These guys are so good. It's very hard to get them into games that you want to play, you know, where you feel at home. And somehow he was getting the chaos and squiggly, difficult positions that he thrives in.
And it was so close. World champion Magnus Carlsen did win in the last round, almost creating a situation where there would be a tiebreaker, a potential playoff, but
and
half
he
a point
could have dominated the tournament. It was all that game that MVL swung.
And here he is with Maurice.
Well, the mark of a great champion is winning on call. You needed to win the last game, and he did so, did Magnus Carlsen, but it was not to be as MVL won his game. Magnus, your assessment of this particular game that you had to play, it seemed a bit wild, but you were able to control the game, particularly with this nice idea of taking on C5 and grabbing the A-pawn eventually.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we have this complicated middle game position from the start. Then I think he overestimated his chances. Because this move Rook F1, I think it's quite strong, and if he has to retreat with Queen E8, his position is very sad. I go Rook B1, and you know, he will suffer, and that's not Levon's style. Even though a draw would have been reasonable result for him, but yeah, then. I was happy to find this move Rook to E1, but then I relaxed a bit because I thought then there wasn't going to be many difficulties, and then yeah, it just got so complicated.
Yeah, he started cooking up some stuff, and suddenly he was trying to get at your king.
Yeah, and I mean I was spending time, and I didn't. I didn't, find a clear way, so I just went for something that I thought wasn't at least losing, but I wasn't sure if it was winning either. And then, yeah, when he made this move C5, that was a surprise to me. I hadn't seen that move at all, but fortunately it wasn't very good. And of course, after that, it should have been over earlier. And I mean, I almost lost on time.
You went down to 2 seconds.
Yeah,
that was wild.
But yeah, fortunately, after the time control, it's still winning. But it wasn't very smooth. But yeah, a win is a win, and it makes, even though I didn't win the tournament, it makes a huge difference for me to be a shared second instead of fourth, fifth, or whatever.
I was going to say that, coming in second place, tying, and also getting the much-needed Grand Chess Tour points. How do you assess this overall tournament for you? You could have dominated the tournament just for a couple of moves, couple of moments in games.
Yeah, no, obviously I mean, I got the game with Wesley a bit easier than I normally would have. So it's not all black and white. Then yesterday I was worse, but yeah, I mean 2 moments in the game with Icaro and Maxim, and that's +5. So
wow.
I mean, Maxim played well. He was only in trouble in 1 game, and that was against me, and that makes a difference. I mean, if I beat him, I clearly would have been the favorite to win the tournament. After I lost that one, I had to, catch up, and I could have done that if I'd beaten Icaro. Would be in a playoff now, but yeah, it wasn't to be.
You're still leading the Grand Chess Tour, and you have a World Cup coming up. That's your next tournament. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really tired now, but I've been playing so poorly lately that this is a huge encouragement, actually, what's been going on here. So I mean, it's been far from perfect, but I feel like I've created chances in
nearly every single game instead of just pushing wood as I have been recently. So I'm really looking forward to that after getting some rest.
A big event is going to happen in the world of chess. Garry Kasparov is going to return at least for one game to play against your colleagues. You have made no bones about the fact that you wish you could play, but it's not going to happen. But you're going to be a fan watching this show?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be glued to the screen. It's yeah, I guess it will be in the evening for me in Europe, so that will be excellent entertainment.
Thank you so much for your games, joining us and showing World Championship spirit, World Champion spirit. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you. And by the way, I mean, if I forgot to say it, huge congratulations to Maxime, of course. I mean, that's it's the biggest tournament probably he's won in his career, and +3 is a great result, and I'm really happy for him.
Well, classy response indeed. Congrats again on your tie for second, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, and congratulations to you on a tournament riding the ship. Not completely, but you certainly entertained us with your great play, and good luck in the World Cup, of course, as well.
And fantastic positive attitude. I really like the way he is looking at the bright side of his performance here and also congratulating Maxime. And what a 2 weeks it's been here in St. Louis.
No kidding.
It's been such a pleasure to call this a fantastic event during the summer of chess, in the thick of summer of chess. Maurice, your final thoughts?
Well, I always have fun coming here and doing commentary with this team, but this one was something special. We have seen amazing tournaments before. Certainly Fabi's 7 wins in a row comes to mind, but this was so competitive, so thrilling, so moment to moment where anything could happen that it was just something like we've never seen. And 5 players potentially could have won at the end. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave proved to be the best player in this tournament. It's such an exciting event. We could all go home now, but for Garry Kasparov coming up next, this is just simply an incredible summer here. I want to thank everybody on the team. You've already thanked all those names, and just extend my gratefulness for being able to be a part of this broadcast. Thanks so much. And to the viewers, of course, who are so gracious with their compliments, thank you as well.
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right, Maurice. And
here's how we finished, by the way.
Well, Wesley So, not his tournament.
Tied for ninth.
That's right, yes.
Picks up 15,000, but only 1.5 Grand Chess Tour points. Our defending champion will not keep that title.
He won't be remembering this tournament for long. Jan Nepomniachtchi also tied for 9th through 10th, and will be learning a lot of lessons from this tournament, no doubt. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura...
very disappointed with it. He's looking forward to
the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. That's the silver lining for this fantastic Blitz player. He can get some revenge pretty fast on some of these guys.
Exactly.
He just has to wait a couple of days. And we have Fabiano Caruana, another U.S. star gold medalist, but not his tournament. But it just goes to show how tight it was that had a couple of things swung differently, he could have been in the winner's circle.
He would have certainly been fighting for first. Peter Svidler, our wild card, acquitting himself quite nicely, especially with a handsome win at the very final bell.
Oh, and always such a wonderful and eloquent interview. And we have Sergei Karyakin, who also was right there in the hunt. I mean, just had a new baby at the beginning of the tournament, and his traditional fighting chess, it was a pleasure to have him here in St. Louis for the first time.
27,500 for his efforts.
Levon Aronian, we said it when he came in for the interview, so many people wanted this inspiring and dynamic player to come out on top, but only one man could do it, and Levon was just short.
Also, nicely paid $27,500, and the world champion.
Magnus Carlsen, you know, he played great, but there were a couple kinks in the armor, and that cost him the tournament.
And 45,000 in the shared second with this man, 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand, untouchable, undefeated.
He was inspired with Queen D4, but he was also super solid and undefeated. His fans wanted him to go just a little bit further, but this is something to celebrate as well.
Exactly.
So congratulations to
$45,000 for Vichy. And our big winner.
Yes, the big dog at the Sinquefield Cup, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Everybody's going to be congratulating this man. Fantastic performance, beautifully done. He had certain things going against him in the final. The tie breaks weren't swinging his way, so he did what he had to do. He won the game, and he took clear first.
Yes.
And this is what Mount Rushmore looks like now. The Sinquefield Cup, this beautiful tournament, has had 5 different winners, 5 clear winners. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a collection of champions we have here at the St. Louis Chess Capital for the greatest tournament of the year, the Sinquefield Cup.
It lived up to its billing, it certainly did. And now here's our tour update. As we have been predicting, Magnus Carlsen has a 3-point lead as over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and it will be decided in London, the
That's
London
right.
Classic.
Magnus and Maxime at the top of the hill. With names like that, it's not that surprising, right?
Right, and Wesley So, Levon Aronian, and Vichy Anand will be looking, Levon, Vichy will be looking to capture the Rhythms and Blues tournament, the Rapid and Blitz
for
in
a
St. Louis.
very outside chance of capturing the door.
Oh, at least putting some pressure on the 2-horse race that this 2017 tour has become.
And the closing ceremonies are coming your way tomorrow, and these ceremonies are always so fantastic. So shout out to the staff at the St. Louis Chess Club, Joy Bray, who is the general manager and does such a fantastic job with these events. You're going to see it in action tomorrow if you check out our live stream.
Yep, that will be a lot of fun.
And the event everybody has been waiting for, the return of Garry Kasparov. That's going to be August 14th through 19th. Get in your predictions. Cancel all your plans from the 14th and the 19th, because this will truly be epic. And I, can't wait to call that. What a privilege it is.
Absolutely. Woof, woof. The big dogs in town.
And again, our champion, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, send your congratulations to this man. It's beautiful to see, as his friend Magnus Carlsen stated. He deserves a victory like this with the way he's been playing, and it's great to see him get it here in St. Louis.
It is indeed. And finally, for you, Jennifer, and you, Maurice, it's always wonderful working with you both. I enjoyed this tournament so very much, but this weekend I'm going to get a rest along with the rest of the players.
2 weeks in the basement passes fast with you guys and with our wonderful production crew, Spectrum Studios and Silverback. It's like, goes by so fast. I had a great time, and can't wait to see you guys in just a few days for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Bye-bye.